Welcome in, folks. This is the 489th episode of the Dean Withers Show. For everybody joining us today on this great Thursday afternoon, thank you so much for being here. For all the live viewers, I appreciate you so much for giving us some of the time out of your day. Thank you for joining. We already have nearly 25,000 people tuned in over on TikTok. That's awesome. Huge shout out to you guys. On TikTok, make sure that you're double tapping away in that phone screen, sharing that live with the little share button in the bottom right-hand corner of the phone screen, and dropping some comments. All of the engagement really does help the streams grow. And for everybody tuning in on YT, appreciate you for being here as well. If this is your first time tuning into the live stream, guess what? You are in for a treat. Every single day for around 4 hours, we debate people that I disagree with politically. Republicans, Trump supporters. We usually tend to end up talking to Trump supporters. Now, before we hop into that first debate, we already have the first guest of the day, Mr. Jackson, connected to the live. I do want to go over the breaking news. A fatal blow has been dealt to the Trump administration today with the failure of the vote for the nomination of Todd Blanche to be the permanent attorney general of the United States Department of Justice. Now, this was huge. They were going to hold a vote today to nominate him officially as the attorney general, but then they canceled the vote because they didn't have enough votes in order to secure his nomination. Insane. Why did they not have enough votes to secure his nomination? Because the survivors of Epstein have been protesting on Capitol Hill, going door to door of these congressmen and women, okay, asking them to not confirm the nomination of Todd Blanche because he does not stand with the survivors of Epstein, therefore he does not stand with the law. And it has worked. At least for now, a fatal blow has been dealt, and the process to officially confirm and nominate Todd Blanche has been pushed off another day. So that's music to my ears. Justin, why don't you take it away and tell us how the hell you still support this tyrant as president, Mr. Dipey Donald?
Well, my name's Jackson, not Justin. We'll start with that. It's okay. But my main reason is computer activate ball torches, sequencing, shrink this man's balls to raisins.
All right, that's 8 trolls in a row. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Everybody, for everybody who's tuning in, I really appreciate y'all so much for being here, guys. We've had a lot of trolls as of recently, but we're just going to roll with it. Over on Super Chat, thank you, Nix, for the 70 Canadian dollars. That is very kind of you, Nix. Holy crap, thank you so very much. Nix for the 70 Canadian dollars. That is a huge donation. Says, hope you're doing well. That is 9 trolls in a row. Nick says, hope you're doing well. Thank you for actually continuing to educate people daily. Well, I try my best, Nix. I want to continue to educate people on a daily basis. That's my goal. I just wish that the trolls would actually let us do it. I appreciate you for the $70 while we're looking for the next Trump supporters. Please, guys, let's get 700 Nix W's, NYX in that chat. Welcome in, Janet. Do you support Trump? Janet, not even here. Oh, they are here. Janet, hello. Do you support Trump? That's a bat. That's 9 trolls in a row, everybody. Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump as president. If you happen to be watching on TikTok, the rules are literally in the middle of your phone screen. Mr. Brandon, thank you for the $50 on Super Chat. $50 is a fuck ton of money. I'm very grateful for you, man. That goes a very long way. Thank you, Brandon. On top of those W's for Nix, let's also get 500 Brandon W's, who says, hey, Dean, I really appreciate what you're doing for the people. At the start of Trump's second term, I supported him, but you've made me rethink my views. Thank you for everything that you do and for helping me see things differently. I don't even want you to thank me for that, Brandon. I actually want to thank you for being willing to hear me out and change your minds as it relates to the facts. I'm very grateful for you. Thank you, Brandon, for the $50. Show some love to Brandon and Nix. Jeffrey, do you support Trump?
Yes, but I would like...
Jamie.
I need your advice.
Well, I need your age first, please.
Okay, so I do support Trump, but it's because I'm 19.
What year were you born in?
2006.
My attention's yours. Take it away.
Yes, so I was born in a very, far-right Republican family, and living down in the South, that's everybody around you, so I've never been able to, express or ask where I truly stand. And I'll give you some layout of what I believe in, and this is a spam account because I don't want my parents seeing me because they, request to follow and stuff because we're real strict. So I do believe in some abortion. I don't believe that Sorry for my language. I don't believe a slut should just keep killing her kids over and over, and just because she wants to, But like rape, I get it, dude. Please get rid of the child. Don't let that guy win and stuff. And I do believe that the wealthy should get taxed more because they make a lot more. They shouldn't get taxed as the lower people get taxed. But I don't. Or I'll let you speak. Sorry.
Jeez. Okay. Well, first, I don't think that we should call women sluts. DB, thank you for the Guardian's pledge. We have about like 500 different words, okay, that men use to call women that are very derogatory and are meant to hurt people. Okay? Let's
Yes, sir.
let's just use common sense here. The reason why men call women sluts is to hurt them, is to make them feel bad. Okay? I don't think that's too virtuous to do.
Yes, sir.
So instead of saying, oh, well, I just disagree with sluts killing their children, okay, how about we say that you just disagree with women accessing or seeking to access elective abortions, which would be abortions received by women and girls for the reason that they just simply don't want to carry the pregnancy to term outside of rape, incest, or life of the mother.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so you don't think that they should be able to get those kinds of abortions. Why?
I just there's so many other ways to prevent pregnancy, and I believe I know that.
Why is this way wrong? You know, there's so many ways for me to get from Colorado to California. I could take a plane, I could drive a car, I could ride a bike, I could hitchhike. Okay, I could backpack through the mountains. I could maybe parasail all the way to all the way to California. I'm sure there's a way I could figure it out. I could ride a horse, I could take a train. Okay, but just because there's a lot of ways to get from Colorado to California doesn't mean that any of these one individual ways is wrong. Okay, so you're saying, oh, there's a lot of ways to like prevent a pregnancy. Okay, well, I mean, I think that those ways prevent the pregnancy from starting by preventing conception. I think the only way to stop a pregnancy once it's already started, if you don't want to give birth, is to get an abortion. But I mean, even if it was just one of the many ways to prevent a pregnancy, could you tell us why it's wrong?
Because the act of making a kid is to give life. The man and the woman get together and they create life.
Okay, well,
No, this
obviously that's
life.
not the only purpose to have sex, because many people have sex for pleasure.
Yes, sir. But when that when they do conceive, they've created life. No, it may not physically be alive just yet, but
Okay,
it,
I'm
there
going to ask you to bridge the gap here. You're just saying that the fetus is alive. Okay, cool. Now explain to us why it's morally wrong to get an abortion.
because you're getting rid of God's creation.
You're getting rid of God's creation. Did God create cows? Yeah. You're getting rid of God's creation when you kill a cow. Okay. Are you a vegan? Probably not. You said that you're from the South, deep red territory. You probably love a good burger. Okay. So that also doesn't explain to me why you think the action is wrong.
Because in the Bible it says that we are created in God's
Okay.
image,
Where in the
but it
Bible
never
does it say that
says.
abortion is wrong?
I can't quote you on that right now.
Okay. So then why are you referencing the Bible when you attempt to convince me that abortion's wrong if you can't tell me where in the Bible it says that abortion's wrong?
Because you compared a human life to a cow's life,
You,
and
you, you
nowhere
told
in
me
the
that the
Bible it
reason you
says that a
told me that the
cow was
reason why it's
created in
wrong to kill the
God's
fetus,
image.
the reason that you told me that it's wrong to kill the fetus wasn't because it was created in God's image. You told me the reason why it was wrong to kill the fetus is because it's God's creation. Okay, so now you're equivocating on what your argument is.
Okay, we can move on. I can agree with you on that.
Okay, so what are the other reasons why you support Trump?
Uh, when I started this, I wanted you to tell me where you think I stand as a like Republican, far left, or in the middle, and I was
Okay,
going to give you a
I'll,
list of
I'll
what I
actually give you.
believe in.
If you're just looking to like figure out where you stand in accordance with the beliefs that you hold, I would recommend going online and taking a political compass test. Like that's going to be able to give you a lot more of an accurate measure of where you stand politically than I could. I mean, I can make like general like evaluations based on educated guesses in relation to like your claims, but just go take a political compass test, and that'll definitely be more informative than anything that I could tell you. And it took it like I understand that you don't know where you stand. A lot of people don't know where they stand, and that's why political compass tests exist. Now, if you did want to give us a reason why you think Trump is a good president, I'd love to hear you out. But if you literally just came up here to like ask me where you think where I think you stand, I would just refer you to a political compass test.
Yes, sir. Well, I'll leave you on it. You have a great day.
Okay, yeah, you take care. Let's go to get the next guest up here for everybody in the queue. Make sure you're an American adult that supports Trump as president. We're just looking for some debates today, everybody. We're just looking for some debates today, everybody. Thank you so much for the $20. Vegas, who says, who do you like for Dems for president? 11th troll, thank you. Vegas says, with the $20, who do you like for Dems for president in the 2028 nomination? I want to wait and see how it pans out a little bit more. I probably won't be able to give you a good answer of like one specific person that I want to be the Democratic nominee for the presidency for like another year or two. No, just like another year. I appreciate you for the $20 of Vegas. Thank you so much. Same thing to Lazy Boy. Appreciate you for the $20 as well. Who says, I found you recently and you opened my eyes to a lot. That's perfect, Lazy Boy. That's why we do these live streams. I'm very grateful for you. And I'm so happy that the streams have been able to help you open your eyes. Mary, thank you so much for the $10. She says, as soon as he called women sluts, I automatically stopped valuing any opinion he said. Yep, true. I mean, I think that's a totally fair perspective. The guy, thank you for the $10. I'm not going to read that message off. Thank you so much, Catalinas, for the $20, who says, can you ask the caller if he thinks that all abortions are elective? What about medically necessary abortions? What about the life of the mother? And the Bible gives directions on how to give an abortion. Well, he's gone now because he did leave. But I think those are all really good questions to ask somebody that's pro-life. So I appreciate you for the $20 and the great questions. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome in, Hannah. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18,
What year were you born in?
2007,
What month?
November.
Okay, yeah, sounds good, Hannah. Let me catch up with my donations on Venmo and PayPal, and then I'll happily pass that mic to you. Miss Gabby, appreciate you for the $1 who says, what time you're debating in Austin? I don't know yet. Keith, thank you for the $2 who says, what's good, Keith? Gerald, thank you so much for the $25 who says, don't worry, bro, I write essays in the comment sections for your defense. Keep your head up, King. Gerard, you know I really appreciate you. You're the GOAT. That is Gerard. Show some love to Gerard down below. I appreciate you so much, and I always have. You've been watching for ages. Dakota, thank you for the $10 who says, love you, Dean. Love you too, Dakota. Let's get 100 Dakota W's. Annika, thank you for the $5. Vanessa, thank you for the $25 who says, showing a little bit of love before back to school shopping takes me out. Keep up the good shit. Much love, nephew. Vanessa, you know I love you. I always appreciate you so much. You were one of my favorite people. Let's get 250 Vanessa W's. With that being said, we're actually caught up on Super Chat and Venmo. To quickly get caught up on PayPal, thank you, Sir Sierra, Sierra, for the $25 donation. That is very, very kind of you. Who says, long-time listener, I was able to completely destroy a man in a sexist debate last night with your points. Fuck yeah. Unfortunately, later that night, he tried to break into my home. Fuck no. I hope you're okay, Sierra. That really took a turn. Jesus. Can you actually, like, send a message to me on that donation and let me know if you're okay? I appreciate you for the $25. I mean, I'd assume since they're sending that, since they're sending that donation, they're okay. But I'm so sorry you went through that scary experience. Shannon, thank you for the $10, and Olivia, thank you for the $24. Who says been watching from the UK for a while. Love to see you taking the time to educate myself and others. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you so much, Olivia. That is very, very kind of you. I really appreciate you. Huge shout out to Olivia. Same thing to Lolita. Thank you so much for the $6. And Emma, thank you for the $20. Who says I'm so happy you're live earlier since I normally have to stay up to watch your lives. For instance, I'm in Germany. Well, yeah, we have been going live a little bit earlier today and yesterday. Honestly, I like going live at around 2 my time. It's just a good live schedule, but here we are for the day. I appreciate you guys for the love. So very kind of you all. Show some love to all the donors. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump, Hannah.
I support Trump because of his immigration policy, tax cuts, and abortion.
All right, bro. Why do you support his tax cuts? I mean, according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, they just hurt poor people and hurt the working class. I mean, they say that the average American making at or under $51,000 per year will actually have less because of the big, beautiful bill compared to how much they had before. And it also took healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans and food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans.
Well, I actually don't think it's that bad of a thing because it's going back into the community.
What's going back into the community?
The tax dollars. It's going back in to fix the roads, to help funding, and all that stuff.
No, the big, beautiful bill made no diversion of funds to infrastructure. So you're
Okay.
just wrong.
Well, I can concede to that.
Okay. Didn't you also say that you're pro-life?
Yep.
So then why don't you care about the 51,000 lives that die per year in America because of lack of access to healthcare, and how the big beautiful bill is only going to make that issue worse because it took healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans at minimum. More liberal estimates put that number at 17 million low-income Americans.
Well, I do care about that, but every president has their cons.
I mean, that's just like a really big con in consideration of the pro-life view. Okay? Like a huge con.
Okay.
And then you said the thing that outweighs that con is his immigration policy? ICE agents have killed more Americans in the last year and a half than Iran. We just saw an ICE agent in Maine who is a brutal domestic abuser that sent one of his 2 ex-wives that testified about how terrible he is a voicemail saying that he wanted to
We
slit
are
the throat.
Charlie Kirk.
Hi guys,
We
so that's
care.
14 trolls for the day. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, please and thank you. Only opposite side of the queue if you are here for a debate, everybody. Only opposite side of the queue if you're here for a debate, everybody. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. The guy who says, Dean, what is the name of your microphone? It looks nice. Well, I appreciate you, the guy. Appreciate you for the $10. Let's get a 100 the guy W's in that chat. Yeah, this is a Shure SMB 7, I think. It is a great microphone. It is the definite industry standard for podcasts, radio shows, commentation, etc. It's kind of expensive though, but it's definitely a really high quality product. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
19.
What year are you born in?
2007.
Okay. And you support the sexual predator. Why?
No, I don't, because he's not.
Oh, he's not a
But-
sexual predator. Then why did he say it? All right, that's 16 trolls, folks. That's 16 trolls, folks. Let's go to get the next guest up here. That's 16 trolls, folks. Alrighty. I know that this person is in a troll. Let's see if we could just wrap him up in like 5 minutes. Let's see if we can wrap him up in 5 minutes and be done. What's the argument that abortion's wrong, sir?
I'm actually. Can you hear me? Microphone check.
Yeah, bro. What's the argument why abortion's wrong? I know
Yeah,
that you're pro-life.
it's-
I want to debate abortion. What's the
I'm-
argument that abortion's wrong?
Well, you know I support Trump, but I'm actually pro-choice. But I can argue for the pro-life, sure.
You don't think that abortion's wrong?
I've talked to you before about this. I'm actually pro-choice, but I'm pro-choice, and I hope
Wow.
you choose to not have an abortion.
Okay, so you do or you don't think that it's wrong?
Well, I think it's funny that you're going to run from a real debate with me,
Is he gonna
but
respond
on
to
this
the question?
topic,
I don't know why he thinks that the morality of abortion is not a real debate.
you support abortion.
Do you
up
or do
until
you
when?
not think it's wrong? Why are you asking me a question in response to my question? Do you
Well,
or
I'm
do
trying
you
to
not
understand
think
your
that abortion is
position.
generally wrong? Okay.
Well, I already told you. I think that.
Perfect. Well, see, the thing is you can't be trying to understand my position when I'm in the middle of trying to understand your position. This is why burdens of burdens of investigation exists. Okay, you have a burden of investigation because I asked you a question if you think that abortion is wrong. You can't distract or attempt to give me that burden to pivot and shift the burden because you don't want to answer the question, bro. If you don't want to answer the question, okay, do you think that abortion is wrong? I'm just gonna kick you and move on to the next guest, bro.
Your prompt literally, first off, I'm your sensei, so don't call me little bro. You run
Alright,
from
just-
debates with
alright.
me. I'm
Pipe down,
14 and 0 against
Pipe
you.
down, bro.
Going
And
live
that's-
when
and
you
that's why
kick
you
me.
won't answer the
When you
question.
kick me,
And that's
going
why you won't
live.
answer. And that's why you won't answer
I'm
the question, bro.
pro-cho-
Yeah, bro. The guy that's saying that
But
like he's
I-
won every single debate against me, the guy that's
Alright,
saying he
run
just
it.
completely washes me, the guy that's saying he just completely owns me and that he's my sensei, can't even tell me if he thinks that abortion is wrong. He's so fucking
I already
terrified to tell
told
me
you.
that he thinks abortion is wrong because he just doesn't want to have a serious debate
I ar-
about normative ethics in the slightest.
Oh, okay. Well, first off, don't disrespect sensei like that. I'm your proctor. I'm your
All
teacher.
right, bro, you
I'm
have
your
10
father,
seconds to answer
basically.
the question. If you think that abortion
I
is wrong,
answered
I'm not
it.
asking you.
I
if you think,
said.
no, you said that abortion should be
calm down.
legal.
Why are
you
you?
didn't answer the
You're
question
this
on if you think
afraid
that
of me.
abortion
You're
should be wrong.
acting this hysterical already. You're
Yeah,
this
bro.
afraid of me.
Just,
I
want you to answer the question,
I
please.
answered you. My
you didn't.
answer was, yes, I did. Well, watch it back on the VOD, young man. I answered you. Now I'm going to answer you again. I am pro-choice, but I hope you choose to not have an abortion. I can argue for the pro-life people, sure. But you asked me if I'm pro-choice, and I told you
Okay.
I am pro-choice, but I hope you choose to not have an abortion.
I have two things to say. The first thing I'm going to say is that being pro-choice is not a moral view. That's a legal view. So when you say that you're pro-choice, you're just saying that it should be legally permissible. You're not telling me that it is morally permissible. And then you kind of seem to suggest that you think it's morally impermissible or wrong because you're saying that you hope individuals choose to not have an abortion. I guess I'll just investigate that claim. Why do you think women should choose to not have an abortion?
Up until when do you think somebody should be able to have an abortion?
Dodge.
That looks good on you, by the way.
Dodge.
Answer my question.
Dodge,
You're
no.
dodging me.
No, you're dodging
okay.
me.
So Princess Parker blocked me, and you
Dodge.
reject me all the time.
Buddy, you
okay,
made a claim.
you
I want
avoid
you to
a
explain your claim.
conversation
You're
about
avoiding-
Donald
you're
Trump
avoiding
being
the
a better
conversation.
president. You've
One
muted
second,
me
you're
5
avoiding the
times. You're
conversation.
interrupting me right now. How about you answer my question? I answered
No.
your question.
No.
Up until when?
No,
I'm
because
trying.
you're dodging, bro. Because you're dodging, bro.
And muted. All right. Well, you're afraid.
I think that you're afraid. You made a claim that you think that you don't want women to choose to get abortions. I'm asking you why, and you want to explain your claim. Right now, you have the burden of proof to demonstrate that your positive claim is true. If you want to investigate any of the positive claims that I've made, feel free to do so after I investigate the positive claim that you made. You are terrified of me investigating your view. For everybody watching the live stream, I just want to let you guys know that when people like this guest attempt to respond to the questions that I ask in interrogation of their view by attempting to interrogate my view, when I haven't even made any claims, like for instance, I haven't made the positive claim that abortion should be legal or illegal up to a point, and he's trying to ask me what my positive claim on that subject would be. Meanwhile, he made a positive claim that women shouldn't choose to get abortions, and is just so terrified of giving an argument for that perspective. Listen, I'm going to teach you how debate works, okay? Right now, you are under investigation for the claim that you made. You made the claim, okay, that women shouldn't choose to get abortions. I want you to now try to give reasonable evidence insofar as why that claim is true by demonstrating to us all why that claim is true. For the last time, you made the claim that women shouldn't choose to access abortions. Why do you think women should not choose to access abortions?
Maybe you should try your pen real quick. You seem really frazzle-dazzled right now. Let me respond. So my answer to you is, I think that if somebody gets an abortion, that is definitely a human life in there. And when you kick me, I'm going live, and I will explain that at great lengths to your supporters and change their minds because I'm 14-0 versus you. Now, I want people to choose to not have an abortion because I don't want people to murder babies.
Okay, why is it murder?
And I'll tell you this too. I'm not going to continue with this unless you answer my question. You are pro-choice. You are for abortions. I want to understand something. You are for abortions up until when?
All right. You know what? Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to
Notice how he's going to run and mute me. Going live when he kicks me, dude. Because I can beat you on 2A, E. Jean Carroll, Epstein Files, and the border. I have defeated you on every talking point, which is why you are going to run away from me.
Okay. First and foremost, I appreciate you for answering the question insofar as why you think women shouldn't be able to access abortion. Or not shouldn't be able to access abortion, shouldn't make the choice to get shouldn't make the decision to get an abortion. It's because you think that abortion is murder. Okay. Let me explain to you something. When you make a claim like women shouldn't get abortions, and then I ask you why you think women shouldn't get abortions, and then you say because it's murder, that doesn't then allow you to then ask me 2 questions about what I believe in and why. Because I have to have sufficient time to fully investigate the nuances of why you believe in what you do. But if every time after I ask you a question of investigation into your claim, you then try to ask me a question of investigation into what I believe in and why, well, then all of a sudden we're investigating each other's claims at the same time. Okay, well, that is not cohesive nor productive towards discourse where we discover truth or better understand anything about why I believe in what I do and what you believe in what you do. Okay, and this is widely accepted amongst people that are interested in philosophy and widely accepted amongst people that are interested in debate. So what is the solution to this dilemma where you want to investigate my view at the same time that I want to investigate your view? Okay, the solution is that one person investigates the other individual's view, and then once they're done, that other person investigates the other individual's view. So because you are the first person that made a positive claim, okay, aka I think that abortion is murder. One moment. Aka I think that abortion is murder, which was your which is what your positive claim was, okay? That has now opened your view up to investigation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to thoroughly investigate your view until its natural end. But because I'm good faith, I will answer your question. And as soon as I'm done investigating what you believe in and why, you could investigate what I'm about to tell you now here in a bit. So your question to me was, when do I think women should not have legal access to abortions? Well, first, we need to specify what kind of abortions because that's very vague. I don't think there should be any legal cutoff or even there's no even moral cutoff to abortions for women that need to kill the fetus as it would relate to saving their own life. Same thing with victims of rape, same thing with incest. Now, what about elective abortions? Well, I obviously think that a lethal elective abortion is going to be morally wrong after around 20 through 24 weeks. But then as it relates to the legality of elective lethal abortions, I think because of what the empirics tell us, they should still be legal in the third trimester, because women are not electively and lethally aborting their fetus, but they're rather just going to get life-saving abortions. But yet when elective lethal abortions are illegal in the third trimester, doctors are too scared to perform life-saving abortions. So at the end of the day, even in consideration of the fetus, okay, it still saves more innocent life because it prevents innocent women that are pregnant from dying because they're not receiving life-saving care. And I will fully allow you to investigate that claim as soon as I'm done investigating your claim. So once again, you made the statement that you think women shouldn't get abortions because abortion is murder. And then my last question to you was, well, why is abortion murder? At this moment in time, please answer the question. Why do you think that
Do I
abortion
get
is murder?
7 minutes like you, Bubba?
It took me a while to go through
Took
the
you a
rules
long
of debate.
time.
Because I had a lot to go
Absolutely.
through. There's a lot of substance
Because
there.
the
I had to
well,
go
no,
through
you
the
don't make
rules of
the
debate.
rules to the debate. I
You're
think
right,
you're
I don't make
confused
them.
on something. I think you're confused on something.
You're right. I don't make the rules of debate.
You don't
okay?
make the rules. You
Right.
don't make the rules.
I
You're
don't
not
make
Jesus.
them. I'm just observing the rules.
All you do is run.
So why
That's
is
what you
abortion
do.
murder?
So you said you support a third trimester abortion.
He's shifting the burden.
No, I'm investigating your claim, Dean.
I know,
I'm
right?
investigating
You're
your
shifting
claim.
the burden, right? No. I'm
Well, I'm
investigating
just
your
trying to
claim.
understand. I'm
You're
just
shifting
trying
the
to
burden.
understand your claim.
And I will
'cause
give
here's
you an
the thing.
opportunity to
What does
understand.
it
Like,
say?
Dean,
Dean,
he's
you gotta
running
let
away.
me
I don't know.
talk. You
Listen,
gotta
bro.
let me
Listen, bro.
talk.
I don't know
You're
what to say. You're shifting the burden. You're horrified of giving an argument why you think that abortion is murder. I told you that I would be more than willing to take on the burden of investigation as soon as I'm done determining and figuring out why you think that abortion is murder. And for everybody in the
Well,
chat
here's the
that's saying,
problem.
let him talk. Why would I let anybody talk who is shifting
Here's
the
where-
burden of evidence?
here's where you met-
Why would I let anybody talk who's shifting the burden of proof from themselves to anybody other than themselves? Like, clearly, I'm not going to let this guy talk when he's shifting the burden of evidence that he has to me. Like, why would I do that? I just got done explaining that as soon as I'm done investigating this guy's claim that abortion is murder, I will give him all the time in the world to investigate my claim that elective lethal abortion should be legal in the third trimester. So just tell us why you think that abortion is murder.
So you're shifting the burden because your prompt says, "How do you still support Trump?"
You
Now
made
you're
the
trying to
positive
make it an
claim
abortion
first.
debate. Dean, I just let you talk. You got to.
You made the positive claim first. You can't possibly say that I'm shifting the burden of evidence
Yes,
from me
you
to you when you made the positive claim first, and then you actually asked me about what I think positive claims are that relate to abortion. Tell us
you
why you
gonna
think that abortion is murder.
You got to let me talk, dude.
Yeah, bro, I'll let you talk. Tell us why you think that abortion is murder.
Well, then stop muting me 50,000 times. So first
Sounds
off,
good. Then stay
what
on track.
I mean, well, you stay on track. Your prompt says, "How do you still support Trump?" And I'm gonna go into great details when you kick me and I go live to change your fans' minds as I do.
Why is abortion murder?
Well, listen. Your prompt says, "How do you still support Trump?"
I'm the one that makes my prompt.
requested it
I
up.
asked you why abortion
Then you
is murder.
asked me. I know. I'm answering that. Calm down.
Good boy.
Calm down.
Good boy.
Calm down. You don't even know why you say that. We went over this. You don't know why you say good boy.
Why is
you don't know
abortion
where
murder?
that comes from.
Why is abortion
You do not
murder?
know that.
Why is abortion
Okay.
murder?
Now, my claim, okay, I came up here to tell you why Trump is better and why I support him
Yeah,
and everything
and
you
I
say is
asked
wrong
you
as
why
I normally
abortion
do.
is murder.
And then you jumped into an abortion debate,
Yes.
to which I said
Yes.
what? I said, I am pro-choice, but I hope people choose to not have an abortion.
And then I
That
asked
is my
you why?
stance.
And then I asked
now
you why, and
want
you said
to
because you think that abortion
investigate
is
why
murder.
I think
Yes.
abortion is murder.
Yes, I do.
Well, if you just said that you support a third trimester abortion, that is
No, that's
clearly
not what
a
I said.
baby.
You're wrong about
Yes,
what I
you-
said.
You said it. Okay, well then clarify. I'm sorry, in your 17 minutes of ranting and muting me and falling
okay.
apart.
Yeah,
so
I'll clarify what I believe
Dean, are
after
you
you
gonna let me
clarify what
talk?
you believe.
Dean, are you going to let me? Dean, don't be so scared. Are you going to let
All
me
these
talk?
words, but there's no explanation of why you
Well,
think
I'm
that abortion is
trying to
murder.
talk. I'm not able to speak because you don't
bro.
treat other guests like this. It makes me feel really good. It makes
Yeah,
me
bro.
feel like
I'm
you
just
know
waiting
I'm
for the
gonna speak.
explanation of why you think that abortion's murder.
Well, then just shush for a second. What a good Dean. What a good Dean, yo. Okay. And you tell Parker Get a God to be brave and debate me sometime. Now,
Okay. See, this is the issue, folks. Everybody in the comment section is
Okay.
spamming, let him talk. Okay. Well, when we let him talk, he just talks about Parker.
You've been talking
When we
the
let
whole-
him talk, he talks about E. Jean Carroll. When we let him talk, he just says nonsense. He doesn't explain the
Your
answer to
pro-
the only question that's relevant
Your-
to the debate, which is why he thinks that abortion is murder. So I'm going to clarify this for you, and I'm going to clarify this for everybody watching. This guest right here, TPA, made the claim that abortion is murder. Okay? I will let him talk if he just explains why, bro. Okay? But when he gets lost in the weeds, Okay. And he just like randomly shifts away from the debate and he talks about all these irrelevant things, like how he's blocked by my friend and all these other irrelevant things too. Like, why would I let him talk? Okay. Like, no, I'm so sorry. This isn't like a radio talk show where random people could call in and get therapeutic advice from a peer. Okay. No, we're not just going to let people talk about random shit. Let me be clear. This is a debate live. Explain to us why you think that abortion is murder, because this is a debate live. If you could explain to us why
But you're
you
not
think that
letting me
abortion is
debate.
murder,
I
I'll
know.
let you talk.
You know what I think it is? I think you're already losing and you're trying to be a
How
control
could I
freak. I'm
lose
just
if
trying,
you haven't given an
well,
argument
I'm
yet?
trying to understand. Well, what's my position? Are you even listening? Give me my argument back. What is my position on abortion? Because again, I
I
didn't
am
come up here for an
listening. I
abortion
can do
debate.
that.
Your prompt says, how do you still support
I can
Trump?
do that.
And I wanted to tell you that I support it because Kamala wanted to infringe upon the Second Amendment.
No explanation
he
of why
secured
he
the
thinks that
border,
abortion is murder.
released the Epstein files, protected
so
women and
terrified.
children, right? Sent abortion back to the states, which I like it at
Terrified.
a state level. Now, me personally, if
Terrified.
you want me to, well, you
Why is
keep
abortion
talking while I'm
murder?
well, I'm trying to answer that.
Do it.
I'm trying to answer
it.
that. Okay, but stop interrupting me. You mute up. Unplug your mic real quick.
I'll only
Just stop
not
talking.
interrupt you if you get to the point.
But, okay, well, I'm sorry. Are you Jesus Christ, the one true King, the Heavenly Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit? Then why are you trying to dictate how I speak and talk? I'm
gonna
trying to tell you
dictate
my
how
position.
you speak and talk
You're
in a
not going to
debate
dictate
on my
anything
debate
about
live.
me. In fact, you're not. No, because
Which is why you're scared, by the way. Notice that, guys. I asked him to please give his argument for why he thinks that abortion is wrong. And then he said explicitly that I'm not going to dictate what he says. That's him literally telling everybody watching the live stream that he does not want to say why abortion is wrong. And he would rather incoherently ramble about other things to stall away from giving the argument.
you mean truth?
For everybody watching, this guest knows that he can't give an argument for why he thinks abortion is murder. And he's horrified of me completely destroying him. Prove me wrong by telling us why you think that abortion is murder.
Well, why does your prompt say, how do you still support Trump? That's why
Dodge
I
number
requested
10.
up. Well, we're both pro-choice. You're trying to debate a pro-choicer.
Okay.
Do you understand
I'll
how
tell you
that
what I'm
doesn't
trying
make
to
sense,
debate.
kiddo?
I'll
What's
tell you
that?
why it does make sense. You
No,
told us.
I'm pro-choice. You're
Dodge number-
pro-choice.
dodge
but
number
you're
11.
so lost in your delusion and being a demonoid who, in my
Dodge number
opinion,
12.
how I feel and how I see it, you support the killing of Charlie Kirk. So
Dodge
that's kind of what I
number
want to
13.
debate with you about to try and understand why you are the way you are. You
Dodge
keep
number
trying to make it about
15.
abortion, but I'm pro-choice. Now,
Dodge
if
number
you shush,
16.
I'll answer your question. When you say
Dodge
young man,
number
young man,
17.
Well,
Why is
you're
abortion
talking-
murder?
I'm trying to answer, but you're talking while I'm talking, Dino.
Because you just dodged 7 times in 30
Because
seconds.
you're still talking. If you show any sort of decorum and can stop speaking for a second, I'll gladly answer your question.
I only spoke
Shush,
when
shush,
adding a new
shush,
dodge to the list
shush,
of other dodges. Why
shush.
is abortion murder?
Well, you're dodging me wanting to come
Dodge
up here and
number
tell you why I
18.
support Trump. What does your prompt say above you?
Dodge number 19. You made the claim that abortion is murder. Substantiate the claim.
Okay, my answer is, first off, that I am pro-choice and hope somebody chooses not to have an abortion.
Dodge
When
number
you go,
19.
What, dude, are you, I'm literally trying to get there, but you keep interrupting. And you're not, this is not a debate live. You literally had your friend up here the other day.
Dodge number
that Phil
20.
Kid is a fake Trump supporter. That's your friend.
Dodge number
that you talked
21.
to for 50 minutes. Well, this is kind of more important than debating another
Dodge number
pro-choicer.
22.
Okay, well, in my opinion, you support the killing of Charlie Kirk.
Dodge
Why do you
number
support the killing of
23.
Charlie Kirk? You say you don't support the killing of Charlie
Dodge
Kirk.
number
I think
24.
you do. I feel like you do.
Dodge
in the
number
way that
25.
I'm seeing it, in my opinion, you support the killing of
Dodge
Charlie
number
Kirk. Why do you do that?
26. Where's
Why-
the
why do you
argument
do
that
that?
abortion is murder?
Well, I'll tell you,
You
what.
made the claim that
Because
abortion is
when
murder.
I'm trying to
Are
tell
you
you,
going-
because
listen.
in a third, because
I bet everybody watching
it's
the
a
live
human
stream
life.
now understands the issue.
You're killing a human life.
Okay, fantastic. Let's talk about it.
Now,
So
hold
you
on.
think it's
You don't
murder?
get to say your reason for 17 minutes and I get one word of an answer. Shush for a second. That
you
is
have
a
a
human
longer
life.
answer insofar
From the
as why you
moment
think
of
it's
yes,
murder?
I'm trying. Dean.
Okay.
Dean. Shush. You're creating an environment in a world that I don't want for my kids. I don't want for a kiddo like you. I don't want for your friends and family and your loved
Dodge
ones.
number 30.
You are creating. Well, I think you're dodging having a debate about why Donald Trump is way
Dodge
better
number
than Kamala
31.
Harris and every single Democrat.
Sam,
That's
thank
what
you
I
for the
think.
galaxy.
Your
Dodge
prompt
number
says, how do you still
32.
support Trump? Well, notice how you don't want to discuss Trump
Dodge
with me,
number
which is why I
33.
came up here. Does anybody notice how I came
Dodge
up here to
number
debate about
34.
Trump and he wants to do these semantics instead?
Dodge number
Well, my
35.
answer is it's murder because that's a human life. And when you kill a human life, it's no longer alive. So if you want to say it's not murder and frame it as something else, the point is that human life is no longer with us after you choose to kill it and inject it with the same thing that we inject into people on death row. The only difference is when they inject the people on death row, they give them these chemicals that make it so they're not going to feel pain versus that innocent human life inside that womb. Now, can you tell me why I'm over here, in my
Think of the
opinion,
galaxy.
thinking that
Dodge
you
number
think Charlie
38.
Kirk deserved to get killed? Why is it, in my
Dodge number
opinion, in my
39.
worldview, from everything I've seen from you on my YouTube and your YouTube, that you
Dodge
support the
number
killing of
40?
Charlie Kirk? Can you tell me that?
DEI,
And all of your
thank you for the
friends
Galaxy Globe.
and everybody else that's part of your little mod
Dodge
crew?
number 41. You were
Well,
such
when
a
you
mess.
rejected me yesterday, I would say that was a dodge.
Dodge number 42. Okay, are you done? Thank you. Perfect. Okay, TPA.
Go ahead, Bubba.
All right. For everybody watching, if you're ever interested in possibly getting into political debate, make sure that you don't turn out like this guy. Why? He made a claim about 10 minutes ago. He claimed that abortion was murder. I then asked
Don't be like this guy that supports killing people.
Dodge number 45. I then asked him.
You need to stop dodging
Dodge number
Jesus.
46.
You need to find Jesus.
Dodge number 47. I then
Great
asked
number.
him.
We love the number
Dodge number
47.
48.
What a great number.
Dodge number 49.
Go back
I
to
then asked
45
him.
and 47. Quite
Dodge number
frankly,
50.
little man. Go back to 45 and
Dodge
47.
number 51.
I'm
He
going
won't
to go
even let
live
me
when you
speak.
kick me.
Dodge number
Go ahead.
52.
Go ahead, Bubba.
Hi, bro. You're horrified of letting me speak because you know I'm going to fry you. Back to the substance. Wow. You're really good at wasting time. For the future, when you debate people, for everybody watching, here's how it's supposed to go. You make a claim. They ask you why you think your claim is true. Then you explain why you think your claim is true. And then they try to explain why your account of why it's true was insufficient or false. When this guy debates, he makes a claim. I ask him why he thinks his claim is true. Then he dodges 30 times before he finally explains why he thinks his claim is true. And then right after explaining why he thinks his claim is true, he then goes on to dodge another 20 times. If you're curious why, in the last 15 minutes, after I asked him why he thinks abortion is murder, you heard about Donald Trump, Kamala Harris, my friend Parker, my mods, another guest that's joined this live stream, his live stream, YouTube, Charlie Kirk, my thoughts on Charlie Kirk's execution, okay? My thoughts on abortion, people on death row, God, Jesus, Trump again, president number 47, him calling me little bro. If you're curious why you've heard all of those things in response to my question, which was, why do you think abortion is murder? It's because he knows he cannot debate why he thinks abortion is murder. He knows that if he was to stick on the substance and not deviate away from the line of discourse concerning why he believes that abortion is murder, he's going to look very bad because I'm going to make quick work of him. So watch this, everybody. I'm going to respond to the explanation that he gave of why he thinks that abortion is murder. I promise everyone watching, he's not going to address it.
Because you're going to
one
kick
way
me.
or another. Anyways, so he said that abortion is murder because it ends a human life. The definition of murder is the wrongful termination of a human life. And then he says it is the wrongful termination of a human life because it ends a human life. That's circular. All that you're saying is that it's wrong to kill the human life because it is a human life. You were pre-assuming, okay, the conclusion from the conclusion. That's all. You gave a circular account of why you think that abortion is murder.
All right. My answer is I don't think people should have abortions because it ends a human life.
Okay. And why is it wrong to end a human life?
Because you shouldn't end a human life when you don't need to end a human life.
So you shouldn't do it because you shouldn't do it. Another circular argument.
Well, what's your justification for ending a human life?
Why are you burden shifting? You just gave a circular account of why it's wrong to kill the
everybody
fetus.
notice how I'm
A
trying.
synonym for wrong is something that you shouldn't do. So we asked you why it is wrong to kill a fetus,
let me talk.
aka
Now I
why
don't-
you shouldn't kill a fetus.
So what do we?
And then you said because it is
Are
a
you
fetus.
just wasting everybody's time? They don't want to let me talk.
That's a second circular argument.
What do you mean? I just told you. I don't want somebody to get an abortion because it's ending a human life.
Yeah, then we asked you, well,
Now notice
why is
how-
it wrong to end a
notice
human
how-
life? And then you say
notice
because it
how-
is a human life.
Notice how you ran away from everything else I said, right? You
Dodge
think I'm
number
like
51.
pivoting, but your prompt literally says, how do you still support Trump? Not,
Dodge
hey,
number 52.
pro-choice people, come debate me, another pro-choice person. So very weird.
Dodge
Everything
number
that I
53
said
can
is
address
more
the
important than
counterargument.
this conversation, which is why I said it. So what's your refutation?
Dodge
young
number
man?
54 can address
Young
the
man, what's your
counter-argument that his position
refutation
on
to
why
be
he thinks
saying that
abortion
you
is murder
shouldn't end
circular.
a human life? What's your refutation?
Yeah, bro. My refutation was, in fact, a question of investigation. Okay? So why do you think this thing has value? Because it's a human life.
Because all human life has value.
Okay. And what's the argument for that?
Well, what's your argument that human life doesn't have value?
Whoa, I'm so sorry. I don't need to prove the negative. You need to prove the positive. What's
Well,
your
I'm sorry.
argument
I think the
that
audience
all
can make up
human
their
life
own
has
mind
value in
because
virtue
this
of
is
the
how
fact
a
that it
real
is human life?
conversation actually goes, and this is what's part of the human experience. Me and everybody else inherently know that human life matters.
What do you
It's
mean
built
that you?
into
What do
our
you mean that you
existence and our
inherently
DNA.
know it?
It's God given. It's from the divine. We know that human
so you're-
life matters and
Okay,
human life
wait,
is important.
wait,
so
wait,
please tell
wait.
me what's your
Wait.
justification. So look at you
Wait,
interrupting
how do you
me
know
still.
things?
Look at you interrupting me still.
How do you know things?
Dean, I came up here to tell you
How
why
do you-
I
how do you-
support
how do you
Trump,
know things?
which was everything
How do
I
you know
already
things?
mentioned.
How do you know things?
How do I know? Through discernment.
Wait, what's discernment?
Through discernment and intuition. It's
intuition?
It's self-evident. It's self-evident.
Self-evidence? Okay. So you determine
Self-evident,
so you
not
determine
evidence,
something
self-evident.
So you determine something that you know based on it being self-evident. So if it's self-evident to a psychopath that rape is good, would you say that it's true that they know rape is good?
Well, we could probably ask you because seeing as how
No,
in my
I'm
opinion,
asking you.
support the killing of
I'm
Charlie
asking.
Kirk,
I'm asking you.
I would
I'm
ask
asking
you. You're
you.
a psychopath.
I'm asking you.
You're a psychopath.
You just said that you determine what you know based upon what is
Okay, just
self-evident
muting
to
still.
you. So if it's self-evident to a psychopath that rape is good, would you say that it's true that that psychopath knows that rape is
False
good?
equivalency.
What's the false equivalency? What's the
You're
symmetry
talking
breaker?
about that.
What's
You
the
think
symmetry
somebody
breaker?
that is 7. You think that
What's the
somebody that's
symmetry breaker?
7. Well, you think that somebody that's 7 months pregnant should be able to kill that baby? That's asinine.
Burden shifting. I'll explain to you
And
why the two things that I
me
just
and a
gave.
million other pro-choice people
I'll
disagree
explain-
with you.
I'll
You're
explain-
absolutely
I'll
barnacles
explain
and
to you.
insane.
I'll explain to you why the last thing that you said is false. So I asked you why you think that abortion is murder, and then you said because the fetus is a human. So then I asked you why
I
do you think the
retracted
fact
that
that the
statement.
fetus is
I
a human?
retracted that
One
statement.
moment,
You're not
one
actively
moment. And then I
listening,
asked
and
you.
you're
Then I asked
tizzy.
you why do you think the fact that the fetus is a human
Lies.
makes the fetus morally valuable? And then you said because all human life has intrinsic moral value. And then I asked you for an argument for the claim that all human life has intrinsic moral value. And then you just said that you happen to know it. And then I asked you, what does it mean to know this? How do you know this? And then you said that it's self-evidence, that it is self-evident to you that all human life has intrinsic value. And then you also explained that for something to be self-evident, you're basically saying that this is something that you intuitively reason to be the case. Okay. So
I said
therefore,
intuitively,
I gave
not
you,
the word that you just said.
Wait, if you intuitively believe something, it's something that you intuit to be the case. That, dude. My goodness.
Awesome. Your first right moment right now. I'm proud of you. Now,
Thanks for the
whole
concession.
point of this
But
is
anyways,
this.
so in other words, we could reduce your argument down to a very simple claim. Okay? You know abortion is wrong because you intuitively believe that abortion is wrong. Okay?
Okay.
So let me
So-
ask you a question.
I'm
Would you
trying to
therefore
answer-
say psychopaths who intuitively believe rape is okay know that rape is okay in the same way that you know abortion is wrong?
I think rapists and psychopaths that like rape don't think it's okay. I think that's why they enjoy it. They know it's not okay. I think it's about
Okay.
power.
So
which
in
is
the
kind of like you with the
circumstance
mute button.
So in
It's
the
kind of like you with the
circumstance of
mute
a
button. Very
psychopath that
rapey, if
does
you ask
think
me.
that
Very rapey.
does
Dean.
intuit
Now
that
listen,
rape is
no,
okay,
I'm trying to answer you.
do
I
they
have now
know that
changed
rape
my
is okay
stance.
in the same
I
way
came up
that
here
you
as a
know abortion is
pro-choice
murder?
I changed my stance. I came up here as a pro-choice person. Dean, you have convinced me to be pro-life now. I am
cool, bro.
full-on
Answer the
pro-life.
question.
You-
Charles,
because
thank you for the media
because
shower.
of the way you've acted and the arguments that you presented, I went from being
Okay.
pro-choice to now I'm fully pro-life.
Awesome, man.
And
Can you
I'm
answer
up
the
here now
question
to
I asked
debate
you?
you about Donald Trump. You changed
Awesome.
my mind. I'm
Can you
fully
answer?
pro-choice
Can you
now.
answer the
I'm fully
question that I
pro-life
asked you,
now.
please?
I'm
Can you
fully
answer the question?
pro-life now. Now
All right,
you
bro.
tell me.
Could you answer
why
the
did
question
you
that I
vote
asked
for
you?
somebody that led
No,
an illegal?
I'm not going to let you run away from this question. You said
You're
that
running away
you
from
know
the
abortion
debate.
is wrong because you intuitively believe that abortion is wrong. So in other words, you're saying that we can know things because our intuitions inform them of them. Okay. So what's the difference between you knowing that abortion is wrong because you intuitively believe it is, and a psychopath that intuitively believes that rape is good?
I just
apparently
told you.
knowing that rape is good because they intuitively believe it. You didn't tell me. You just responded by saying, well, you don't think that psychopaths actually intuitively believe that rape is good.
Correct.
Okay. Well, I want you to listen to the parameters of the hypothetical question that I'm asking you. It's very simple. The parameters of the
I don't answer
hypothetical question that I'm
hypotheticals.
asking you are as follows.
I stick to truth.
You don't answer hypotheticals.
I don't answer hypotheticals, just like you're running away from this conversation
What's a
about Donald
hypothetical?
Trump because you know I cook you every single time.
What's a hypothetical?
Can't remember. I don't answer hypotheticals.
If you don't know what a hypothetical is, why don't you answer them?
Why are you scared to debate about Trump? You do
Why-
it all the
why are
time.
you scared to
Why are you
respond
so
to the last question I
petrified?
asked you?
You turned me
Why-
a pro-choicer
why don't
into
you
a
respond?
pro-lifer.
Why don't you
You're
respond
bad
to the
at
last
this,
question I
Dean.
asked you?
Dean, you're horrible at this. I'm going
Says the
live
guy
and
that
you
can't
kick
give a
me.
response to the
Maybe one
question.
day you'll be brave.
Says the
Well,
guy
you
that
didn't
can't give a
respond
response to
any
the
of points
question.
I made. You didn't respond to any
I'm
point I made
actively
in the
responding
15
to a point that you
debates
made
we've had,
right now,
young man.
dumbass.
Man, does it feel good
Bro,
being 15
hey,
and 0? Look at you crashing out and swearing.
dumbass.
That's the sure sign
I'm
you lost the
actively
debate.
responding
I'm so
to a
happy
point
Trump
that you
released
made
the Epstein
literally
files,
right
secured the
now.
border,
You're
protected
running
the Second
away.
Amendment.
He's
He did
running.
not mandate
He's
that gun that could kill you
running.
with side
He's running
effects.
so hard right now, bro.
I'm standing right here. You're the one that's going to kick me like you always do.
Okay, you just
so
made the
respond
claim.
to my claims about Trump.
Good boy.
I already told
hey,
you.
good
You
boy.
changed my mind.
Hey, good boy.
I'm
Hey, good boy.
pro-life
Hey,
now. Pro-life
hey,
all the way.
hey. You just made the claim that I'm not responding to any of your points. I'm actively in the process of responding to one of your points.
All right, go
I will
for it.
reiterate the point that I'm responding to. You said that you think abortion is wrong because it's murder. We ask you why you think it's murder, and then you say because you believe that all human life has intrinsic value. I ask you for the argument that all human life has intrinsic value, and you said it's just intuitively clear to you that that it's true, and that's the way that you know all human life has intrinsic value. Okay, so what I'm trying to demonstrate to you is that is a very unreliable mechanism to determine truth and what you know to be true. Like, for instance, random crazy people have random crazy intuitions. Okay, I would bet you every dollar in my bank account that we could probably find somebody out there that genuinely and intuitively believes that rape is okay. And in your framework for determining truth and knowledge is that you intuitively
Let's
believe
hear
it.
that. I need to hear what's your source.
So for individuals, for
Provide-
this hypothetical individual
claim?
that intuitively believes that rape is okay, in accordance with your framework, they foreknow that rape is okay. So I'm just asking you the following question in interrogation of your view. If you dodge this question, I'm going to kick you. If you avoid this question, I'm going to kick you. And for everybody watching the live stream, if/when the guest dodges and avoids the following question and we kick him from the live stream, I want everybody to spam laughing emojis in the chat, okay? I want y'all to laugh your ass off at this guy. What is the difference between you knowing, okay, that abortion is murder because you intuitively find that to be the case, and this hypothetical crazy person knowing that rape is okay because they intuit it to be the case? He's not going to answer because I got him.
Here's
I
my
defeated
answer.
his argument.
Here's my answer. I'm going live when you kick me, and everybody, when he kicks me,
I got him.
ran
We
away.
got him.
When he
We
kicks
got
me,
him.
I wanna
We got him,
answer. I'm
everybody.
about to
We got
answer.
him.
I'm about
We
to
got him.
answer.
Guys,
If
we
he
got
stops
him.
talking, I'm
We
gonna
got him.
answer
We
the
actually got
question.
him. We
I
actually
just
got
need
him. We
to
can't
stop
answer.
talking so I can answer the question. It's
Oh, I
my
didn't
turn.
hear an
I just
answer to
wanna
the
let
question.
people
You talked
know
about your live
when
stream.
he kicks me, I'm going
We
live.
got
to
him.
answer that
We got
question.
him. Bro, buddy, stop talking about your
Trying to
live
answer.
stream
Let
and
me
start
just
answering
stop
the
talking
question.
so I can answer the question. I know,
Okay,
I
well
wanna
then
answer.
stop talking about your
Here's-
live stream.
I know, but well, hold on, because you're about to kick me, so I just want everybody to know.
If you mention your live stream again, we're just going to take that as a concession and I'm going to kick you.
All right, so I'm about to answer. If you don't stop talking, please. Thank you.
Good boy,
So
what's the answer?
First answer. Okay, Sensei's going to let that one slide. Simmer down. Simmer down for a second. So first answer, you said that a rapist inherently thinks that it's right to rape. What's your
No,
source
I didn't
on
say that. I didn't say that. You were so wrong.
Okay.
How much money do you want to bet?
So-
How much money
so-
do you want to bet?
so what was your
$100.
claim? So-
No. You want to bet
Look at this
$100 on
guy.
that? Do you want to bet $100 on that?
No, I could possibly be wrong. Unlike you, I can admit when I'm wrong. So what was your claim?
Good fucking boy. You just asked me what my
You're
claim
muted-
was.
you're
I'll
muting me
clarify what
again.
my claim
So
was.
what's-
You just
so
asked me a
what was
question.
the sentence then? So whatever
Of course, bro.
sentence you said, what's your
Of course, bro.
source on? What's
Oh.
your
Oh, my
notice
source
how
for
he's not
hypothetical?
talking? Certified runner. Quite frankly, he's running away because he's not letting me talk and he's going to kick me. So
A source
what's
for
your
hypothetical.
source on that? First off,
Yeah, sure,
And then
bro.
second,
I'll give you a source for the hypothetical.
when he asks me, where is it that I
One second, I'm just gonna respond to the first point. Sure, I'll give you a
Okay,
source
just
for the
mute me
hypothetical.
again.
I'll give you a source for the hypothetical existence of a person that's crazy and intuits that rape is okay. Well, in order for a hypothetical to be valid, it means it has to be metaphysically possible. What does it mean for something to be metaphysically possible? It means that it just has to be true in a possible world. And is it true in a possible world to envision the existence of a crazy person that intuitively believes that rape is okay? Yeah, it is true in a possible world to envision the existence of a crazy person that thinks that rape is going to be okay. Therefore, we know that it's therefore metaphysically possible for a person to believe, to intuit the belief that rape is okay. And because it's metaphysically possible for a person to intuit the belief that that rape is okay, it is thereby excusable to use inside of a hypothetical. Okay, there's my source for the hypothetical existence of a person that intuitively believes that rape is okay. Now I want you to answer the question: what is the difference between you knowing that abortion is wrong because you intuit that it's wrong, and this hypothetical crazy person that knows that rape is okay because they intuit that rape is okay?
Okay. So my answer is, again, when you kick me, I'm going live. I think that in order to understand where I'm coming from, it's not possible to explain to somebody that doesn't have a relationship with God. Okay?
I can't
with
answer.
you not having a relationship with God, I don't
my
think I
God,
could tell
bro.
you where I'm coming from with that. So now, as somebody that's pro-choice, who you've now convinced to be
All right, bro. Thanks for playing, dude. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Let's go to get the next guest up here, bro. Like, what are we doing? What are these Trump supporters doing? Hey, just to let you know, like that is like the average Trump supporter. Oh, rape is wrong because I just kind of think it is. Sorry, no, abortion is wrong just because I kind of think it is. And I don't care if this puts me in the same category as somebody that thinks rape isn't wrong because they just kind of think rape isn't wrong. Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, that's the average Trump supporter for you folks. Let's go and get the next guest up here. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Woo! Alrighty. Somebody in the chat says condescending as hell. Bro, maybe you just haven't had to speak to somebody like that. Or maybe you're possibly calling him condescending and not me. If you're calling him condescending and not me, I would agree. I was being condescending too, but I had to be condescending. If I wasn't condescending to a person like that, I would have been walked all over. Let's go to get the next guest up in the box. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, please and thank you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Sam, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you. Welcome in. Jay, do you support Trump? Jay's not here. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you, folks. In the meantime, if you are watching on TikTok, make sure that you are double tapping away in that phone screen and hitting that little share button in the right hand corner of your phone screen and sharing out this live with a handful of friends. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. Sam, appreciate you for the manifesting. Sam, you've sure been supporting me a lot today. I really appreciate you. All right, we got Travis loading in. We're also going to go to put the rules back up in the middle of the phone screen. Looks like Travis left. In order to join, you have to be 18 plus, American and MAGA, please and thank you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, but do you ship you?
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to remove you just because we are looking for Trump supporters to debate today. I hope that you have a great rest of your day. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. Shawnee, who says this caller is horrible at debate and thinks insults equals W's. He's also unattractive and the antithesis of intelligence. Great job, Dean. Yeah, we sat his ass down, bro. I'm not going to lie. Darren, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you. Huge shout out to Julie as well for the $10, who says TPA is not the sensei he thinks he is. On God, bro. On God, bro. No, he got wiped. He got absolutely wiped. Also, yeah, Parker, I'll get you up here. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Look, hear me?
Hey, what's up, man? Do you support Trump? Okay, I guess they're not here. Welcome in, Parker. How we doing?
What's good? TPA just got destroyed, bro.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. His account for knowledge of the fact that abortion was wrong is that he just kind of intuitively thinks it is. Okay? Okay? Oh, my goodness. And then he couldn't tell me why or what the difference was between him and somebody that intuits the conclusion that rape is okay. Unbelievable, man. Unfucking believable. If you can't tell me the difference between you and somebody that thinks rape is okay as it relates to the cognitive thought processes you use to determine truth, you're probably wrong. I mean, that one should be a given. James, do you support Trump?
Yes, Dean, I do.
How old are you?
I am 19 years old. I was born. Sorry. I was born in February 27, 2007.
I don't like those acoustics, man.
No, they're not, I swear. I'm in my room. You hear the splashing every time there's somebody in the bath. You do not hear splashing from me. I promise you, I'm not in the bath. No acoustics of being in the bath, I promise.
Stomp on the ground.
No, I'm in my bed. I don't feel like getting up.
Get up and stomp on the ground.
I don't feel like it, Dean. Please. I just want to debate you.
You're in your bed?
Yeah?
You are not in your fucking bed, you liar.
He's in the bath. I know, I can hear it. Caught. Dude, what is up with all these people hopping in the bath just to be able to join Dean Withers' live stream? Sitting in the... How long did he sit in the bath waiting to possibly be in Dean's stream? Think about that. Because, like, you're trolling. You're probably waiting in there for, like, 30 minutes to an hour, right?
Let me tell y'all a funny story. This is pretty hilarious. So yesterday I was at the gym, and by the way, when I'm at the gym, you know, it's a public gym. I typically do have like a couple people approach me and say, "Are you Dean Withers? You know, I appreciate what you do." And it's always very fun. But yesterday I had a very unique experience. Somebody approached me and they didn't say, "Are you Dean Withers?" They didn't even say, "Are you that guy that debated Charlie Kirk?" They didn't even say, "Are you that guy that debated?" They didn't even say, "You're that guy that's in politics." No, they said, "You're that bath guy." And I get to talking to them a little bit. And they tell me that they've seen clips all over social media of people talking to me in the bath. They didn't even know I was a political commentator. They didn't even know that I do political debate. They didn't even know that I'm concerned with trying to change the minds of Trump supporters. No, they knew me as the quote-unquote bath guy.
That's diabolical. Dean, like, on top of everything you've done, you've also gone viral as the bath guy. Like, dude,
Oh
that's
my
just
God.
unhinged, bro. That's crazy.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Spidey, do you support Trump?
LeBron James, hello.
As a child. Let's see here. Julie, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Super Chat. I want to see 500 Julie W's down below. Thank you so much for that love and support, Julie. We're trying to get that next guest connected right now, but please do show some massive love to Julie down below. Julie with the 50 says, here's $50 for you and your gal, bro. My God, that so-called sensei guy was so insufferable. Yeah, he's very, very, very insufferable, but I feel like I'm well equipped to just destroy him. You know, I appreciate you for the $50. Shout out to you as well, BC, for the 70 Canadian dollar donation on Super Chat. On top of those 500 Julie W's, let's also get 700 BCWs. That is a shit ton of money, dude. I'm very, very grateful for you. BC with the 70 Canadian dollars says 15 minutes in and he keeps going on deflecting in his case. Keep on keeping on, Dean. Well, now we understand why he was deflecting. It's because he's a moron that couldn't argue his point that abortion is murder. As well as Brandon, thank you for the $100 over on Super Chat. What is going on today? That is so much money. I don't deserve a penny of that. I'm so very grateful for you. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the generosity. On top of the love for Jules, on top of the love for BC, let's also get 1,000 Brandon W's in that chat who says, I felt like donating again. W Dean. Well, W fucking Brandon. Thank you so much for the support to the stream. I'm very, very grateful for you. Huge, huge, huge shout out to Brandon in that motherfucking chat. Same thing to you, Lav. Thank you for the $20 who says, I genuinely don't understand any of the patience to talk to illogical people like this. It's something that I've developed over time, but even now I barely have the patience to talk to them. Iron, thank you for the $20. I appreciate you. Let's get 200 Iron W's. I'm not going to read out that message for the safety of the live stream. Don't want to give anybody ideas. Mayhem with the $10 says, what's up, Bath Boy? Fuck off, but I appreciate you for the love. And the Nix with the $10 who says, Dean, you don't understand. They're trying to clean themselves after suffering through the scenarios they created in their heads. True. Welcome in, Pickled Stash. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
37.
Okay. I have a couple
Oh wait,
people.
this guy, bro. I think this guy's fucked. I think I remember that.
Yeah, I talked to you last night.
Yeah, what was the reason I kicked you off again?
I don't recall. You didn't want to speak to me.
And there was a specific reason, right?
You made no objective points and you equated things that I said to falsehoods about my character, and then you decided to kick me because you said I'm an idiot.
I have a couple people to thank.
Maybe it was just that.
Okay. I have a couple people to thank on Venmo and PayPal real quick. Sam, I appreciate you
you're
for
fine.
Galaxy. I'm just going to thank a couple, and then I'll pass you that mic. So think about your argument real long and hard. PZ, I appreciate you for the $10 dono on Venmo for the Bath Guy. I guess we're now just known as the Bath Guy. Kelly, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo shitting on TPA. Yeah, he sucks. Thank you, Olivia, for the $10 who says, just sending my usual love and support. Thank you for the love, Olivia. And Austin, Jesus Christ, what is going on today? Thank you for the $100 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much, man. Let's get 1,000 Austin W's who says, yo, Dean, thank you for being a huge inspiration. My band tour starts tomorrow, trying to bring the same energy you bring to these lives. Hell yeah, Austin. Let me know how it goes, bro. That sounds so fun. Appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you. Joseph, thank you for the $15. I really appreciate you so much. I don't want to give him any attention, though. Georgia, thank you so much for the $15, who says TPA is obsessed with you. Yeah, he is. I mean, he's obsessed with somebody smarter than you'll ever be. Thank you so much, Annie, for the $10, who says, I don't care how rude you are to TPA, based fucking opinion. And then Alec, thank you for the $50. Let's get 500 Alec W's down below. That is ALEC, and as well as Loken. Thank you so much for the premium shuttle. Guys, what is going on? Thank you guys so much. Alec with the $50 says, hey, Dean, getting away for TPA, he's absolutely sucks. Dude, so true, Alec. I appreciate you for the $50. There's still a couple more people to thank. I'm going to weave those into the middle of the debate so we can hop into it. Why don't you tell us why you support Trump?
Because just like you, he has the one quality that every president in my lifetime has never had, which is conviction. You have conviction in what you believe in. And I actually support you, even though I don't agree with everything that you represent. But
I thank you for the star, Matt Polaris. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let's assume a man, and let's assume that this man is wrong about literally everything. If the sky's blue, he believes the sky's not blue. If up, he believes it's down. But he has total and utter conviction in what he believes, even though it's wrong.
I know where he's saying.
Would you say that this character type, this personality, would be good to represent us in the Oval Office?
Yes, because it is the executive branch.
Okay, clearly you just didn't listen to what I said. So I'll repeat.
No, I heard every word that you said.
Okay,
and I'm not going to fall into the debate
then repeat the question that I asked you and repeat your answer.
Away from the basis of the question.
I'm not obfuscated away from shit, jackass. Calm down. Repeat the question that I asked you and repeat your answer.
I am a Trump supporter because he is the first president in my lifetime that has any level of conviction.
Okay, listen, the point that I was trying to get across the line with the last thing I said is that conviction on its own is not a good thing. Only conviction and true beliefs are good things. Okay? Conviction and bad and false beliefs are like really, really bad things. Like if somebody believes in something and they're just like dead ass wrong, but they have complete and total conviction in that bad belief, that's actually a vice, a very negative character attribute that we don't want to be seen in people, that we don't want to have represent us from the Oval Office. So you're going to have to convince us, not that Trump just has conviction, but more so that Trump has conviction and true beliefs.
Well, that's a touchy subject, because now what you're trying to do is, at least from what I've seen, and I apologize for the critique, but from what I've seen, you'd like to make the argument of separation of church and state, but then you want to bring in the concept of moral beliefs against legal ideologies, and then
moral beliefs are inherently theistic. What? You could have secular moral beliefs. What are we doing? There shouldn't be a separation between state and morality. There should just be a separation between the state and the church, with theistic morality, with saying that we should govern over what's right and wrong based upon what a book says, even if you have faith in that book. I think that we should be more concerned with prudential outcomes
that we wrote.
Okay, how does any of this address the point that I made in Slidus? Okay, you claim that you support Trump because he has conviction.
Made a point.
Okay, yes, you did. Yes, you did. You did make a point. Your point was that you support Trump because he has conviction.
Not me.
Yeah, I gave a response to your point. My response to your point is that conviction's not always a good thing. only conviction in true beliefs is a good thing.
Right. So, well, that's all a matter of personal perspective and opinion, which is all you're projecting. It's opinion, just like me. All I'm projecting.
Wait. Do you think that
you
it's
would say,
that
because- so
the
what you're
nature
saying is,
of justification and knowledge is opinionated? I would reject that. I don't think that the nature of justification and knowledge is opinionated. No. I think that we could objectively, unconcerned with any one individual's opinion,
The individual
discern the claim that it's true, the Earth is round, based upon objective measurements such as photos of the Earth, the effect of gravity,
They're not objective,
observations of other bodies that exist elsewhere in the universe, so on and so forth. So I don't think that what I'm saying is opinionated. Okay? But like, I just want to clarify, like, you still haven't given an argument. Like, okay, you've been on the live stream for close to 10 minutes now, and all that we know about you is that you support Trump because he has conviction, and you don't have a response to my response, which is conviction is only a good thing if it's conviction in true beliefs.
That's not what I said.
You didn't say that you support Trump because he has conviction?
Because he has conviction. I did.
Hello? You cut out?
I apologize. Yeah, somebody was trying to call me. My apologies.
Okay. So can you address my response that conviction's not always a good thing? It's only a good thing.
I didn't
when it's
make the
conviction in
claim
true
that
beliefs.
you just made.
I know, but I'm asking you to respond to what I said, because that was my counter argument to what you said.
So you don't believe that conviction can be a relevant factor in whether or not somebody should be in political office?
I think it, in fact, is a relevant factor.
Justifiable.
I in fact think it is a relevant factor. If you were listening to me, then you'd understand that I think that conviction is a very relevant factor for who should be in office. Because if they hold conviction in a lot of false beliefs, like Trump does, then that would be a relevant factor in determining that they shouldn't be in office.
And yet, as I indicated, there has been not a president in my lifetime that has had that level of conviction. At least I know
in what's okay, dude. This is just so shot. This is like a ridiculously like stupid conversation we're having. What specifically does Trump have conviction in that makes you support him as president, bro?
Well, he has not done anything that he said that he wouldn't do.
Okay, you're not giving me a specific example. I'm asking you for a specific example of something that Trump has conviction in.
The one that I know that you and Parker really don't like it when I say it is that he hasn't gotten us in any new wars.
Oh my God! This guy was claiming that Trump hasn't got us into any new wars because he's claiming the war with Iran wasn't a new war.
Okay, when did it start?
It's a 47-year-old war.
When did it start?
Finally, when did it start? To end.
When did it start?
47 years ago.
Which was? What year?
Okay, all right. Well,
oh wait, yeah, you just fucking read. Oh, the war started 47 years ago off of some old MAGA grandma's fucking Facebook page. It's not like you concerned yourself with even verifying that the claim was true by looking up the date that it started and seeing what happened in that year. It's not like you concerned yourself with ensuring that we've had a continuous, not proxy, but direct war with the country since then. Bro, you just, dude, like, oh my God. If you don't know, look, bro, if you don't know that 47 years ago was 1978 and you don't know what happened in 1978 to start a war, and you can't give justification for explaining how we've seen a persistent continuation of a direct war since 1978, then you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro. You've seen this claim made on Fox News. You've seen this claim made on Newsmax. You've seen this claim made on Twitter, and you just rolled with it. It's not like you've concerned yourself with doing any of the necessary discovery of facts by concerning yourself with history, researching what happened 47 years ago, so on and so forth.
True.
Dean, also, apparently gas prices are lower right now.
That's an obfuscating fact.
Okay, let's check this out. Check this out, Parker. Convince me that it's reasonable to believe that we've been in this war for 47 years.
Depends on your definition of war.
No, it actually depends on your
That was
definition
part
of
of the
war.
conversation that I was having with Parker yesterday.
It actually depends on your definition of war, because you're the one that made the claim that we've been in this war for 47 years. You're the one that invoked
Which
the
is
term
the
in
same
your
thing I
positive
said
claim.
to him. Literally, this is the same conversation.
Dude,
Yeah,
okay, in
which is
accordance with
fine.
your definition of the word war, convince us that it's reasonable to believe that we've been in this war for 47 years.
So, can you contend to the fact that
Paradigm shift, holy shit.
one word can have two different definitions?
Dude, oh my goodness. I want you to tell us why in the usage of your definition of the war of the word war, convince us that it's reasonable to believe that we've been in this war for 47 years. When are you going to get on to the whole giving the evidence part?
Quite a long time. But we haven't, because Congress obfuscated its own frickin' powers.
Congress obfuscated its own frickin' powers to what? None of this is
The
telling us why
president.
it's reasonable to believe that we've been in this war for 47 years.
Congress decided they didn't want to do their job and actually have to force us into what we would call legally war.
When are you going to convince us that it's reasonable to believe that we've been in this war for 47 years? Nevea, thank you for the galaxy. When are you going to convince us that that's reasonable to believe?
I can't convince you. I can only make my argument.
Just give the argument that it's reasonable to believe that we've been in this war for 47 years.
Because I believe in something as simple as common sense.
Dude, I can't do this. I can't do this anymore. Guys, for everybody watching, I'm fucking going crazy. The first Trump
This is why
supporter,
I called the guy stupid and kicked him.
the first Trump supporter that we had on today, he was like, "Oh, dude, abortion's murder." Okay, then I'm like, convince me that it's reasonable to believe that abortion's murder. Then he's like, "Oh, I just intuitively believe it." Okay, we kick him. We get this guy on. Okay. Oh, bro, we've been in this war for 47 years. I'm like, convince me that it's reasonable to believe that we've been in this war for 47 years. And he's like, "Oh, have you ever heard of this thing called common sense?" You know what? Let's just explore this concept. Let's just explore this concept. Jersey, thank you so much for the fireworks. Let's just explore this concept. Can you define the phrase common sense?
Well, common means typical.
Typical. Then sense means what?
Sense is a general understanding of the world.
Typical general understanding of a world. What is a typical general understanding of the world?
That feels like a loaded question.
No, it's not a loaded question. You said
He's just asking you what you meant by what you said, my guy. That's literally all he gets.
No, you're trying to skate around, get me to say the wrong thing.
I'm not
No,
skating
but it's all
around
good.
jack shit. You said the reason why it's reasonable to believe that we've been in this war for 47 years and it's not a new war that Trump started is common sense. And then you
It's a
define
cultural
common
war.
sense as typical, like reasonable belief around the world. And then I'm just asking you to
cultural
tell
war.
us what that is.
It's a cultural war.
Cultural
The same
war.
thing that you
Ryan,
argue
thank you,
against.
Well, diving. I'm gonna do the same thing you did, Parker. These people are idiots.
Literally the same thing as me.
These people are idiots, bro. Over on Venmo, this came in 23 minutes ago. Caleb, thank you for the $1. Lindsay, thank you for the $4 and the kick fund for TPA. Don't worry, we got it.
Hello?
That's a child.
I'm a child. I'm a child.
As well as Adriana, thank you for the $5. And Marley, thank you for the $5 as well. Who says, was that you on the panel with that true abolitionist on an account named Anthony? If so, you kept on getting interrupted. Yeah, that was me. Yeah, that was me earlier. I did keep on getting interrupted. AJ, thank you for the $1. David, thank you for the $10. Who says, tell TPA Trump isn't going to pick him. Well, if only he was still here, I would tell him that. As well as Angel, thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Angel W's in that comment section. Thank you so much for the love and support, Angel. You are fantastic. Who says, thank you for everything that you do. Well, thank you for the love, Angel. Another troll. Thank you so much, Angel. Let's get 200 Angel W's down below, as well as Pay. Thank you so much for the $60 donation. Pay, you have been watching and supporting me very, very frequently as of recently. I'm so grateful for you. Thank you for the $60. Let's get 600 Pay W's down below. Thank you so much, Pay. Pay with the $60 says, thank you so much for what you do. I've recently gotten into your videos and lives, and you are truly a gem. Thank you for educating people and changing minds for the better. Well, thank you, Pay, for the continued support for what we do. I'm very, very grateful for you. Genuinely. I'm very, 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 very grateful for you. Same thing to you, Solomon. Thank you for the $10. Who says, I'm back in the gym so I could frame mog you, nephew. You know what? Fuck yeah, Solomon. I respect the grind. And then Joseph, thank you so much for the $20. Who asks, what's a good political compass test you'd recommend? Parker, what's the one that you took?
The Pew Research one. Look up Pew Research, Political Compass, or Political Typology, and you can take that one.
There you go, Joseph. There you go, my friend. Thank you, Lely, for the $5 as well. Thank you, Nina, for the 10 cents. And let's see here. We're actually all caught up on Venmo. A couple of people to thank on PayPal. But before we do that, welcome in SG. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
All right, bro. Do you want to leave on your own or should I kick you? It's up to you.
Oh, you can just kick me.
All right, bro. Sounds good. Let's go to get the next guest connected. You could also let us know in that comment section if you're an American adult that supports Trump as president. We could get you up that way too. Let's go to get the next guest connected right now, though. Thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Jade, who says, how old is Momo? I think she's like 2, maybe 3. Rebecca, thank you so much for the $20. Who says, at this point, add a new rule to the live stream that says that all guests must be dry.
I'm here, bro.
That's funny as hell. I think that we might need to do that, Rebecca. Thank you for the $20. Let's get to it at Rebecca W's. Miko, do you support Trump? Miko, hello?
Yes.
Get the fuck out of the bath. Get the fuck
bro,
out
I
of the
suppose
bath.
Trump, bro.
Dude, what is going on, bro? There's so many people just hopping in the box and hopping in the bath just to be able to do this, bro.
No, bro. Okay. Child, what are we doing? No, the queue's great, man. Medine, thank you for the $21. Medine did not attach a message, just sent the love. I'm very, very grateful for you, Medine. That is Medine. Jenna, thank you for the $15, who says, debating MAGA is exhausting and you do it so well. Sincerely, a female left-leaning debater who's exhausted. Yeah, I also have a lot of respect for women in the debate space because, I mean, just look at the amount of disrespect that I get from these guests and then multiply that by like a factor of 100 for the disrespect that women in the debate space get. It's so exhausting. Jenna, I appreciate you for the $15. Emma, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. John with the $5 as well. I appreciate you, man. Same thing to you, Pat Master with the $5 saying that TPA sucks. So true. And then Melania, thank you for the $10 who says, hey, Dean, I'm from Spain. And I love what you do. Thank you, Melania. And then Christian, Chrisisten, thank you for the $20 who says, taxpaying American can't debate to save an unborn life. Oh, yeah, he can't debate for jack shit, dude. We destroyed him. Thank you for the $20, Christian. So some love to Christian. And Kyle, thank you for the $30 who says, no, Dean, only Momo. I'm going to go ahead and assume that means that you want that money to go to Momo. I got you. I'll make sure that money goes to Momo. 110% Kyle. Thank you for the love for the kitty cat. Let's get through it at Kyle W's. I appreciate you guys for the love. Rose, do you support Trump? Guys, only hop inside of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. Me, Parker, and all of our mods will be banning people who join the queue that are not MAGA. Me, Parker, and all of our mods will be banning people who join the queue that are not MAGA. That last guest got banned. And Penny with the $5. I'm sorry that I missed your donation yesterday. I'll make sure I check that. Thank you for the love. CCS, do you support Trump?
Put it in my booty hole!
Nah, bro. I'm good. I don't really want to put it in your booty hole. I'm going to have to pass on that opportunity. Let's go to get the next guest Savannah loaded up in here. Cayman, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat, as well as Mommy Steve with the $10 as well. Says, as a young woman...
Parker, if I see you fucking smoke again,
who says, as a young woman, thank you for being the voice we sometimes can't have. MAGA is so annoying. Can you say hi to my boyfriend one more time? His name is Asa. Hello, Asa. I remember you too. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Bunch of trolls. So many trolls. What are we at today? I think that we're at like nearly 30. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
My husband does, but I do not. So.
How old are you?
I am 19.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay. Is he around to debate?
He is actually asleep right now for work, but I am.
If he's ever awake and he is down to debate, feel free to get him back up here. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Wish you the best of luck in your marriage. Getting married young is a very scary thing. Wish you the best of luck. Wish you the best of luck. Andrea, thank you for the $10. Who says, hey, Dean, hey, Parker, what's something that you two disagree on, political or not? First and foremost, appreciate you for the $10, Andrea. I can actually think of something that we probably disagree on. I think that we disagree on meta-ethics.
Yeah, probably. I think it's just the language you use to describe our views. That's probably all it is.
No, dude.
That's all meta ethics is. It's just language.
I have become more and more convinced every day that there are Platonist moral facts that actually
But I believe moral facts exist too.
But do you believe that they're mind dependent?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I disagree. I think that their mind is
But
independent.
I think that each person's perspectives depend on their perspective. Now, that doesn't mean I accept other people's perspectives, but that's how I think it's grounded. I just don't know what it means to say it's true independent of a stance. I would like to say that it's subjective, but I'm not convinced enough to be able to go around arguing it.
Yeah. Well, one of the things you said there is you think that in each individual's perspective depends on their own perspective. And in that sense, maybe I also think that morality is dependent. Well, we could say that about anything, right? I mean, inevitably, my beliefs are held referential of my perspectives. So therefore, in accordance with that claim, all of my beliefs are subjective, given that they're referential to my perspective. Therefore, apparently, it's subjective that I believe that 2 + 2 is 4. Okay. Well, I feel like that wouldn't make too much sense to say.
Well, no, when you're making the claim that this is subjective, it's not making the claim that all truths are subjective, right? You're just describing that it's subjective with morals.
But I thought that your critique of maybe my view was that ultimately our own perspectives are reliant on our mind. And I felt
I'm just
was
saying,
that like reason
I'm not
why?
providing a criticism of your view.
Okay,
I'm
that
simply
wasn't
just
criticism.
saying that this is my view. This is how I use it because I'm not convinced that it's objective.
True. No, that's one thing that we disagree on. Anyways, that's a good answer to your question, Andrea. I appreciate you for the $10. Welcome in that guy on the internet. Do you support Trump?
Why are you so mean to me, Dean Witherspoon?
Dean Witherspoon. And I heard the bat splashing in the back, bro. By the way, I just want to let everybody know that disagreement of mine and Parker's is the smallest, most useless, most unmeaningful disagreement ever.
Literally, it's funny that we should try to litigate it more for like further sometime once we have some time to litigate it.
Dude, I'm down. I've been studying up, bro. I've been studying up. I'm gonna give you the Aristotelian
I'm
perspective.
curious, bro. You gotta convince me.
meta-ethics.
I've been wanting to argue that for a while. I gotta hear the argument that connects.
Hell yeah. Alyssa, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Oh my god, I love you so much, bro. You're the best person ever. I love you so much.
I'm gonna have to ban you, Alyssa, but I hope you have a good rest of your day. Guys, the purpose and the point of these live streams is to try to change the minds of Trump supporters. Right now, we happen to have quite a few viewers. A total of nearly 40,000 on TikTok and YouTube combined. That's a lot of possible minds that can either be changed or better informed to be truth apt about American politics and to reject the ludicrousy of the Trump administration. When you guys troll me and Parker like this, I mean, it doesn't really frustrate us, but it does definitely delay productive dialogue that we could be using to change minds. I would really politely suggest that you stop trolling so we could actually change the minds and better inform the political perspectives of thousands. Welcome in, Noah. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how old are you?
I am 20.
What year were you born in?
05.
Bro, how do y'all know that Gideon is watching? What? I mean, he is. He's in the viewer list. How do y'all know that? Corn, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Oh, sorry, how old are you, Corn?
19.
What year were you born in?
2007.
And what month were you born in?
Sorry.
And what month were you born in? Okay, I think that the person is dealing with some issues. If you'd like to take it away, Noah, the floor is yours. Also, apparently, Gideon said a rose. Appreciate you for the rose, boss.
Oh.
Go ahead, Noah.
You actually had me on like a couple weeks ago. We actually talked about the trans military ban. Remember me?
I don't. I'm sorry. I was trying to think of something more to say there. I don't remember you. I'm sorry, bro. Do you still support Trump?
Yeah, but like, basically what
wait, you were the one that was arguing that we should ban trans people from the military to protect trans people, right?
Say that again,
You were the one that argued that we should ban trans people from the military to protect trans people.
Yeah, from like PTSD and losing an arm and limb and shit like that, yeah.
Why shouldn't we ban, let's just say, cis people from the military to protect cis people?
I don't know. I mean, I don't even care about the trans thing in general. I just thought about it randomly one day and kind of just stuck with it, you know?
Really smart guy right here. Why do you support Trump?
Bunch of reasons, but like, honestly, I'm not really in the mood to debate right now. I'll come back up maybe tomorrow. What time will it be up? Same time?
Dude, if you're not in the mood to debate, then why did you join the queue on a debate live stream?
Yeah, you know how hard it is to get into Dean's queue? Like,
And
you spent
Parker
all
knows who I
that
am.
time,
Yo,
bro.
Parker.
Dude, people will like sit in my queue for like a month trying to debate me, dude.
Yeah, literally, like, bro, that's brutal, man.
Lucy, good to meet you. Do you support Trump? Nevea, thank you for the galaxy. Lucy, are you with us? No, it looks like Lucy left. It's going to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you are here for a debate. I'd appreciate that. Thank you. Huge shout out to Majesty for the $4 who says, did you see that now Colorado ranks #1 in education? Bro, what? No way. W Colorado for real. Charlotte, thank you for the $20. She says, long-time listener here, just got a raise and wanted to pass along some love. Thank you, Charlotte. That is so kind of you. Thank you for the $20. I'm so very grateful for you. Let's get to it at Charlotte W's in that chat. Thank you so very much. As well as Luck, thank you for the galaxy. As well as huge shout out to Olivia for the $10. I appreciate you. And Sabrina with the $10 who says, love supporting what you do. Thank you. As well as I'll take that suggestion to mine. Thank you so much. Adam for the $10 who says, hey, Dean, my mom, Sydney Holscher, is running for governor of Kansas. I'm sorry, bro. Wait, is Andy Bashir's term over?
I can look for you. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I'm sorry, bro. Like, I can't give her a shout out. Like, I love my guy Bashir, but I'd assume that means she's running as a Democrat. So
yeah, he ends in 2027.
Yeah. So it is his last.
He's
term.
ineligible to run for consecutive third term. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take a look into your mom. Welcome in. You're fat is your TikTok
Hello.
username. What else can I call you than fat?
No, it's okay, bro. It's okay.
Oh, sorry. I was confusing Kentucky and Kansas, by the way. Yeah, he's in Kentucky. My bad. Yeah, my bad, folks. I literally.
Yeah. Wait. What state were you referencing?
Well, I said Kansas because that's what it says in the donation, but my brain just confused that for Kentucky.
Bro, that's an L. Crazy.
Dude, I've literally been on Bashir's fucking podcast. I should know that. This is such a
know,
blunder.
bro. That's what I'm saying.
This is such a blunder for me. That's dang, guys. That one was bad. Fat, what's your name? I don't want to just call you Fat.
My name is Mason.
Okay, Mason. How old are you?
I'm 20.
What year were you born in?
2006.
Okay. And why do you happen to support the worst president of your life?
Well, I was just coming to join and say I love what you do, but do you support like the decriminalization of like recreational drugs and like that?
Seems to be true, dude. Seems to be true.
See, I was just wondering because I do too, but
Why do you support Trump?
oh shit, I don't.
Guys, it has been like 40 minutes since me and Parker have had a debate. Let us debate. Holden, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Says, hey, Dean, I've been listening to the lives for a couple of years now. Thank you for what you do and keep posting on Spotify. Yeah, do I still have videos going up on the Spotify? Honestly, I haven't checked in on that in a long time. But Holden, I appreciate you for the $20, man. Thank you for supporting what we do. Huge shout out to Holden in that comment section while we're looking for the next debate. Do you support the decriminalization of drugs, Parker?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, it seems
Except
like
for, I mean, when it comes to like things like F drug and stuff like that, I don't want to criminalize personal use, but I do want to criminalize production and distribution.
Yeah, it seems like unintuitive that would be beneficial. Like, okay, like these drugs are bad. We don't want people to use them because they could die and really hurt themselves. Therefore, we should make them illegal. Like that's like the conventional thought process. But then you look at countries like Portugal that did decriminalize these drugs and allowed them to be administered from like state-run facilities. And they now have like the lowest drug abuse rates in the entirety of Europe.
Yeah, exactly. That's like the model I always reference is Portugal.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's kind of nuts. Calixon, do you support Trump?
No, Dean, I love what you do. Like, you're amazing. I love you so much.
I really do appreciate you, but it's been 40 minutes since me and Parker have had a debate. Let us debate, please. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat who says, no, I had no idea Parker was in a video with my boy Luke Beasley. Now I just need to see Dean and Luke together. I actually am on a video on his YouTube channel from like 2 years ago. Welcome in, Andrew. Do you support Trump? Okay, Andrew's mic is super muffled. How about this, you guys? So we're going to do this to try to get some Trump supporters up here. If you go to the gifts, you will find the 1 penny goat gift. It's 1 penny per goat. Okay? For all my MAGA adults out there who want to debate me, who are following the rules, go spend 30 cents on TikTok coins. It's basically just a verification that you have a credit card and an open bank account or / debit card, meaning that you're significantly more likely to be an adult, and send that goat gif. Okay? And I will invite you to join the live stream. Keep in mind, I actually won't be able to invite you to join the live stream if your account is private. But that's the way that we're going to be getting the Trump supporters up here. And please, use that specifically and only for Trump supporters. Jaden, do you support Trump?
Absolutely. Yes, I do.
What about you, Scripted? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Jaden, what do you know about computers?
We'll go ahead again. What was that?
What do you know about computers?
Computers?
Yeah, what do you know about computers? Well, no, what do you know about computers, bro?
I'm confused.
I can't tell if it's the same guy or not. How do you feel about computers, like specifically making?
Are you saying that I have an accent?
No, I'm just asking you. Like, how do you feel about computers specifically making men gay and horny?
What the fuck is this guy
it the same guy? Is it the same guy? How about we just
Dude,
how about
you
we
accusing me of something wrong?
Let's go back in the VOD.
What
Give me
is going on?
Yeah, I think it's the guy.
Let's go back in the VOD because he was the worst guy.
They didn't have enough. Why did
One
they
moment.
not have been?
I am so baffled right now. It's my first time ever being on a live stream.
Be quiet. We're going to go back and listen to the voice of the computer guy at the beginning of the stream.
Not Justin. We'll start with that. It's okay. But my main reason is computer activate ball torch.
I actually think that's another person. Okay.
It definitely is a different person.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Stop accusing me of BS. Fuck you, Dean. What the hell is this?
My bad, bro. My bad, bro.
Yeah, Dean, what the fuck? Accusing
what did
him
he say again?
of
I want to say the exact same
such
thing.
atrocious things.
Computer activate. Computer activate. Yeah, whatever. Fuck that shit. That wasn't me.
Okay. How old are you?
You want to know my age? I'm 24.
What about you, Scripted?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in, Scripted?
January 27th, 2008.
All right. Do you guys want to bring up a third person, or do you feel?
Yes, we need a third person. We definitely. Like, this is gonna be a lot though to handle you two, because this is gonna be a 2v2. But I'm actually a very low IQ. I'm not gonna lie.
Wait, and we can't turn on our cameras, right?
Wow, the admission is diabolical. Okay.
Yeah, but no, partner.
I would prefer you to
be
not turn
honest
your cameras
because I don't debate like you guys.
Okay.
All right, guys, take it away. Tell us why you support
That
Trump.
doesn't mean you're low IQ, bro. You could be high IQ and not debate like that, you know?
Okay, so I'll start for basically commonly factors. I run a local business, right? So this is with super hard facts aside. We'll get into that later. But as a day-to-day individual, I run a business that has a truck, and the gas that it takes for this truck is insane, right? So while Trump was in a presidency, dude, I was filling up my tank, getting from place to place, A to B, bang, bang, boom. Super easy, $40. I'm in and out. Will last me a week. Dude, now I'm rinsing 80 a day. And
bro. You ready for the counter argument, bro?
Yeah, I'm ready. But
gas costs more today. Gas costs more now because of Trump.
No, well, there was a 4-year interlude between Trump and then Trump's re-election.
Yeah, bro.
And in that 4-year interlude, it didn't just jump from 1 to it was slowly increasing. I mean, I feel like Trump is doing what he can right now to help with that, but I mean, it's absurd.
All right, let's slow down. Let's slow it down and talk about it like adults, okay? So first and foremost, I do agree with you that the price of gas went up under Biden, but that wasn't because of Biden. That was because of a lot of other factors, like Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which cut us off from 25% of the global supply of oil. Supply goes down, demand stays the same, prices go up. We also had Donald Trump's OPEC 2020 deal, which OPEC vowed to reduce their output of oil by around 10%. Once again, supply goes down, price goes up. Then we also had a bunch of refineries shut down because of the pandemic, causing the refined oil supply to go down, which caused prices to go up. And then we had delays and issues with the global transportation of oil and gas because of supply chain shortages onset by the pandemic, which once again means that supply goes down and prices go up. So we had like 4 major factors completely unrelated to the Biden-Harris administration, more so concerned and caused by global things that caused the price of gas to go up. Biden did not cause that outcome. Now, secondarily here, it also must be considered that since Donald Trump has been in office for a second term, in the last year and a half, the price of gas has gone up from where it was at the end of the Biden-Harris administration. Why? Things like his invasion of Iran. Okay, that caused the largest monthly increase in the price of gasoline since the Vietnam War in the 60s. Seems like things like his global tariffs, okay, also applied an upward pressure on the price of gas in America because it made us import less oil, meaning that our domestic supply went down, and the oil that we did import was literally more expensive because now it had that tariff tax on top of it, meaning that prices went up.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So while this was all happening, I don't know if this is a true statement, so I hope you will be honest with me. But I heard that the oil line coming from Canada down to Mexico, like kind of through California and Nevada, Biden purposely closed that down. There's like a full oil line that would have really helped with all this, with inflation, imports, taxes, kind of for all those middle class people, right? All the people.
What's the name of that pipeline?
I don't know if I'm being honest, but if you do know, it seems like you know what I'm talking about, Parker. You know the pipeline I'm talking about?
I know about the Keystone XL pipeline that Biden followed through with the Supreme Court order to undermine, but I don't know about this one you're referencing that goes through California.
Listen,
I don't know if it just goes down through the West.
You're referencing the Keystone XL pipeline that was shut down by the courts, okay? There was a long and lengthy court process to get that pipeline shut down, that it was actually kicked off under Donald Trump's administration because it unconstitutionally ingressed upon indigenous land. There was a court order in 2018 that shut that pipeline down for a year under Donald Trump's first administration. Then an appeals court overturned that court order, but then they appealed it to the Supreme Court that heard the case, deliberated the case, and ruled under Biden that it is true it was unconstitutional and how to shut it down again. That was just concerned with the Constitution and American law. That was not concerned with any decision made by Biden in accordance with his own individualistic preferences.
Okay, well, can you?
Yeah, wait. Which one are you referencing in California? Because the Keystone XL pipeline is like through the middle of the country, like Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, South Dakota, Montana, and through Alberta.
Are you talking to me or to Dean?
I'm talking to you.
Well, the one that I don't even know if it's the one he's talking about, but I heard it was on the west, going all the way from up top Canada all the way down to Mexico. All the way to the west. So like
no,
California,
you're
Nevada.
thinking from Canada, Alberta, all the way to the Gulf of Mexico.
Is that the one?
Yeah,
Did I
the
get it
Keystone XL pipeline goes from Alberta to the Gulf of Mexico.
Okay, so how long was that shut down for?
The Keystone XL pipeline was never built.
Is there not a line that has something fully open that we're just not using, and we're like?
Wait, we never even built it in the first place. The XL port. You're thinking the Keystone pipeline. The Keystone pipeline is a thing. The XL part of the pipeline is what was going to be built, and the Supreme Court stopped that, and Biden followed through with the order.
I see. My biggest thing. Okay, I got to ask you then. Like if you were to give me 15 seconds. What did Biden do better in his 4 years of reign on a Democratic side that like could be standed out for the better of the economy?
We're just done talking about gas?
No, we're not. But I don't want to know. I don't want to say something that I'm not too knowledgeable about.
Well, listen. I don't think that what Biden did is super concerned with why you support Trump today. But he had a lot of great accomplishments like the infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the American Rescue Plan. He was great for the economy. I mean, he was able to rebound us from the highest level of unemployment in 100 years onset by the pandemic to 250-year historical record lows that Trump hasn't even been able to beat himself. We've only seen an increase in unemployment. And he was able to inspire the most investment into private American manufacturers ever in American history with bills, once again, like the Chips and Science Act. So we just want to know why you think Trump's a good president. How about this? What is his biggest accomplishment from the last year and a half?
probably helping the military, and I mean he's trying to help Ukraine and
Trying to help Ukraine, bro. He ran on like giving the middle finger to Zelensky, saying "fuck you, Ukraine." He didn't like the way that Zelensky spoke to him in the Oval Office, and then stripped the nation of all funding. And now he's like trying to dissolve NATO, saying that he's going to pull out.
Okay, so
what
if
the hell
he
is
strip-
that going
if
to
he
do
strip-
for Ukraine? What the hell is that going to
if
do for
he-
all the other countries?
Okay, Ukraine's a separate
surrounding
country, though. If he-
Russia.
If you strip the funding, that means you see how things are starting to go a little bit back to normal. Stripping funding is a huge way to stop from inflation in our own U.S. country. It's a
Okay,
huge
A,
thing.
I thought that we are talking about geopolitical like affairs, like funding Ukraine. B, he's funding more,
he
aka
was.
spending more than the Democrats before him. And C, what's going back to normal? We've had the inflation increase by 1.5% since Biden left office.
Okay, but it was super high, and now it's going back down. It was like
No,
insanely high.
no. It went up to 9% in 2021 because of the pandemic, and then because of Biden and his great leadership, he was able to continually reduce that down until the end of his administration. And now, since Donald Trump has been back in office, he's only increased it over the course of the last year and a half. You've been wrong about nearly everything you've said.
Okay, what about the tax cuts and the border security?
Tax
I
cuts.
don't know. I think that-
Why would you support a bill that,
not-
according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, reduces the purchasing power of the average American and takes healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, takes food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans, and it is the most expensive bill in the history of our country?
What makes a low-income American? Anyone can do anyone can make money if they want to. It's all mindset. I feel like everyone lowers their mindset.
How does this
if they
respond to a
think-
single point that I made?
It doesn't, but you're saying you're
Okay, so
you're
it doesn't
harping
respond to
on-
a single point that I made. So
No,
then I actually
you're-
want you to
you're-
give a relevant response to the things that I said instead of making up new bullshit claims completely irrelevant
No,
to
you're
addressing the
harping
things that I
on
said.
low income Americans like they're a
Well,
static
that's
point
that's
in
that's
our
not even
life.
true. Like B, I specifically said that it's taking and reducing the purchasing power of the average American making at or under $51,000 per year, while also taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans and food stamps away from 3. That's the reason why the Big Beautiful Bill is bad. On top of it being the most expensive bill ever, what is your response? How do you account for these facts in your claim that the Big Beautiful Bill was good?
What do you mean? How do I? Why would someone make a bill if it's not good? It's all designed for.
What?
What? It's all designed for.
Why would somebody make a bill if it's not okay? So you think that every piece of legislation ever passed is good? Okay, so the fugitive slave clause is
No,
good, right?
no. I don't believe
So
that.
slavery is good when that was ultimately
believe that.
made
But
legal.
you're such a fast
at the end
talker.
of the 13 colonies.
But like, I feel like you're reading off. It's like you're.
So
you're
putting like
talking so
Japanese
fast.
individuals in internment camps was good because that was legislation.
Dean, you might have to pull up the whiteboard or go caveman on this guy. I'm sorry. Let me know when you need me to take over.
All right, Jaden, go ahead, take over. Jaden's on my team, right?
Yeah.
All right, Jaden, go. Jaden, go. I'm gonna search these facts though, and I'm gonna make.
Hey,
sure-
Jaden, I have a question. How many branches of government are there? Jaden?
He's looking it up. I got.
Don't be asking me like questions that I'm not gonna know. I already told you I'm very low IQ.
All right, Jaden. There's 3 branches of government.
You just said you
got
needed a caveman, the other guy, and then like I asked you that question you don't know. Let me ask this guy. Scripted, do you know? Do you know how many branches of government there are?
I do know how many branches of government there are.
How many?
There are. There's 3. There's 3.
And what are they?
The judicial, executive, and legislative. Legislative.
Legislative, yeah.
Legislative. Fuck.
What are the 2 main aspects of the legislative branch?
Well, it's all checks and balances, but the legislative, I think it's the House of Senate or the House of Representatives and the Senate, correct?
Yeah, Jaden, you just got mocked by the
Nah, bro,
guy
I'm
that
actually
you
gonna-
just said didn't know anything.
I'm actually gonna stand up for Jaden here because he told me that I should probably go caveman unscripted, and that was true because caveman wasn't understanding the points that I was making. Jaden made a fair point, and like, yeah, Jaden doesn't know how many branches of government there are, but to be fair, this guy's been clear since he joined this live that he's a dumbass. So, I'm gonna have to stick up for Jaden.
Don't say I'm a dumbass.
Well, I would
very
just say
low
that they both
IQ.
are.
I'm very unintelligent. I wouldn't. Yeah, don't say dumb. Nah, that's
Okay, I'm
disrespectful.
sorry. That was disrespectful. Jaden, why don't you tell
Okay.
us why you support
Did
Trump?
you know that was almost like a 9 out of 10 before the slur phase? Because
What?
dumbass is almost like saying the R word. Because You know what I mean?
I would say saying dumbass is not like saying the R word. Would you like to know why?
Go ahead.
The consensus of individuals with intellectual disabilities is that it harms them when you use the R word. Yet the consensus of individuals with intellectual disabilities is that it does not harm them when you say dumbass.
Okay, we'll watch.
Like the biggest consideration that I'm gonna make when I decide what language I should or shouldn't use would be the consensus of individuals that language would potentially impact. And if the consensus of individuals that language would potentially impact is that they don't care about that language, they don't find it offensive, they don't find it impactful, okay, as long as it's not used in a discriminatory way against somebody with an intellectual disability, then I'm going to use that word against people without intellectual disabilities, and I'm going to call you a dumbass. But I wouldn't call you an R word, okay, because once again, the consensus of individuals with intellectual disabilities is that word is impactful, is that word is harmful,
I feel like
is
the
that
word
is
dumbass
wrong.
doesn't really matter. That's just a word. But I want to ask you a thing about.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay.
This border security and the whole ICE thing. Your opinion on that? Because I feel like if we take it back to like.
Nah, bro, you passed the talking stick to Jaden, bro. Jaden, tell us why you support Trump. Bro.
Yes. Can I tell you a policy that I actually really like?
Yeah, bro.
So he just passed a policy that everyone that is a transport driver now has to speak English, basically, and then he fired like 22,000 of them.
Why would we care? Why would we care if a CDL driver could speak English?
Yeah, there already is English proficiency.
They can't. First of all,
there's already English proficiency for them to get access to like the CDL.
Yeah,
There's
but some of them can't
English
speak
proficiency
it,
aspect. So
it's
that
not-
doesn't mean you need to be able to speak English. It just means you need to hit like a certain proficiency of being able to read like street signs and things like that. So there were already regulations in place for these certain things. What are the regulations he's adding? If it's you have to be able to speak it, that's a completely different thing.
Yeah, I just believe they should have to speak it.
Why?
That makes no sense. Why?
Because if you're gonna be here, you should have to speak.
Wait. This isn't about being here. This is about being a CDL driver here. So you've already
Yeah, you should
changed
have
the
to be able
subject.
to speak English.
Why?
Do you not see the problem with that?
I don't see the problem with that.
Okay, if you don't see the problem with it, we can move on.
Can you just tell us what the problem is?
I just feel like everyone should have to know English.
Okay, what's the art?
okay.
What's the argument
It's
that the
okay.
ability
We
to
can
speak
move on.
English?
I
No,
don't-
I
I don't
want
wanna
the
argue
argument.
this.
Listen, buddy. I want the
Because it's
argument
not
that the
an
ability to
argument.
proficiently
It's just
speak
my
English is a
opinion over your
necessary
opinion, but
Okay,
there's
so you're
no-
just telling us that you just feel like they should. Okay, listen. Here's what you're saying.
Scripted, can you
listen.
bump in, man? He's really trying to take over my dumbness.
No, Jaden.
Remember,
Jaden,
I'm a dumbass.
Jaden, you made the
Go
argument
ahead.
that people should have to first be able to proficiently speak English before they can be CDL drivers. I ask you why, and then we inevitably determine that your justification for that claim is the fact that you feel like it. So in other words, you're saying because you feel like this, with no rhyme, with no reason, with no justification, with no support for the belief to be true, that 22,000 people should lose their jobs. I am sick and tired of men like you acting as if you are the center of the universe and everybody and everything revolves around you and your feelings. There's absolutely no good explanation for why the jobs, the livelihoods, and the income of 22,000 people should revolve around you and your feelings. Stop treating world and other individuals' livelihoods like a sandbox in your backyard and start treating them with the same dignity and respect that you expect to be treated with yourself. And if you're going to make the very grave and impactful argument that 22,000 people should lose their jobs, well, then you better be able to give some damn good reason for why. And let me tell you, your feelings are not damn good reason.
Okay, I concede.
I have two things left. I have two things left for you, Dean, if I will. If that's okay. Because I have been getting
put
hard
me in a
hit.
fucking corner like that.
Well, it's not really a corner. I think he's just talking.
Oh, that's true. I'm not in a corner. That's right. I'm in the fucking open. I'm still in the fucking ring.
What's this guy's doing, bro?
Yeah, okay, so Dean, I got a question for you. This is it might be a little personal, so if you don't want to answer, I totally get it. But I feel like I've come into your chat a lot, right? And everyone talks about this anxiety pen. Why is it such a bad thing that people if people want to smoke or people want to do that, why is that such a bad thing?
Yeah, bro, because it's a gateway, bro. Do you have any other arguments for
speaking
why
of
you
that,
support the
yeah,
violent?
he literally
Gateway
does that
of
all
what?
the time on camera. And I
Gateway of
own,
what?
I know
Yeah, bro,
someone who
just
owns a vape shop, and they literally, oh yeah, you're
No,
caught,
dude, that is
Dean.
the worst possible thing you could ever do.
Dean,
Anxiety pen for the win, elevation pen for the win.
Dean, they
That
do
is
not sell
terrible for you.
lavender and caramel, and that is bullshit because I've seen the exact same geek bar in your hand.
Yeah, bro,
No,
you're
that's
just delusional.
fake AI.
You're just
No,
on it.
that
I'm
is
not
not.
talking about that. I'm not talking about Dean. I'm just talking about in
Guys.
general. Like,
Yeah, listen, because it's a gateway, bro. It's a gateway. Calm down now.
So what are you
Alright,
doing? What else are you doing?
No, I'm saying that nicotine's a gateway.
Oh,
That's why I never smoked
yeah,
the
it's a
nicotine.
gateway. It's a gateway to what?
It's just a gateway. Bro.
What
Just
else
don't
are
worry
you
about it.
doing, Dean? Come out. Tell us what else you're doing.
Well, I'm not doing any of these things. I'm just telling you that people who do smoke nicotine, I don't know, end up having their lives
Yeah.
fucking ruined because they destroy themselves because it's a gateway, bro.
Yeah.
okay, but it's not everyone's choice. So if you're saying if someone wants to be trans, that's their choice. So if I want to do that, that's my choice. Why, like that's such like so it's a gateway if a trans person, right?
Hey.
That's a gateway.
I am surprised that you found a way to somehow bring trans people. Let me tell you, Trump supporters will always try to find a way to bring trans people into the conversation. And just to clarify, we're literally
crazy.
joking about vapes, and now you found a way to bring trans
We're
people
like
into this
actually
too.
joking. Like, how do you not know we're joking?
And you just said that they're crazy, bro. I think that you're fucking crazy. I think that you've
How am I
genuinely
crazy?
gone. I'll tell you how you've genuinely gone mad. It's just like whenever you're doing anything basic, anything simple, anything that's just in accordance with the day-to-day movements of, you know, us as Homo sapiens, you'll always
Right.
find a way to make it about how much you hate trans people. Like, bro, we're joking
Okay, well,
around
they think they're-
about
you
vapes,
think we're above the
and,
law?
and
You think-
somehow you drag trans people in to joking about vapes just so you have an opportunity to call them crazy.
No, their ego is so high. They think they're above the law. It's so simple.
Hey, real quick, define the word woman.
You mean Trump?
Woman, it's a person that has a private part across from a guy. That's a woman. That's God designed two genders.
So
One,
when you
there's
say that a
male
woman
and there's
is an
woman.
adult human female?
A woman is an adult human female. Yes.
Okay, quick question. If Supergirl was real, would she be a woman?
Well, Supergirl isn't real, so
I know, so hypothetically,
bad comms.
if Supergirl was real, would it be true that Supergirl is a woman?
Well, Supergirl isn't real because that's not how
Okay,
the world
all
I
right,
works.
mean,
all
I
right, cool,
told you
bro.
this is how they would respond.
Yeah, do you
Is
know
it-
how to engage in a hypothetical? Do you know how to engage in a hypothetical?
No, but it's a hypothetical for a reason.
I
That's
know, and I want you
Supergirl.
to engage in the hypothetical. If Supergirl was
didn't
real,
engage-
would it be true
you
that
didn't engage in
Supergirl is a
superheroes
woman?
No, I mean I don't know because she's a superhero. How would I say that? That's
I had
that's
someone
just a
deny
fact.
that Superman would be a man yesterday.
No
That's
way,
just
So
a
then,
really?
so then here's the question you have to ask them: is in any sense, any coherent sense of the term, could you refer to Supergirl as a woman and Superman as a man?
Well, yeah, I guess because
Yeah, it is coherent. So there's a coherent use of the term man and woman that isn't using adult human male or adult human female, correct?
Well, that's based off IQ and common sense. They put a guy with a burly. They take a woman and give her
Wait.
breasts, and they take a guy.
Wait.
and they give him muscles.
So
Wait,
you're
so
saying
are
the
you saying
things.
breasts make you a woman?
No, I'm just. It's all perspective based.
Oh,
Like,
wait,
when
so
you
I just want to
it's
clarify.
perspectives.
I just want to clarify that you're saying what makes
Perspective for
Supergirl a woman. Hey, one moment. I just want to clarify that you're saying what makes Supergirl
is
a woman
entrapment.
is hey, one moment. I just want to clarify. You're saying that what makes Supergirl a woman, even though Supergirl is not an adult human female, is the way that she interacts with social constructs and like maybe based upon like the presentation of her internal sense of self, reducible down
For
to
the
like
younger
typical female
generation, yes.
characteristics like breasts, longer hair, you know, higher
Right.
voice. Okay, so you'd say that being a woman is reducible down to like social
No.
categories that are
That
typical
is
of
not
that of
what
the
I'm
female
saying.
sex.
But I'm talking
okay,
about a
well,
hypothetical
in what
for
like
character.
coherent sense is Supergirl a
For a
woman?
character.
If
I don't
Superman
know.
was real, if Supergirl was real, in what coherent sense would Supergirl be a woman?
Well, because they call her a woman, and she looks like a woman, and she
Oh.
sounds like a woman.
Okay, so looking,
And she wa-
sounding,
and she
and
was a
calling
woman
yourself
since
a
birth,
woman.
right? Was she
Okay,
not a-
so
was she not-
okay, so it depends on how you look. It depends on how you
No,
sound.
no, no.
And
Was
it
she-
depends on what you call
Was she a
yourself.
woman since birth? Yeah.
No one's a woman since birth
What do you mean? No one's a woman since birth?
because a woman is an adult, regardless if you think it's an adult that holds
How is a
superficial
woman
social
an
cat-
adult?
What?
So like,
Dude, I'm sorry. These people
no,
are the
no. So if
dumbest
you're
people I've ever talked to, Dean.
okay, so
This
so
guy's
if
really
you're
asking, how is a woman an adult?
so if
Hello?
you're 13, and want to get a trans surgery, what are you then? A guy that wants to be a girl. What are you then? If you're 13, I want to
I'm
know.
so lost, bro. Hey,
I
you
wanna-
know
I
what?
just- I'm
We
just
don't
asking.
even need to ask this question about trans youth. Let's just ask this question about cis youth. A 13-year-old female, is she a woman?
13-year-old female. Was she born with opposite genitals as a man?
Oh my God, this guy says just can't follow basic conversation.
If
Someone
she
who's
was,
not
then yes.
someone who's not trans and who's
Right.
biologically female.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, so
they
there's
are
a
13 years
biological
old.
female.
Are they a woman?
So there's a biological female and there's a biological male.
Oh my God, is the 13-year-old a
sentient?
woman?
Yes, that's a woman.
No, they're
or
not. They're 13 years
preteen.
old. You fucking
A
dumbass.
preteen.
They're a little girl.
Preteen girl, whatever you want to call it. Whatever you want to call it.
Language matters here. A woman refers to an adult, somebody that is 18.
So you're saying at 18, then you. Okay, actually, my bad. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Yeah, bro, that's exactly what I'm saying. I am saying that when you turn 18 and become an adult, right, you become a woman if you were a girl. You become a man if you were a boy. That's how we define those words.
Okay, so female and then woman, male and then what? Men or boy and men?
Dude,
I'm just asking.
I just said oh my God.
So why
Hi,
is
bro.
why is it okay to do that?
Hi,
Why is
bro.
it okay to do that?
Hi, bro. Your IQ's too low, bro. We're gonna keep it real, dude. We're gonna keep it real, dude. We have a IQ minimum requirement for everybody watching. We have an IQ minimum requirement for everybody watching. Let's just get real here. All right, guys. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No. However, I do have a point to add to the CDL thing.
I am so sorry, Mia. Today we are just looking for some Trump supporters, but I hope you have a great rest of your day. If you're watching the live stream and you'd like to support the live stream, you can on the Venmo and the PayPal, which you could find links to in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, in the pinned comment over on that YouTube stream, and the handles at the top of the phone screen as well. It's just my name, Dean Withers, without the letter E in the last name Withers. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Are you going to respond to the question, please? Could you please respond to the question so we can move the stream along if you're not a Trump supporter?
I was muted.
Okay, you're unmuted now. Okay, Angie, could you unmute yourself and tell us if you're a Trump supporter?
Yes.
You are? How old are you?
18.
What year are you born in? Travis, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I love him.
You, bro, you're gross. You're
What do you
musty as hell. You're nasty as hell, Trav. When I think of a man that says, I love Trump, I think of a man who hasn't bathed in a very long time, hasn't got a good haircut in a long time either, doesn't really care too much about anything, but, oh, God, they care about Trump.
Why do you support mass immigration, Dean?
Because I want white people to be a minority, and I think everybody should be a Muslim.
Trav, it makes our country a better place, increases GDP, reduces our deficits, it increases labor force participation, it allows for us to continue population increase even with falling birth rates over the past multiple decades.
Where do you put them all?
In our society, like everyone else.
Is there not a housing crisis going on right now?
I think that immigrants actually would help the housing crisis because immigrants also work alongside demanding goods and services.
I think that's
So if they're deficit reducing, that gives us more public funds to then use to reduce housing costs by building more housing.
Someone in the chat just said, Dean, I agree with you about everything, but shut the hell up. Bro, dude, calm down. He asked a silly question. I give him a silly answer. Like, what are we doing?
You really think like all these immigrants are coming over and they're getting like straight to work?
Yeah, they have higher labor force participation rate than natural-born U.S. citizens. That's a fact, whether you want to acknowledge it or not.
Why are 80% of Somalis in my state on welfare?
You're specifically talking about.
How does that help me? How does that help my friends? How does that help my family?
Yeah, so again, that you're just specifically referencing one group, and it's 80% of households with families and kids, right? So, and that's not considering transitionary periods, and it's also like something that's not applicable to all immigrant demographics.
Also, wasn't there like refuge laws? Wait, one second. Was there also refuge laws for Minnesota?
Yes.
Like there's a bunch of like political or economic refugees. Okay, that moved into America. So like, of course, plenty of them are going to be on welfare because they came with nothing. They have nothing, and they're political social refugees.
And they have nothing to offer this country to benefit it.
Okay,
That's just not true.
Refugees, asylum seekers, legal immigrants, people on green cards, people here on student visas absolutely do have something to offer the country because study after study after study after study has demonstrated that they are a net benefit for the nation. But like when we're talking about refugees and asylum seekers, like the main reason why I'd argue that they should be able to come into this country isn't about how they'll benefit the economy, but it's more about how we could just help humans that live across the globe in very bad conditions at a very low cost to ourselves and, in fact, a benefit to ourselves in the long run. You have an issue with your mic, man. There's a lot of feedback. Can you take your phone case off? Maybe that will work. Test. Test.
Can you hear me?
Test, test, test.
Can you hear me?
There's still a little bit of a buzz, but it's not as bad.
All right. Well,
why do you support Trump?
To be honest with you, I really don't.
Okay.
But
let's go to get the next guest up here. All the opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, everybody. I feel like the quality of the debates has been really low today. It's either been the case that we're just finding no Trump supporters, or we are finding a Trump supporter and they're just like really, really, really stupid, like the guy before that guy. Thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. Cal, who says, Dean, I really want to thank you for your debates. You were a voice for me in situations when I couldn't find mine. You do so much for so many people. Please don't stop. Oh, I'm very grateful for you, Cal. And I'm so happy to hear that the live stream helps you out. Same thing to you, Stir. Thank you for the 9-month sub over on YouTube. That's crazy, dude. 9 months. That's wild. Thank you. On Venmo, thank you, Max, for the $10, who says, take another $10 for the anxiety pin fund, Lamau. Let's go. Caitlin, thank you for the $10 as well. I appreciate you for tuning in. And you say thank you for being a voice for those that don't have one. Oh, I appreciate you, Caitlin. Thank you so much, Amanda and Mia, for the $5 as well. And Alexander, thank you for the $30, who says the bath trolls are annoying, but at least you're getting some chuds to not be stinky anymore. Bro, I swear, so many people have had that identical thought. I'm happy to hear that we're all in agreement. Thank you for the $30, Alexander. That is a lot of money, and I'm very, very thankful for you. Please do show some love to Alexander down below. No. Same thing to Stephanie. Thank you for the $15. I appreciate you. You're asking me for my thoughts on the Wisconsin governor race. I haven't honestly been too in the know about Wisconsin's race. But I do really appreciate you for the $15. Thank you so much. Then Lily, thank you for the $10, who says, I'm Portuguese and did a college project on the decriminalization in Portugal and how it's decreased addiction rates and such. Still illegal to distribute drugs decriminalized for consumption. Funny enough, Allie, I also did a college project on that same thing, and those were my same findings. Appreciate you for the $10. Then Daniel, thank you for the $10. No, he's not replied. And then Max, thank you for the $10 as well. Appreciate y'all. And Caitlin, thank you for the $10 as well. Who's just sending my weekly appreciation dono to you. Thank you so much. Jessica, thank you for the $10, who says, thank you for everything that you do. Well, thank you. Michelle, thank you for the $10, who says, I'm a proud MAGA supporter, but you're such a respectful guy and I appreciate you always trying to be nice to people. Michelle, I would love to talk to you. I would genuinely love to have a very good faith, respectful conversation with you. And then Aaliyah, thank you for the $2. We're all caught up on Venmo. Welcome in eSport Trump Harris.
Hell no.
Based. By the way, for everybody watching, Austin, the political commentator from Jubilee Show The Splits, he will be joining our live stream in 40 minutes for a debate about why he thinks that abortion is wrong.
Oh, I'm interested to see that. Hopefully I can watch that. What's it called? I was going to also say that specific number that says 81% household, that's from CIS, a right-wing source, by the way, just to clarify as well. Also, other independence information says around 8% of people with Somali ancestry reported having certain forms of public assistance. So there's a lot different. So because like the notion that they're using isn't like really defined and could be applied to any notion of like social service that could be applied. So like,
wait, what if they're
there's,
considering
like,
public
people
schools in
seeking
that
asylum-
equation?
What's up?
What if they're considering public schools in that equation?
Yeah, like they could be considering public schools. It could be considering Medicaid. It could be considering SNAP and food stamps, or even like free school lunch and breakfast. It can be considering any type of cash assistance or like housing aid that is like temporary as well, especially like when someone's coming to our country and is literally prevented from being able to work. So like there are countless circumstances that could affect that specific number that people aren't bringing up in that study. And that's why like the information specifically coming from the American Community Survey that shows 8% of people who are Somali ancestry having certain forms of public assistance is a better way to reference this.
Dude, they have to be considering public schools. I think that's the only way that they could yield that conclusion. I'm going to have to take a look. Jay, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Jay!
I would say probably.
I just want to say I love you, Dina Parker.
I would probably say it makes sense to say like the free school lunch and breakfast, because I don't know if welfare would be accounted within it. Now, 81% does seem high, so I understand what you're saying there.
Yeah. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I'd do anything for you, Dean. And
All right, bro. Moving on to the next guest. Only off its head of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, folks. We're really struggling to find debates today. Guys, come on. This has got to be one of the worst streams yet for debates. You know what? Actually, let's do a quick group effort on TikTok to really help us out here. Let's do a quick group effort. I want everybody watching to start spamming the comment section. I want everybody watching to start double tapping on that phone screen. And I want everybody watching to share out this live, hit that repost button with that share button at the bottom right-hand corner of your phone screen. All of these different engagement types will help the live stream shoot up more across at FYP, hopefully putting the stream in the face of more Trump supporters, making it significantly easier for us to inevitably find some Trump supporters. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Mary?
Hi. I'm 20.
Okay. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What year were you born in? You left the app. Hello. What year are you born in?
2006.
What time is it?
What? I love you, Dean, bro.
All right. Please stop trolling. Guys, it's been hours of trolls
No,
today.
that's not.
Guys, okay. So we're going to go back to the gifts. For all the American adults that support Trump out there, there is a gift called the GOAT gift. It is a 1 coin gift. Go spend 30 cents on TikTok gifts and send a couple goats. We're going to be inviting the people that send the GOAT gifts. Only send the GOAT gifts if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. Only send the GOAT gifts if you're an American adult that supports Trump as president. If you guys ruin this, okay, if y'all ruin this, like genuinely, if y'all ruin this and take advantage of that to try to get up on the live stream, even though you're not.
Trump. I have to find him.
How old are you?
Also, I don't support Trump. My dad supports Trump.
I hear
Also,
you.
Dean, I love you so much. I promise you, I love you so much.
That's very
Bubba,
kind
I
of you.
have Dean Withers right here for you. Oh my god, I'm gonna hyperventilate. Oh my god.
I do just have to ask before I debate your dad. How old are you? I understand that you may be under 18. I understand that, but
I'm
just
15.
oh, you're 15. Here's what you could
No,
do.
please don't kick me out.
Here's what you could do. I do 16 minimum for minors accounts where the minor's face is plastered all over the account and your face happens to be. Not saying that there's anything wrong with that. But if you want me to debate your dad, you can make an alternative account, an alt account that doesn't have your face anywhere on it, nothing about your personal identity. And you could, and just do the same thing with a couple GOAT gifts. We'll try to pick you up, okay?
Okay. Mama, I have Dean Withers on.
Okay. So hopefully we'll speak soon. Make an alt account. Make an alt account for sure. Let's go to get the next guest up here. I hope that I'm able to find you again. I understand that chances are that I won't be able to just because of how many people that we have in the stream. And I do feel really bad if you feel disappointed because of that. But my number one safety is absolutely minor safety. My number one priority is minor safety. Okay. Welcome to Naomi. Do you support Trump? Hello? All right, Naomi's not here. They literally sent money to get on the stream, bro. What are we doing? Moving on to the next guest. Guys, only send the GOAT gift. Only send the GOAT gift if you're an American adult that supports Trump as president. Do not ruin this. Do not ruin the GOAT gifts, guys. Leave those to Trump supporters so we could try to get some debates underway. Okay, Charlie Perk. Don't ruin it for everybody else. Charlie Perk. Dude. Let's get that next guest up here. I'm inviting the people who are sending the GOAT gifts, but they're just not joining. Alani, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you. Piano, do you support Trump?
Hello.
Is that Kai or Piano?
I'm Kai.
Kai, do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
I am 18.
What year were you born in?
March 26, 2008.
Okay, what about you, Benton? Do you support Trump?
I do, yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
What year were you born in?
2006.
Okay, what about you, Piano Guy?
We are Dean Withers.
Honestly, I like that ratio. 66% of the people that we invited up that sent the gift were actual Trump supporters. That is much better than like my 5% ratio of like the people in the queue being actual Trump supporters. So Kai and Benton, I'm going to try to squad a wipe here, okay?
Dean, why are you so cute?
Back down to Benton.
Why are you
No
so
more
cute?
squad a wipe. Why don't you tell us why you support Trump, Benton?
33%.
All right, Dean.
33%.
Can I put you through a quick hypothetical? Sorry, that was just voice crack.
Sure, bro.
Hello?
You could put me through a quick
All right,
hypothetical as it
All right,
relates
so listen,
to why you
listen.
support Trump. And if it doesn't relate to why you support Trump, you know what I'm going to do?
Let's say you have a kid. Okay? Let's say you have a kid. They grew up into being... Sorry. Wait, no.
0%.
Okay. So you have a kid. They grow up to being 13. And they want to transition. All right? Let's say they're a guy and they want to transition into a girl. So, let's say they transition and you're completely fine with that, right? That's your stance, right? I'm just confirming. Yellow.
What are you asking me?
Are you fine with like if a kid wants to transition into being
By transition, like, what do you mean? You mean like social transition? Like, yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine
Like
with my child experimenting with social transitioning to better understand who they are and what their gender identity is. What's the question, bro?
All right. So my question is, do you think you would have gay sex with Parker?
All right, we are 0 for 3. Only send the GO gift if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump for president. We are looking for some American adults that support Donald J. Trump as president. SJ, thank you for the $15 dono on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, SJ. Let's get 150 SJWs in that chat. Thank you, SJ. It is so good to see you today. Lily, thank you for the $5 who says, Dean, love what you do. Appreciate you. Marius, thank you so much for the $10 who says, hey, Dean and Parker. One moment. My PayPal glitched out, Marius. I'll get back to reading that here in just one moment. In the meantime, let's refocus on trying to get the next guest up right now. Quite frankly. By the way, appreciate you, Santana. Only send the GOAT gift if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, folks. Once again, just to repeat what we're doing, we've really been struggling with getting Trump supporters up from the queue. For that reason, I'm now asking Trump supporters that they spend like 30 cents on TikTok coins and send the 1 penny GOAT gift. That will help us isolate our streams more specifically just to adults, because children obviously don't have access to money like that, at least at significantly lower rates. Welcome in, man. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, of course, bro.
Time. What time is it?
What time is it for me?
Yep.
8:32 in the morning. I'm in Australia.
Jocelyn, thank you for the $14 on PayPal. Who says, Dean, have you ever been told that you look like Tom Holland a bit? I used to get it all the time when I was younger. Like on my first Jubilee appearance in like 2024 or whatever. I used to get that literally all the time. I really appreciate you for the $14, Jocelyn. I don't get it as much anymore, though. Then Marius with a 10 says, hey, Dean Parker, listener here from Germany. We just want to let you know that I wish we had smart debaters such as you here. We would need it. It feels like facts just don't simply matter to many people anymore. Well, hey, I really appreciate you for the very kind words. And B, I'm sure you do. It's just about finding them and giving them a platform. You know what I mean? Thank you so much, Aaron, for the $20. Who says, a real fucking Republican here. How did you and Parker only have the only real debate? Well, Mr. Aaron, Real Republican, I don't know what you're asking us, but if you would like to debate us, let me know, dude. Thank you so much, Tygo and Madeline, for the $5. And then Medine, thank you so much for another $21. Who says, Dean, I've been watching your live streams a lot recently, and I've learned so much from your debates and the way that you explain things. I appreciate you, Medine. Thank you so much for the love and support. Well, hopefully we could go back to explaining things. Hopefully we could go back to debates. But it is just so bad today, dude. You know, Parker, I was talking about this. This is actually making me reconsider doing the streams.
Like all the trolls.
Yeah, it's not like an emotional thing or a sad thing. It's just like a logical thing.
Yeah, I get you. I understand. There needs to be something that we can do in order to be able to expedite the process.
Yeah,
and we could probably go through some of it. I have some ideas.
Yeah, honestly, man, unless like people stop trolling at the levels they are, or B, we're able to find some way to work around them. Like, if my goal is just to like inspire people to think critically, I might be able to better achieve that goal through like long form content on YouTube or something. Instead
I
of, like,
disagree
the daily
with
streams.
you. I happen to disagree with you like very vehemently.
Okay.
Little Parker v. Dean debate. Like I just think that the debates for you specifically provide a unique ability to be able to garner significantly greater levels of people than you probably would be able to through like long form content on YouTube. But
yeah,
maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I just don't see it. I just don't see how the streams are, anything more than entertaining. When we just have trolls all day. It's like entertainment's cool and whatnot, but I mean, my goal really isn't just entertainment. My goal is really like changing minds and inspiring people to critically think. Welcome in Elephant Edits. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2008.
What month?
June.
Okay. And what time is it?
6:35 p.m.
All right. Why do you happen to support the very worst president of your life?
Number one, I'd just like to say, I want to stop your streams. I think they're good because you get to, show why you're not really smart.
Yeah, bro.
But,
I mean, I don't want to stop him either. But what's the argument? Why do you support Trump?
No, I was just saying that I really like his policies.
Yeah, guys. Let's go to move on to the next guest, guys.
Dean,
Hey,
can we fuck? Can we fuck, Dean? Can we?
We might just get off and then get back on in 30 minutes when it's time to debate Austin. And then we might just get off after that again, too. Like, I don't know. Oh, we might just end for the day, and then get back on in a bit. I'd stay on if people would stop trolling, but I don't think that people will. We're just looking for an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, everyone. Only opposite of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, please.
Hello?
Hey, do you support Trump, Natalia?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18 years old. I was born February 25th, 2008.
Okay. And why do you happen to support the worst president of your life, bro?
Bro, because, well, my family has supported him for a very long time, and it's just, like, all I've really known.
Oh, bro. Do you think that your family's always right?
Yes, I do. I'm taught to respect my family and respect their decisions, even if I don't think it's right for me, because it might be right for me in the future.
So just to clarify, your evidentiary standard for truth is whatever your family says. So if your family
Well, it's not
said
just
that,
my family. There's other people, too.
If your family said that Trump was a bad president, then it would be true that Trump is a bad president?
No, but they have their wisdom, and they're older than me, so I should
Okay,
believe
so if
them.
it wouldn't be true that Trump was a bad president if your family said so, then why is it true that Trump is a good president because your family said so? Fasting
We
King,
are
thank you for the South
Dean
Carolina.
Withers! We carry the...
Hey, Natalie. Would you consider... Oh, I guess she left.
Sorry, I removed her already.
Alrighty, let's go to get the next guest up here. I wish that we could like do something with it. You know, we really are our own worst enemy, everyone. You know, we really are. We get over.
John is MAGA.
He's not even loaded in yet. We get over 1 million people.
He's loaded in for me. I hear him.
What?
Yeah, I heard him and he was loaded in. He just left though.
Oh.
He was up though.
I couldn't hear him, and then that showed on my screen that he was.
That's
loaded
crazy, bro. I heard him completely. Chat, did you hear him too, or was that just me?
I think it was literally just you. Tracy, do you support Trump?
Yeah, here I'm here. Can you hear me, Dean?
All right, we're gonna
hear
get
him.
that next guest up.
Do you hear him?
Dean, can you hear
right
me?
now?
He's speaking right now, Dean.
No, I have an aversion to hearing MAGA idiots, so I can't hear him.
Oh, let's debate, man. Come on, you're in Parker. Let's go. Go.
So you're telling me that you still happen to support this idiot as president, correct?
Yeah, this is all my personal opinion. I have resentment for the left.
Whoa. I'm not asking you about any resentment that you hold to the left. I'm asking you why you think Trump is a good president. What is his biggest accomplishment of his second administration?
He put an end to all this woke DEI bullshit. He secured the border.
Let's start with that first point. He put an end to woke DEI bullshit. I'm going to ask you to point towards one tangible institution of DEI that you can demonstrate and proved as existing that Donald Trump demonstrably ended.
Yeah.
Charles Smith, thank you for the wolf.
It required taking DEI pledges as a requirement to be hired as a college professor. He quit all that shit.
Okay.
So that's,
what college did that before Trump? And then and how did Donald Trump stop that college from doing that? Could you be more specific?
Oh yeah, man. He fucking that was a requirement of hiring, was taking a DEI pledge. And he
at what college?
Dude, it was nationwide.
At every
Harvard,
college?
Right? Well,
there's no one uni-nation institution in which governs and controls all colleges across the country. So that claim couldn't possibly be true.
No, of course it is, Dean. I mean, look.
No.
You don't think DEI well, wait, Dean, hang on.
Well, one second. Do you agree that there's not one unified body that governs over and controls every college, public and private, in this nation?
No, that's true, but colleges are generally left.
Okay, so you're saying that every college in America did this before Trump, and then they stopped doing this after Trump. Prove it.
So, well, here, there's an article I can pull up for you if you want. I mean, this is common knowledge, man.
Yeah, I mean, apparently it's not common knowledge, so I'd like to see it.
Well, hang on. Here, I'll get it for you. Just a moment.
Good.
I
kind of need to use a restroom here soon. I might do that. While I was looking for that article, folks. Oh, what's up, Parker?
You should do so pretty quickly because I'm going to hop off here very soon.
Okay, yeah, I guess I'm going to go do that right now. I'll be right back. For everybody, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen to chat out this live with a couple of friends. Right now, this guy's trying to find a source that every college in America made their professors take a woke DEI pledge before they would hire them, and Donald Trump stopped that process. So, wow, yeah, this is
my woke DEI pledge. Thank you so much, woke DEI. I support diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, and I will until the day that I die. Actually,
Here you go.
We support equality. We support rights for people. Everybody gets those fucking rights. Every person. Okay. Wokeness is back. Okay. Woke DEI. Okay. Woke. That's my pledge.
I got it for you, Parker, if you'd like.
Yeah. Go ahead. What's the citation?
InsideHigherEd.com, the White House. The Trump administration has mandated the elimination of diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI programs in colleges, threatening federal funding for those that do not comply. Over 300 colleges have already removed.
Wait, Trump admin what? Say it one more time.
Oh, InsideHigherEd.com in the White House.
Yeah, and then the title is Trump admin what?
The Trump administration has. Are you on the website or?
No, tell me the title of the website.
Oh, InsideHigherEd.com. I can find.
Yeah, that's the name of the URL, not the title of the website.
Well, if you want, I can find a different one for that. It's inside
No,
higher
you
ed.
could just look at the big text at the top of the screen. It's not very difficult.
Oh, here, hang on. I'm just
Big text,
okay,
top
hang
of
on, here you
screen.
go. No, here you go. I got it. Ed's DEI guidance is DEAD, but Trump's crackdown isn't. Diversity advocates say the courts have been clear. Trump
Wait, what is the top text of the screen? Like, do you need to turn your camera on and show us? Just tell us the title.
Yeah, here. I'll turn my camera on just a moment. Yeah, just a sec. You didn't want if you didn't want the website, I can turn my camera on.
Yeah, I want the title of this because I can't just look up URL. I got to look up the title of the article.
Oh, here.
What didn't he just say that the contents of the article was that the Trump administration threatened to revoke funding from schools, and then some schools did what they wanted him to do?
My camera on for you. Hang on.
Was that like the content of the article that he wants to provide? John?
Here we go. Here.
Hello? Is this mic working?
I'm here.
Okay, the content of the article that you want to provide. It's just saying that Trump threatened to withhold funding from schools if they didn't do what he wanted, word DEI, and then some schools did what he wanted. Was that the contents of the article?
Well, this is what I was telling you about with DEI pledges. Yeah.
Okay.
He eliminated
All right. Okay, perfect. So now I'm going to ask you for more specific evidence surrounding that the DEI thing that he got these schools to stop doing was a DEI pledge.
No, here's one for you. Spectrum News. Trump DEI orders take effect in diversity programs.
Okay, so what specific diversity programs did it end?
Oh, here. Hours after taking office, Trump signed an order banning DEI programs across federal government, and Americans are looking at the path forward.
Wait. Now you're saying federal government, but earlier you were talking about private universities. So which one is it?
Okay, here, hang on.
This guy's lost, bro. He's washed.
No. President Trump signed an executive order Tuesday targeting diversity, equity, inclusion programs at colleges and other influential institutions of American society. Look,
okay. What specific programs?
What about
what programs? I want you to point towards these specific programs that existed that then ceased to exist in colleges that he ended.
You're familiar with like the Smithsonian?
Yeah, you mean the non-college thing that's not a university nor a college, but rather a collection of historical archives and museums in Washington D.C. that also has available resources on the internet. Yeah, I am familiar with the Smithsonian. Something completely irrelevant to the claim that you made. I don't know if you've ever done this whole debate thing before, but I think that you should try to pick up on this one quickly, and it's not too hard either. You made the claim that colleges were doing something bad, and then Trump stopped them from doing that bad thing. And now you refer to them as DEI programs. Okay, so what was the specific DEI program? I want to be able to evaluate the DEI program for its merit, for its outcomes, for its intentions. And in order to do that, we need to know what the specific DEI program is.
No, here, okay. USnews.com. Dear colleague letter, DEI bans at colleges and what to know. The Education Department for Civil Rights have given federally funded schools 14 days to end race-based programs.
Like what?
Well, here, I'll read you the article.
I mean, now you're on by the way, your third article in less than 5 minutes. So, like, which one is it? Is it the article about higher education? Is it the article about the federal government and his EOs? Is it now the article from Spectrum News? Is it the article from US Today? So actually, total of 4 different articles you've now given. This might even be your 5th because you momentarily mentioned the Smithsonian as well. Like, I just want to know dude, how many times do I need to ask this question? This is ridiculous. What specific programs existed that did Donald Trump end? What specific programs?
As part of becoming a college professor, right? Of getting a job as a college professor, they had to take DEI pledges.
Okay.
Right?
I have 2 questions of investigation for you. Okay. Give us resources that show us specifically what a DEI pledge is. Okay? Because I need to understand what a DEI pledge is. Because if it's just saying, make sure to include all of your students and don't discriminate against them because of their race, gender, or ethnicity. Good pledge. I want that to be in place. So I'm going to need you to give us a specific resource that even shows us what a DEI pledge is. And then I'm going to need to ask you for a specific resource to show us that that's one of the things that Trump ended. Because so far you've been able to give us information from his executive orders that shows he's generally put pressure against diversity programs inside of colleges. Okay, well, how do we know that this DEI pledge is one of those diversity programs / considered a diversity program at all? So answer those two questions. Give us a specific resource that describes to us exactly what this DEI pledge is, and then give us a specific resource that demonstrates that this exact DEI pledge, not just generally diversity programs, was terminated by the Trump administration.
Well, look.
Hey, Gene, I'm gonna hop off right now. Thank you for having me up, bruv.
Appreciate you for coming up, Parker. Hope you have a good rest of your night.
Have a good rest of your stream, man.
Hell yeah. I hope you're able to watch the Austin debate here in 10 minutes, bro.
I will. Good luck, man.
Hell yeah.
Dean, DEI pledges, it's the villainization of white.
No, I don't want to know what John thinks a DEI pledge is. I want a research that actually tells us what a DEI pledge is. A pledge is simply something that you like repeat. A pledge is something that says I will do X, Y, and Z, and then you say you will do X, Y, and Z. I want to know the specific content of the DEI pledge. I don't want to hear John say that it's the villainization of white people. No, I want a resource that says here's exactly what they did. Here's what they signed. Here's what they said. Here's what they agreed to, not with any additional context from John, who's probably a racist guy. Give me a resource that shows us exactly what the DEI pledge was, and then give me a resource that shows that that DEI pledge was specifically one of the diversity programs that has been terminated by the Trump administration.
Okay, here you go. Many colleges and universities require or invite faculty to demonstrate their commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion through written statements that factor into hiring and evaluation processes. However, there's an ongoing debate about whether these DEI statements...
Okay, stop. What are those written statements? What is the actual content of the written statement? Don't you think that the actual content of the written statement is going to be what we evaluate? Listen, if the actual content of the written statement says, I fucking hate white people and I'm going to fail them all, like, okay, yeah, bro, okay, let's not be doing that. Let's not be having our professors agree to a written statement that says, I fucking hate white people. I'm going to fail every single white student in every single one of my class. All right, but like, if the content, like the actual content of the written statement is, I'm going to treat all my students equally, and I'm not going to discriminate against them because of their race, gender, or ethnicity, and I'm going to be proactive, okay, about my attempts to be anti-bias and anti-prejudice. Okay, well, yeah, then I'm going to agree to that. So that's why I'm asking you to articulate the specific content of the written statement, John. You are drowning right now. You are drowning in this debate because you've never put complex thought into the subject matter. You just kind of see the phrase DEI and that's almost like a trigger word for you. And then you just go crazy and you're like, oh yeah, fuck it, get rid of it. But you don't even know exactly what it is. You don't even know exactly what these professors were agreeing to. So I want you to give me a resource on the specific content of the agreement.
Jesus, I've given you 5 of them, but like Harvard got sued, right, by Asian students because they were being discriminated against because they had higher test scores, but they weren't being admitted.
Okay, now you're talking about affirmative action.
No, I'm not.
Okay, so a DEI pledge that you're saying professors have to write down and agree to is different than like affirmative action or whatever you're preluding to. So now you're completely changing the topic. I'm not going to allow you to change the topic, John. I want you to give me a specific resource on what a DEI pledge is and what exactly the contents were of the agreements of the professors that you found unfair that the Trump administration stopped. I'm not letting you off the hook. I'm not letting you off the hook. It's not going to happen, John. You're either going to tell us the specific contents without shifting the topic, or you're going to concede.
Dean, I'm trying to... Here's a Forbes article. Stop requiring DEI statements from faculty applicants. Mushaba Shaheen, June 5th, 2024. I'll read it to you, okay? Last year, I applied to 29 faculty jobs. Almost every job posting required a DEI statement that describes my approach to advancing diversity, equity, and inclusion as a future faculty member. I expected that as a part of my faculty job search, especially in education, I would need to have this type of document ready to go. To be honest, I hated writing those statements. They all felt performative and more concerned with using the appropriate buzzwords than with my actual philosophy of teaching, research, and service. Other faculty members advised me to tackle those strategically. Each statement should reflect the specific DEI language that the university used. Some use DEI while others use social justice or belonging. I was also advised to self-identify in my statements and my application in general by including my social identity demographics, e.g. as an Arab, queer, Muslim. The goal is to give indications of the diversity I would bring to the faculty position. One colleague infamously exclaimed, "You don't want them to think you're just another straight white guy." This is what I'm trying to articulate, man. Is it not
Okay,
clear?
now you've given us a little bit more insight of this anecdotal experience of one man saying that he has to explain how he's going to adverse diversity, equity, and inclusion at his job. Okay, so now I've actually brought in a professor on the live stream.
You got Blitz.
Well,
I know Blitz.
not a professor, but I've written these things.
Oh.
No. I have a PhD. I worked at a university, but I'm not faculty. Anyway, professor's a title, not a. Anyway, but the important point is that when you were applying for jobs, this is not like something that the university makes you sign. It's more like like a personal statement when you're applying for college. It's like that, and the prompt is like, how would you encourage or how would you help promote blah blah blah, like DEI or social justice or whatever it is in the classroom or at the university. It's that kind of thing. And honestly, like, the reality is that everybody wrote these things. Nobody ever read them. Like they've, as far as I can tell, they've never influenced a job application unless somebody is like writing in their DEI statement, "I think that DEI is nonsense and we should put black people in." Like, it's never, nobody's ever hiring people based on these. All they're doing is avoiding people who are obviously toxic based off of them.
So it's just like a fail-safe catch for bigots.
Basically, yeah.
So if it's like you're not a bigot, then you're going to give some like admittedly performative explanation that is never going to be read by the university nor the person that's hiring you. And I mean, yeah, that in of itself is a little bit problematic. But ultimately, the reason why they do this isn't to take much value in the admittedly performative words of the applicant because they're never read, but rather as a fail-safe catch for bigots who won't give some response of like, diversity, equity, and inclusion is important, yada, 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 but are like, well, I actually don't think that we should have equity and inclusion of black people. Like, that's basically the intention and the purpose.
Yeah, I mean, I would wager money that nobody has ever received a job based off of what they wrote in their DEI statement.
Yeah,
I would wager that that's never actually happened.
Can you please give us any empirical data to represent that people have received a job based on what they wrote in the DEI statement?
Look, I tried to. The left hates whiteness. It has to do with postmodernism, the Frankfurt School, and Hollywood. And I know it's ironic.
I mean, you're making all these claims, including claims that seem to detract away from the debate. But like, I mean, I'm sure that like this would get you fired, or this wouldn't get you the job. Like if you're applying to be faculty at a university and they're like, oh, give a DEI statement, then you're like, the left literally hates white people, and I'm maybe racist too.
It's a violation of free speech. It's a violation of free speech.
Okay, so having voluntary prompts to allow for individuals to expand on why they think diversity, equity, and inclusion is important is not a violation of free speech. I would love for you to please cite me a court case that concluded otherwise.
Well, this was the look. This was the Harvard example of
no. That's not about DEI statements or pledges made by prospective professors. You said that was about test scores for Asian students. So you're already talking about something else entirely. You know what, bro? Let's just skip to the chase here. Let's see if my intuitions about this guy are right. Are white people smarter than non-white people?
Not East Asians, but Africans, yes, on average. 85 average IQ for American black people, about 75 in sub-Saharan Africa. East Asians are about 105.
Kylie, thank you for the galaxy. There we go, bro. Now I know it. Now I know what I'm working with. Now I know what I'm working with. Blitz, it's funny. It's funny. Blitz, let me tell you this. You actually gave a really good account for why these universities will have like DEI statements and pledges for members of the faculty. It's like a fail-safe catch for bigots. And And I think now, like, we see that in action. Like, yeah, the person who, like, thinks that a statement about why inclusion and equities is important. It's actually time, John Stone. I got to kick you. It's time to talk to Austin. Dr. Blitz, I appreciate you so much for coming up.
Do you have 2 seconds? Because there was a court case last week.
I do.
If you haven't heard about it,
I do. What's up?
You might be interested in. Yeah. So, so there was the lawsuit involving canceling all of these scientific research grants that started last year. There's now evidence that's in the court documents that Trump's administration actually canceled grants based off of where the grants were going. If they were going to blue states, then they were being canceled. If they were going to red states, they weren't being canceled. This is the DOE. They specifically canceled blue states solely for the reason of their political persuasion, or blue state grants, which is really bad. They've also now admitted to using keyword searches to cancel grants. Like if it has the word diversity in it, they would cancel it. This is now fully out in the open. It's been admitted by the Trump administration. It's bad. Yeah. The court document came out last week. My brother sent it to me. But anyway, I'll let you be. I figured I'd let you know.
Can you actually forward that to me as well?
Yeah, sure. What's the best way? I can just message it to you on TikTok or something if that would help.
Yeah, you could message it to me on TikTok. If that doesn't work after the live stream, I could even send you my email.
Okay, yeah, sure.
All right, cool.
All right,
you take care, Blitz. Thank
luck.
you. Thank you so much, man. Welcome in, Mr. Austin.
How are you, Dean? Good to be here again.
Yeah, I'm doing all right. How about yourself, man?
I'm doing all right. I just landed not too long ago, so I finally got myself some food.
Very nice.
We got out of the pre-production meeting. Everything's great. I got some good news coming. So.
Yeah. So for the show, the split, you're actually flying into LA for that? Because I assumed that they would probably just like cast a couple commentators local to the LA area, since you filmed that on a schedule.
No, yeah, we fly in every 2 weeks or so. Usually around every 2 weeks.
Wow.
They fly us in, and I fly in all the way from Atlanta. So
I'm surprised it's profitable for them. Interested. I guess maybe the goal is for it to be profitable in the future. Anyways, for everybody watching the stream, this is Austin. He is a Christian populist conservative.
The more correct term would just be Christian populist. They slap the conservative label on me, although there are sections where I vehemently disagree with conservatives. But there's a lot of overlap there. So either one is fine.
So this is a Christian populist. Their name is Austin, and Austin is one of the two commentators running a show on Jubilee's YouTube channel called The Split. I'm sure maybe some of the people watching this stream today have seen The Split before. The others haven't. It's relatively a new show. They launched their first episode maybe the week after my last Surrounded video went public. Austin has built himself a social media career surrounding his thoughts and his political commentary with 100,000 followers on TikTok. Are you anywhere else outside of TikTok?
Just Instagram and YouTube. Austin Off Script on YouTube, and then Austin Off Script on Instagram too.
Yeah, and I invited this guy to join the stream to debate me on abortion. So it's good to have you here, Austin. And I'm really, really, really excited to have a conversation with you about abortion. Now, before we hop into our conversation about what you believe in and why, and inversely what I believe in and why, is it all right if I just take a moment to thank a handful of the supporters to the show? It's just been a while. I got caught up in a long conversation just before you popped in here. Is that all right?
100%, man. Take your time.
Cool. London, appreciate you so much for the $20 donation on Venmo. This came in literally 60 seconds ago. Let's get 200 London W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much, London. Huge shout out to London. Thank you. Christy, thank you for the $5. And Rael, thank you for the $15, who says, I hope that this is the right account. I'm shouting out awareness for Francesca Hong for Wyoming governor. She's raising the poll. She's a DSA candidate, anti-Israel and data centers. She's incredible. Ooh, I'll check her out, Rael. Thank you for the $15. Alexa, thank you for the $10. I'm so happy that you learned from the streams. And Janaea, thank you for the $25, who says, sent a DM for an idea to work around the trolls. Ooh, I'll definitely check that out, Janaea. Thank you for the $25. Let's get 250 Janaea W's. Same thing to you, Ian. Thank you for the $15, who says, keep up the good work. Looking forward to seeing you in the new Spider-Man movie. I'm not Tom Holland, bro. I appreciate you for that love, though, Ian. As well as Lucy. Thank you for the $15, who says, hey, Dean, I was introduced to you last week. I voted for Trump, but I'm conflicted and would love to talk. I would love to have a conversation with you, Lucy. Feel free to hop back inside of that queue, as well as Sarah. Oh, my God. Thank you so much for the $100 donation donation on Venmo 27 minutes ago. I want to see 1,000 Sarah W's down below. That is absolutely ridiculous. That is unreal. I'm so very grateful for you. Thank you, Sarah. Sarah with a $100 says, thank you for helping apathetic people like me wake up and actually engage with what's going on in our government and being reminded that our voices matter in this arena. Sending you positive vibes. I'm so fucking grateful for you, Sarah. Thank you not just for your kind words, but for your true words. I think that it's important and it's time for people to speak up and speak loudly about the state of our country and the state of the world. And thank you so much for the $100. That is ridiculous. That is such an incredibly kind donation. Same thing to you, Jamie. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate you for being here every day. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $25. Who says, I'm not MAGA, but I'm listening to y'all while I'm about to get in the tub. Can I drop in? Bro, no, Elizabeth. Absolutely fucking not. Amy, thank you for the $10. Who says, love what you do. Thanks, Amy. And Kyla, thank you so much for the $20. I'm happy that you found my joke funny. I don't think a lot of other people did. And we are all caught up on Venmo. I appreciate y'all for the love on Super Chat. Falcon, appreciate you for the $5. And Rodney with the $10 says, hung in Wisconsin. Apparently she's popular. I'll have to check her out. Over on PayPal, thank you, Johan, for the $5. Sean, thank you for the $3. Amber, thank you for the $5. Natalie, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. And then Maria, thank you for the $10 as well. You says, don't be disheartened with the trolls. I'd assume that it will go down as soon as school's back, which is going to be next month. Yes, I am waiting for school to be back in session. I cannot wait. Thank you so much for the love, you guys. We're all caught up. If you want to support me, if you want to support the live streams, if you want to ask me a question, if you want to get a message across, if you just want to shout out, you can actually find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account, pin message on YouTube, and the handle's always at the top of the phone screen on TikTok too. It's literally just my name, Dean Withers, without the letter E and the last name Withers. Let's hop into that debate, bro. So who should start? Should I tell you why I'm pro-choice, or do you want to tell me why you're pro-life? You know what? Matter of a fact, Austin, I want to put the ball in your court for that one, because inevitably the person whose view is being actively interrogated is going to have, the lower hand. The person doing the interrogating is going to have the upper hand. So Austin, I'll actually allow this to be your decision. Do you want to start with the lower hand because I'm going to be interrogating what you believe in and why? Or do you want to start with the upper hand, which would be you interrogating what I believe in and why?
I'm actually good. I'm going to be honest with you, Dean. I love the way when you first sat down with Charlie Kirk, and you started to go into the conceived zygote argument. Y'all really didn't get a chance to flesh that out. I would love to hear your opening, like just kind of your thoughts. Let's just start with that. Let's start with, because you were essentially trying, if I remember correctly, you were essentially trying to make the case that a conceived zygote, or that an IUD, if a woman had an IUD, she was murder. She was still committing an act of murder by not allowing the implantation of a conceived zygote, if I remember your argument correctly. So yeah. I want to kind of give you a chance to kind of expound on that just a little bit, or if I missed something, fill me in. But I think that'd be a good starting point.
Okay. Well, let's touch on a couple things here. So first and foremost, my views, my thoughts, and my perspective / argumentation on abortion has certainly evolved a lot in like the 2 years since I sat down and I filmed that conversation with Charlie Kirk. So, I mean, if you like my thoughts and my argument for why I think women should have access to abortion, and rather why I actually think that abortion is not just a permissible thing, but a good thing. It's a morally good thing. Just feel free to ask for my argument today. But the conversation that I had with Charlie Kirk was pretty simple. Charlie Kirk took the view that the reason why an abortion is wrong is because it is killing a human being. And being a human being is a trait that gives you moral deservance, makes you considerable in the normative domain. And for that reason, it's wrong to kill, and in fact, murder to kill the fetus. Well, the thing is, zygotes are also human beings. Being a zygote is the very first stage of human development. That is what exists immediately after the moment of conception. And IUDs, which is an intrauterine device, form of birth control, can and do kill zygotes, by preventing their implantation into the uterine lining. So the argument is simple. If you accept and adopt the view that you think all humans have intrinsic moral value, and that's what the wrong maker is, for abortion, that's why it's murder, then you'd have to accept the view that a woman who knew IUDs could kill zygotes, then intentionally got an IUD and had sex with that IUD, created a zygote and killed it, would be culpable / responsible for an action of murder.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So that's, okay, now I got that. So now you said, yes, your views also evolved. So I want to get, what are your evolved views? You said that, let's go back to you said that you actually think abortion is a morally good thing. Did I hear you correctly there?
Yes, I think it's good.
So so first of all, when you say morally good, what does that mean?
Okay. Well, so we understand in normative ethics that a good thing is something that in many scenarios you should do. Not saying that it's a moral obligation, it's something that you're obligated to do, but we're just saying that it's an action that you should do consistent with my normative ethical framework. I'm a virtue ethicist. I think that people should live by virtues. And the way that I think that we can evaluate if an action is good is if the greatest weight of reasons for engaging in that action favor that action. And that's actually the first premise of my argument. An action is good if the greatest weight of reasons favor that action. So what do I mean by the greatest weight of reasons? This means we're going to analytically evaluate the reasons for doing it, and then we're going to evaluate the reasons against doing it. And I feel like when we run that calculus on a woman getting an abortion, the reasons for getting the abortion significantly outweigh the reasons against getting an abortion. Like, let's just go through some of the reasons that count in favor of abortion. When a woman accesses abortion, why is she doing it? She's doing it for emotional reasons that count in favor of abortion. She's doing it for professional reasons that count in favor of the abortion. She's doing it for relational reasons. She's doing it for medical reasons. She could be doing it for instrumental reasons. So there are a lot of reasons that count in favor of a woman getting an abortion. So now let's kind of evaluate the reasons against a woman getting an abortion. Well, maybe one reason that would count against a woman accessing abortion is that if she doesn't get the abortion, then the U.S. is going to have an additional worker. So now let's ask ourselves, okay, a reason against getting the abortion would be the fact that we're going to lose an additional worker. Okay, well, does it outweigh all the reasons for getting an abortion? We could test that intuition pretty easily. If there was a button that, when pressed, would give the U.S. an additional worker, would we argue that women would have a moral obligation to press that button, given that it gave them pregnancy-like symptoms for 9 months? Obviously not. So therefore, it seems to be the case that all the reasons that count in favor of getting an abortion outweigh those that count against it. But obviously, you're going to disagree with this. You might find other reasons that count against getting an abortion, such as the fact that it's murder under the pro-life theory. And that's the argument that I'd like you to make. What are the reasons that count against a woman accessing abortion?
Well, the first of all, what I disagree with, you didn't actually define what I should have asked you this. What are you defining as morally good, and what are you basing that in? Because you just said that it's a morally good thing to terminate the life of a human being. Yeah. So what I'm going to say, and the argument that I would actually make is very, very simple. It is seriously wrong, absent sufficient justification, intentionally to kill an innocent human organism possessing a valuable future, which it conceives zygote. A fetus does have a valuable future. From fertilization, an embryo is a living individual human organism, and unless killed or fatally impaired, that same organism ordinarily develops through the fetal, infant, adolescent, and adult stages. And abortion intentionally destroys that organism and, in fact, deprives it of the entire valuable future it otherwise would have experienced. Therefore, abortion is presumptively seriously wrong, except where a sufficiently grave justification exists. So we're talking about cases of rape, incest, things of that nature. So what are you defining as morally good, and what is your morality based in? I would start with that.
Okay. Yeah, well, let's touch on a couple things that you just said. So you asked me what I define as morally good. That's a question and investigation of my normative view of ethics, meaning how do I determine what's good, how do I determine what's bad. So I'm a virtue ethicist. I think that an action is good if it's virtuous or conducive towards what Aristotle would refer to as eudaimonia, which would be a balance of virtue and vice. Okay, then I think an action is bad if it is a vice, if it's not conducive towards eudaimonia for people or subjects. Now, the next question that you asked me was, where do I get my morality from? This is a meta-ethical question. Well, I get my morality from a Platonist moral facts that exist objectively. And I could go into my meta-ethical view of why I am an objectivist and what the justification for this view would be, but that's ultimately unconcerned to the normative conversation that we're having surrounding the wrongness of the action of abortion. Then the last thing that you said there was, well, the reasons why you think that abortion's wrong. You started by stating that you think it's a serious moral wrongdoing to terminate an innocent human life without sufficient justification. Okay, and then you went on to also bring up a future like ours and other apparently ethically salient features in which you believe serve as wrong makers for the action of abortion. I want to start off with the first thing that you said. You said it's an innocent human being. I want to better understand this view. What do you mean by innocent?
It has committed no sin.
Okay, so fire hydrants are innocent because they have committed no sin?
And let me say this. When I say innocent, I mean it is guilty of no wrongdoing based upon any objective standard. And then you said something that was very interesting. You said that you based your morality, did you say Aristotle? Was that one of the things that you...
I said that I'm a virtue ethicist, but I want to push back on one thing that you just said. So I asked you to define innocence. Then you said guilty of no objective moral wrongdoing. So fire hydrants are not guilty of any objective moral wrongdoing. Are fire hydrants innocence?
they're not human beings, Dean. That's
Okay,
that's a
but
red
when
herring.
when I asked you to
when I-
define innocence, you didn't say a human being that's not guilty of any serious moral wrongdoing. You just said not guilty of any serious wrongdoing.
Well, Dean,
so in accordance with the
we
first
have to
definition that you
understand
gave of innocence, a fire hydrant, under your view, would be innocent.
No,
Now, if
no,
you want to
because
revise
what
your
you're doing
definition
is-
of innocence to be a human being that is not guilty of any moral wrongdoing, well, then you just revise your statement from it's seriously wrong to kill an innocent human being to be it's seriously wrong to kill a human being that's not guilty of moral wrongdoing human being. So that doesn't make too much sense.
Well, Dean, we're both intelligent enough to know that we're speaking about human beings. So obviously, I would not think that you would make the false equivocation of comparing a fire hydrant to a fetus. So if you want to do that and play the semantic game, we can do that all day long. However, the fact is, you actually have, because even Aristotle, where you pulled from, bases his morality in an unknown God. Aristotle is one of the first philosophers that said that there must be an unmoved mover or an uncaused cause. He called God, I think it was Aristotle that called God the architectonic good. And so the idea that you can even place morality in anything and claim it's objective without grounding that objectivity in an object or a person of some kind or a mind of some kind, you're actually skirting around the reality. You do what typical atheists do, which is borrow from the root of a theological tree you borrow from the fruit of a theological tree while rejecting the root of it. So we have to start here, because what the abortion conversation essentially is, it is about life. And again, I'm going to restate my argument. It is seriously wrong, absent sufficient justification, intentionally to kill an innocent human organism that possesses a valuable future. It is indisputable that a fetus does possess inherently a valuable future, absent any sort of deformities with the development of the child. From fertilization, that embryo is a living individual human organism, and our laws are written around the protection of human life. When you can't just go out and kill an adult and there not be penalties for it. And by the same definition, unless killed or fatally impaired, that organism would ordinarily develop through the fetal, infant, adolescent, and adult stages. And abortion intentionally strips away that organism's ability to do that and deprives it of its valuable future, unless, or rather, that it would otherwise experience. And therefore, based on that, I can tell you that abortion is wrong because I believe that human beings are made objectively in the image of a creator. You cannot make that same claim without acknowledging that you're borrowing from some sort of a theological tree, Dean.
Okay.
So if you admit that your morality comes from, if you're willing to admit that your morality does borrow from something that bears a theological ethic of some kind, we can continue the conversation in honesty. But otherwise, your morality is relativistic. Mine is actually grounded in objectivity.
Okay, a couple things to respond here. So the first thing that you told me is in order for myself to be a moral objectivist, I have to believe that it's all contingent upon some like person or subject or creator like God. I think that's a very bloated ontological account of objective morality. I think that there's other views that could be reduced down to deflationism or maybe being a primitivist that would not require such a bloated ontology in order to justify moral objectivism. I mean, we could just run it through Occam's razor because my view would require less commitment than yours. It is thereby by definition more likely to be true. But once again, I don't think that a debate about metaethics is too relevant to any claim concerning normative ethics. The second thing that you said is that it's an indisputable fact that it's wrong to kill a fetus, or as you said, an innocent human being with a future that is like ours. Indisputable to Hume. Over 80% of normative ethicists converge on one fact, that fact being that abortion is not wrong and adopting the pro-choice view. So indisputable was just an absolute lie. And then the third thing that you said is that it's wrong to kill it because it is an innocent human being with a future like ours. Okay. So the first question.
No, I didn't say like ours. No, that's not what I said. I said it is. I didn't say that at all. I said that it possesses a valuable future. That's what I said. I didn't say like ours. No two human beings are going to have the exact same future. However, those futures are inherently valuable. Secondly, there was something that you said.
That's just how it's understood in the literature. Like Don Marquez, he created the future like ours argument. That's like where your position that it's wrong to kill it because they have a valuable future is downstream of. I was just using like the language denoted in the literature compared to the language used by yourself. But I mean, if a future like ours and a valuable future are relative to the same thing, basically this fetus will have a future and it's going to be similar to ours. Well, then I don't mind just using your language. Go ahead.
No, and again, you know, the unborn child, right? And okay, I would say it like this: when we look at the nature of humanity in and of itself. Can we not agree that it is wrong to kill an innocent human being? Can we not agree there?
Okay. Well, it depends on what you mean by innocent, and it depends on what you mean by human being. Okay, because like if you like, let's just talk about metaphysics. Okay, if you take a human being to be a subject, okay, well then I could just exclude the fetus from being a human being. It would just be a member of the human species due to the fact that it's not a subject. And why I say it depends, of course, on your definition of innocence is because if you define innocence as not seriously guilty of any moral wrongdoing, well then all of a sudden fire hydrants would be innocent. And then it also would depend, I think, on a case-by-case scenario. I think that there's many cases where let's just assume your metaphysical commitments of what a human being is, just being a member of the human species, that it wouldn't always be wrong to end the life of an innocent human being. A really good example of this would be a brain dead patient who is biologically alive, yet we don't think it's murder when the doctors pull the plug on them. Or it could even be more simple to like a comatose patient that permanently lacks any conscious experiences, meaning that they don't have a future like ours, where we'd also argue that it's not wrong for the doctors to pull the plug on them, even though they're innocent or not guilty of any serious wrongdoing. So I think that that claim in of itself is also incorrect, and I think I could prove it to you. Do you think that an abortion is wrong for a woman who's going to die if she does not get the abortion?
No, that qualifies as a medical necessity, and that doesn't. Okay. That's not what we're talking about.
Next question: is that fetus still innocent?
The fetus is still innocent, but again,
okay. So it's not wrong to kill the innocent human being with a future like ours?
No, because Dean, what you're doing is committing a very serious category error that many people often, and many people on the right don't. I mean, I'm
not committing the category error. You committed yourself to the belief that it's always wrong to kill an innocent human being with a future like ours. Now we've identified one scenario where you don't think that it's always wrong to kill an innocent human being with a future like ours.
No. I said absent severe justification. That is the first thing that I said. If you do not have severely plausible justification for doing so, then it is wrong. If a woman's health is in danger, she has more than enough sufficient justification to terminate the life of that infant. If her life is in danger, and I qualified that, and most people on the right,
you qualified that in your position, but you didn't qualify that in the question that you just directed towards me. The question that you just directed towards me around 2 minutes ago was not, Dean, can we agree that it's always wrong to kill an innocent human being absent sufficient justification? No, the question was, can we agree that it's always wrong to kill an innocent human being with a valuable future like ours? So if you want to change your question, feel free to.
Sure. If we want to play the semantic game, I have no problem with it. Would you agree that under normal conditions, where the health of the let me actually narrow the question as specifically as possible. Would you agree that it is wrong for a woman to terminate the life of a pregnancy absent rape, incest, or the health of the mother being in jeopardy?
No, I mean the argument that I gave you earlier specified that in fact in many scenarios I think it's a good thing for her to get elective lethal abortion.
Okay, but again, what are you grounded? How is it okay? You now need to explain why it is a good thing morally to terminate what is by definition within the confines I've given you an actually innocent life. Because the thing about abortion is, and I'm going to say this and I'm going to give you a chance to respond. The thing about abortion is this: the cases I'm speaking on are specifically confined to an adult woman that willingly chose to sleep with a man unprotected, that is now decided to terminate the life of I'm sorry?
I could explain this to you.
Well, let me get the question.
I reject that the fetus is innocent. I think that innocence requires agency, and I don't think that the fetus is an agent.
You don't think that the fetus is an agent because it's, and your argument is going to be because it's attached to the mother.
I don't even. I don't think that they're a person. I don't think that they're a subject. Okay. So I don't think that a non-person could be an agent. So it's definitely not an agent. If agency is a necessary prerequisite for innocence, well, then it couldn't.
Wait a minute.
Could it be innocent?
So hold on, Dean. So you actually think that a human embryo is not, when does it become human, Dean?
When does it become human? So it's a member of the human species from the moment of conception, but I don't think it's a human person until around 20 through 24 weeks, because that's when I think that the subject emerges.
So there's multiple pieces of evidence that suggest that a person's entire genetic code, actually there's overwhelming evidence to suggest that a person's entire genetic code is already locked in at the moment of conception. So I would argue that personhood is established the moment that the zygote is conceived. Your entire genetic makeup, Dean, who you are right now, was already locked in coded form the minute you became a conceived zygote. So there's nothing that would allow me to say that there was any point where you were not a person. What this gets into is really, it does get into a metaphysical issue. And this is where I think that many people that have your worldview, they tend to run from. And you said something about a brain dead person. I want to respond to that briefly. A fire hydrant, by the way, isn't innocent. It's morally neutral because it's an inanimate object. An unborn child, however, is a living human organism. So why would you compare a human being to municipal equipment? First of all, that's a huge fallacy. Secondly, a brain dead patient has irreversibly lost the integrated capacity for consciousness because the organism is either dying or dead. A fetus is doing literally the exact opposite. It is actively developing its brain and its natural capacity. So why should irreversible loss of function be a moral equivalent to the normal development towards extended function, Dean? Make that make sense.
Okay. Well, I'm going to respond to the first thing that you said first. You said, well, Dean, why would you argue that it's only a person or a subject at around 20 through 24 gestational weeks when 97% of biologists converge on one simple fact, that fact being that biologically human life begins at the moment of conception, and at that moment, well, then all of a sudden you have your genetics hard-coded inside of you that determine the way in which your biology will continue to develop and progress over time. Well, it's because I don't think that the animal we are, or our biology, is what makes us a person. Dude, listen, bees are living, ants are living, fucking trees are living, okay? But would we see that bees, ants, and trees are people? No, okay, so this must mean that our animalistic tendencies, such as our biology, are equivalent to what makes us a person. And that would actually be the metaphysical view of animalism. And that's my next thing, is in your response arguing that we're not a person at 20 through 24 weeks, but rather a person starting at the moment of conception because of our biology, you are pre-assuming animalism to be true. So I would A, ask you for an argument for the metaphysical view of animalism, and B, then ask you to demonstrate why the animal would be ethically salient in a consideration of normative claims such as it's wrong to kill this animal. I would say that it's very clear that we are not our animal. I would say that it's very clear that we are not our biology, and a really good account for why this is the case is let's just assume a person, a human being person, and we take a part of the brain out of this person that self-contains the personality, memories, what makes them who they are, their emotions, the expression of their emotions, and other like attitudes, beliefs, and tendencies. I think that, I forget the specific name of the part of the brain. I think it might be, I'm gonna have to try to remember the specific part of the brain. I was reading up about this yesterday, but I forget now. If we were to move that part of the body from the brain, which does indeed leave all of the self-regulatory necessities behind, meaning that the biology can self-regulate, and then we were to take that part of the brain, and then we were to put it in some robot, okay, well, would we say that you are the robot, or would we say that you are the human meat bag that was left behind? Okay, well, we probably wouldn't say that you are the human meat bag that was left behind, so I'm unconvinced and unwilling to believe that we are our biology. But I will say the reason why I think that the subject in the person begins to exist at around 20 through 24 weeks is because of the substantial change in which the entity undergoes, allowing it to develop new essential powers to the survival of the thing, particularly the capacity for intellect, which emerges with the development of particular brain structures, such as the thymocortical cortex to the prefrontal cortex at around 20 through 24 weeks. And I'd argue that because of this substantial change, the metaphysical identity of the entity changes, and then all of a sudden it's a new thing, metaphysically speaking. And I know that that's like really nitty gritty. I don't expect you to be able to follow or respond to that, but those are like my general thoughts on why I don't think that the person nor the capacities exist, such as a valuable future like ours at the moment of conception, but do think that it exists later on in pregnancy at around 20 through 24 weeks.
But again, your argument, I want to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying. You're saying that an abortion prior to 24 weeks is morally good, or an abortion at any point is morally good?
So I think that elective lethal abortions prior to around 20 through 24 weeks are morally good for the argument that I gave earlier. I think that abortions that kill the fetus concerning the other attributes that I gave, such as life of the mother, rape, or incest at any point in pregnancy are morally good. But I do think that elective lethal abortions after around 20 through 24 weeks become bad. But I'd actually love for you to give me your theory of personal identity, because you said, oh, you are who you are from the moment of conception. So what makes me me?
The fact that, well, and this is where we get into my metaphysics, which holds the presupposition that there is a God who created the universe, that literally claimed in the Bible to say that he knew us before we were made in the womb, to say that he knew us before we were ever formed. And then science backs that up with the moment of conception, with proof, with there being proof that a human being's entire genetic code is literally in the conceived zygote at the very moment of conception. Now, of course, you're going to disagree with that. You don't believe that God exists. I'm well aware of that fact. However, that's why I believe that that's what made you from before you ever took your first breath.
I'm sorry, I got distracted real quick. Could you quickly repeat what makes me me?
What makes you you is the fact that I hold the metaphysical presupposition that there is a God who created the universe and everything within it,
God exists.
who knew the end from right. That is my metaphysical presupposition. I have no problem acknowledging that. And so
Okay, but
my
you're
argument is
just
that
saying that God exists, but you're not explaining what makes me me.
the fact that God knew that he wanted you to exist in the fashion that you are created now. That's what makes you you. The fact that you were known before you were born by a creator that took the time to make you and create and craft your genetic code.
Okay, well, okay. So you're saying that what makes me me is the fact that God knew me. Okay, well, you're still not telling me what I am. You're not telling me if I'm my biology. You're not telling me if
No, you're
I
deeper
am
than
my
biology. You
intellect.
possess
You're not telling
consciousness.
me if I am my mind. No, you're just telling me that God knew me irrespective of what I am. So
Well,
I mean,
Dane,
let me try to ask you. Let me try to simplify this down. The question I'm asking you is what makes a person a person? What makes Dean Dean? What makes you you? Okay?
Dean's
And this
unique
is begging
I'm-
and this is begging on you to provide your theory of personal identity, because it seems to be the case that earlier in the conversation, after I said that the subject emerges at around 20 through 24 weeks, you turned around and you said, well, maybe it exists from the moment of conception due to our biology. So do you hold on to a view of animalism? Do you think that we are our biology? That's what I'm trying to clarify.
I think that we are a combination of, we are both biology and consciousness. I think that we are primarily conscious beings that occupy physical flesh. That's what I think. That is not animalism, it's a metaphysical view that is rooted in a religious presupposition.
Okay,
or
so
a theological presupposition.
So if you are your biology plus your consciousness, then you didn't exist before 20 through 24 weeks in womb because your biology existed, but your consciousness didn't. So if those are the two necessary pre-components for defining what a person are, then the person didn't exist until 20 through 24 weeks.
That's not true. If the biology existed, and the consciousness develops as a part of the biology, that means I existed at the moment of conception, Dean. That's literally you're attempting to make a false equivalency.
This is
if
a
a person's
contradiction.
entire genetic no, it's not. If a person's entire genetic code, which would include what becomes their brain, which then contains their consciousness, is literally locked in at the moment of conception, which science proves that it is, then that means that know what?
No.
Are you going to say that science
zygotes are not conscious?
I didn't say no. I didn't say they're conscious. I said that that the entire genetic code of a zygote is locked in at the moment of conception. That's what I stated.
But this doesn't mean that
so
they're
if
conscious.
premise one is true, wait.
You committed yourself to a conjunction of traits for what makes a person a person. The conjunction of traits that you committed yourself to towards what makes a person were biology and consciousness, meaning that if one or both of those traits are not met, then the conjunction is false, meaning that they're not a person. The two qualifications of that conjunction are not both simultaneously met until around 20 through 24 weeks in womb, when consciousness
they're not
emerges.
developed.
Meaning that before
They're
20
not
through
developed,
24
but they're
points,
met.
that because only one of the two conditions of the conjunction are met, that therefore it's not a person under your view.
No, under my view, it is a person, because if left unaltered to its own devices, it would still develop into a fully functioning human being. That's what I'm saying. At any point, an interruption of that is a form, like it or not, it is a form of murder, whether we look at it or not. And again, I'm operating from a presupposition that God exists. So to me, there are limits upon what we can do with innocent life and what we can't. That's where our crossroads is.
Okay. Let me try to explain this to you simply. Do you remember earlier when I asked you, what makes a person a person? Okay, what is my personal identity? Am I my biology? Am I my mind? And I kind of gave you other examples of typical theories of personal identity. And then you responded by saying, what makes a person is their biology and their consciousness. Do you remember that?
That's what I stated, Dave. Yes.
Okay. Do you know what a conjunction is?
I know what a conjunction is, Dave.
Okay, what's a conjunction?
I gave you two things. I gave you two things.
Just track. Just for one moment. I promise if you just help me out here, if you follow me here, you'll understand where I'm coming from. What's a conjunction?
Dean, a conjunction is a part of speech used to connect words, phrases, or clauses together, such as and, but, and because. They help make your sentences longer, clearer, and more complete. That's what a conjunction is, Dean. That's why I said your biology and your consciousness, meaning that I'm connecting both of those things, Dean.
Okay, so I understand where the confusion lies. So that's a conjunction in a linguistic sense, like something that you learn in a literature class. What I'm asking you for is if you know what a conjunction of is as a logical operator. So a conjunction as a logical operator is where you have two variables that must be true in order for some condition to follow.
The PQ thing. Yes, the PQ thing.
Yeah.
I said the same thing.
So a conjunction is P and Q. So if P and Q equals X, then both P and Q have to be true in order for X to follow. Do you accept that?
In most cases, yes.
Okay. So you gave me a conjunction of what makes or equals a person. You said P and Q, biology and consciousness, make a person equals a person. Okay. So if both P and Q have to be true in order for X to be true, well, then both biology and consciousness have to be true in order for a person to be true, for a person to exist. The issue that I'm describing with your view, okay, is that you seem to have a contradiction within it. You cannot say that a person is their biology plus their consciousness and that a person exists from the moment of conception, because it is not true that both biology and consciousness exist from the moment of conception. The only way for you to argue that a person is more than their more than their biology, such as biology and their conscious experience, would be for you to concede that the person only starts existing when both criteria of the conjunctions are met at around 20 through 24 weeks, when it is true they have consciousness and it is true they have their biology.
No, because I could argue, I can make another argument. I could say that if an outside entity has complete knowledge of the person prior to their physical existence, that in the mind of that individual, they still exist. And I do have an ace in the hole for that. And that entity's name is God. If God possesses knowledge of a person before they come into physical existence, then that means that in his mind, they're still a person. And if he's the creator of the universe, which he claims to be in the biblical text, then that means that in his mind, which is the supreme mind of the universe, that they do exist. And therefore, they would still be a person.
Oh, wow.
What you have to deal with, Dean, is you have to prove to me, in order for me to accept anything that you're saying is valid,
explain to you why
you would
you
have to know. No, I'm going to ask a question for it. Could you prove to me conclusively that there's more reasonable evidence than not that God does not exist?
Okay. Well, God can exist and pro-choice theories can be true, or God could not exist and pro-choice theories could still be true. It doesn't seem like
how could God exist and they be true? Answer that part.
Because God doesn't have to think that abortion is wrong.
But he does think. I don't think. See, that's the if.
That's like a condition or a property you are applying to the God that you think exists. Clearly, some God could exist that either is indifferent to us. Maybe it's a deist God that there's no personal relationships that God wants to build with us, or maybe even that God could be a personal theistic God, but they just don't hold to the belief that abortion is wrong. So I don't know why you're asking me for an argument for why God doesn't exist.
Because what I'm getting at,
given that the inexistence of God is not a necessary fact that has to follow in order for abortion to be permissible. But I want to go back to the last thing that you said about why you think it's a person from the moment of conception, even though the two criteria of your conjunctions are not met. Okay? And that's very simple. You said, well, even though you think a person is their biology and their conscious experience, they're still a person before they have both their biology and their conscious experience, because God knew that they were going to be a person in the future. Can you explain that one to me?
God has foreknowledge of history. He sees the end from the beginning. He exists outside of time. Therefore, he possesses knowledge that entities existing within time would not always have. Okay. It doesn't distract or take away from their personality.
But I'm just failing to see how God's current knowledge of the future existence of me meant that I existed in the past. Like, this is to say that a fetus can be a person, even though a person is their biology plus their consciousness before they're conscious, because God knows that they're going to be conscious in the future. Couldn't you also just say that the fetus is a person before conception occurs, even though they don't have their biology or their conscious experience, because God knew they were going to be a person in the future? I don't think that God's foreknowledge of a future event means that future event is in fact not future at all and rather true of the present.
Okay, Dean, you said a lot. Say the last part of what you were getting at.
Your argument is a person is human biology plus consciousness. Okay? My response was, therefore, you don't think that the fetus is a person until 20 through 24 weeks. Your response
No, I
was,
don't. I disagree
God
with
is
that
all-knowing, and I know that you disagree with the statement that it's a person at 20 through 24 weeks, because then you gave a response by saying, well, because God is all-knowing and exists outside of time, he has the foreknowledge that that fetus will be a conscious experiencing thing in the future. Therefore, we could say it's a conscious experiencing thing now, or at least say it's a person now, even though it doesn't meet one of the two criteria of your conjunct, which I'm still lost on. That in itself is a contradiction. I mean, God can't even make contradictions true. Therefore, under your view of what a person is, he couldn't make a fetus a person. But
a fetus is, again, if you're what you keep skirting around is that you await the development of consciousness to achieve personhood. I'm saying that if left unaltered, a conceived zygote would eventually develop consciousness. So therefore, it is more logical than not to treat it as a person from the moment of conception. You're running around that, trying to make the claim that a human being is not a human being.
Oh,
until
wait,
consciousness
so you
is
concede?
developed. I don't concede anything. I just told you what you're trying to do.
Okay,
No,
you
no,
either
no, stop.
conceded
Let me
or
respond.
shifted.
No,
You either
I didn't-
conceded that
Dean,
it's
I
not a
never-
person
Dean,
at conception,
Dean,
but
I
we
did-
should just treat
Dean,
it like a person,
no,
or
no,
you
no, no,
equivocated
Dean, you're
from
not-
it
Dean, you're
actually
not-
being a
you're
person
not
to
listening.
treating
Dean,
it
you're not-
like a
Dean,
person.
Dean, you're not listening. I'm telling you what you are attempting to do. I'm telling you what you're attempting to do, which is to say that personhood is only established at a certain material time baseline. That is a false view that's a false equivocation of what personhood is. And under my view, which I think is the correct worldview, if I'm telling you that God, who is the creator of the universe, has foreknowledge of a person's existence, that person is a person in the mind of its creator. Whether or not it comes to full fruition of the full development of its biology and consciousness in the physical realm does not take away from the fact that the creator of the cosmos possessed knowledge of the person prior to their physical existence. So if God deems it as a person, it is a person outside of whatever definition you or I attempt to give it, or outside of the fact that you attempt to try to say that only a person becomes one the minute that they achieve
Hey,
a
bro,
24-week
could I ask you a quick question?
Sure, ask whatever you like.
Okay. I have a cousin. We're gonna call him Bob. Bob's gonna be an atheist for the rest of his life. Does that mean that God knows that Bob's gonna be in hell?
Say that. Wait. Repeat the question again.
I have a cousin. My cousin's name is Bob. Bob is an atheist, and Bob's gonna be an atheist for the rest of his life. Does
Okay.
Does that mean that God knows Bob's gonna be in hell?
Within the confines of the example that you just gave, if Bob is an atheist and doesn't believe that Jesus is God, then yes, he would go to hell.
Quick question, bro. Does that mean that Bob is in hell right now?
Bob doesn't exist.
We're
This is a
hypothetically
hypothetical
assuming
example.
that Bob does.
Okay,
Under this
so if he
hypothetical, quick question, bro. Does that mean that Bob is in hell right now?
If there was a person like that existed, then yes, they would be in hell.
Wait, no. Bob's not in hell. He's like 5 miles away from me on the other side of town. He's certainly not in hell.
When he dies, he would be in hell.
Oh, okay. So he's not in hell now, even though God knows he will be in hell in the future. Just like under your view of what a person is, biology plus consciousness, a fetus isn't a person now, but God does know they will be a person in the future.
No, a fetus. No. See, I knew that's where you're going. That's why I said it. That's why I answered the question the way I answered it. If a fetus, what is a fetus? A fetus is a living human organism, is it not?
Yeah, bro. But you didn't say a person is a living human organism. You said a person is a living human organism with a conscious experience, bro. Let's get real, bro.
Dean, you are attempting to use.
That's your theory of personhood, bro.
Dean, you're attempting to use the slickest words I've seen, and it's not. It's cute. I love it. It's glorious, but it's not working. The fact of the matter is,
What's not working, bro?
Let's start this from the beginning. What species of organism is a fetus? Is it
bro.
human?
Yeah, bro. I told you it's a human. Yeah.
Okay, then. So if it's human, Dean, we're going back to the same circle that we always run into. Your argument is that a person does not become a person until 24 weeks, correct?
Oh, I'm actually running an internal critique of your argument, dude.
Remember when I asked you? Dean, I don't care about your internal critique. I'm asking you.
Well, you should, because the internal critique that I'm giving falsifies your position. Wait,
Dean,
shouldn't you concern yourself with potential defeaters to the view?
Dean, I'm asking you a question that you're running from. Under your view,
What's your question? I'll just hold off.
Under your
the
view,
internal critique.
under your view, a person is not a person until 24 weeks of life, correct?
True that.
Okay. Now, under my worldview, a person is a person at the moment of conception because if allowed to have a normal developmental period unaltered, they will develop all of the things that a normal functioning infant, then adolescent, then adult would develop, right or wrong?
That's not what you defined a person as, though. You did not
Dean,
define.
that is the first, when I gave you my presuppositional argument to kick this conversation off, that is the first thing that I did, Dean.
No, bro. I'll explain to you how that's false, bro. Okay? This was maybe like 10 to 15 minutes ago in the debate now. I asked you what you think makes me me. And then I gave you like typical
and I gave you your
views.
biology and your uniqueness and your consciousness, and that God had foreknowledge of you, that you would be how you were.
Exactly.
I
Dude,
repeat
okay, you're
myself.
not okay. I actually will say here, I'm like trying to be pretty chill here, trying to be pretty calm, but you are interrupting me a lot. Can I speak without you interrupting me?
Oh, here we go. I was waiting on this. Go ahead, Dean.
Okay, but I think that you honestly just hit the nail on its head for me. Like what I was gonna say there is that earlier in the conversation, you suggested that a person is human biology plus a conscious experience. And I was maybe expecting you to like deny that you said that. Then I was expecting to have to play back the VOD. But no, you just said it again. Again, you've now said for the fourth time that a person is a human, like human biology, aka the matter in which we are constituted of, okay, plus a conscious experience, like our mind or the organizing principle of the matter. Now here's the issue. You are ping-ponging between views of personal identity. When I ask you what a person is, you say human biology plus consciousness. But then when I show you how that conjunction of traits, human biology plus consciousness, is only met with the emergence of consciousness from the biology at 20 through 24 weeks, you then quickly revert to saying, oh, well, a person is something other than human biology plus consciousness because it's a human person, keyword person, at the moment of conception when they clearly don't have consciousness. And then you tried to account for this by saying, it's all about God, bro. God has full knowledge that in the future, okay, that fetus will be conscious. Okay, well then I gave a really good reductio to that because I asked you about my cousin Bob, who's atheist. Does God know Bob the atheist will go to hell? He does know that Bob the atheist will go to hell. Does that mean that Bob the atheist is already in hell? No. Just because God knows something will occur in the future doesn't mean that that thing is occurring now. So just because God has full foreknowledge of the fact that in the future that fetus will gain personhood by possessing not just their biology but also their conscious experiences, that doesn't mean that the fetus is a person now. I have a very simple way to clear up all of the confusions that I think are getting thrown around in the conversation that I'm having with you today. The very simple way to clear up the confusions that we're having in our conversation today is for you to tell me which traits the fetus possesses at the moment of conception that makes that fetus a person. And then what everybody watching will then soon after understand is you are going to give a separate, different, and new list of traits that makes that fetus a person than the other list of traits that you gave for what makes a person, i.e. human biology and consciousness. Prove it. Prove it to me, prove it to you, and prove it to the audience that earlier when you said a person is human biology plus consciousness, you were just lying because that's not actually what you think a person is.
Dean, once again, you are skirting around the full definition and you are skirting around the initial set of premises that I provided. And I figured you were going to do this. But once again, you agreed when I asked you, is it true? I'm answering it. You don't like the way I'm answering it, but I'm answering it. When I asked you,
the question was, what are the traits that are true of the fetus that make it a person?
The traits are a complete human. The traits are biology, once again, plus consciousness. Both of those things are accounted for at the moment of conception when a human's being, when it is proven via science that a human being's entire genetic code is locked in at the moment it becomes a conceived zygote, which you agree to.
Is the zygote conscious, yes or no? Is the zygote conscious?
You talked about not interrupting you, so you need to do the same thing.
But just is the zygote conscious?
Can you practice what you preach, Dean?
Yeah, bro.
Are you capable of doing that? Thanks. I appreciate it. So again, you conceded out of your own mouth that a human being's entire genetic code, a part of that contains what becomes their consciousness. You admitted that that is locked in at the moment of conception, Dean.
Okay.
So if you acknowledge that, you are literally acknowledging then, by definition, that at the moment a zygote is fertile, or moment that a sperm and egg are meet and are fertilized, that it is by definition a person.
Okay.
Unless you now want to change your answer to that.
Okay. I think I have a good response to this because I finally understand what you're saying. You're saying a person is their human biology plus their conscious experience. But because at the moment of conception, their genetic code is locked in, which will lead to the natural development of many things in the future, like their height, their weight, and their consciousness through the development of brain structures, we could thereby say that they are conscious at the moment of conception. Bro, let's test this theory, dude.
I didn't. No.
Let's test this theory, Austin. I'm 5'9".
That's not what I said.
I'm 5'9". Is it true that because the genetic components that led me to be 5'9" were hard-coded into me at the moment of conception, is it therefore also true that when, quote-unquote, I was a zygote, quote-unquote, I was 5'9"? No, clearly, when I was a zygote, I was not 5'9". Okay, by the way, we're using the word I very loosely there. I thought I'd preface that since we're having a conversation about personal identity. Okay, no. I first, had to undergo particular levels of structural and neuroanatomical and biological development before I was actually 5'9". So there seems to be some confusion in your view here. When you say that a person is their human biology and their conscious experience, what I'm hearing is that a person is actualized human biology and actualized conscious experiences. But it seems like you're saying something else, because clearly you could admit that there are not actualized conscious experiences that exist at the moment of conception, nor the necessary biological preconditions of the development of particular brain structures, such as the thymocortical connections that allow for those experiences to even emerge. Okay? So when you say that a person is human biology plus consciousness, and then you say that a zygote is a person, what are you even taking consciousness to be? I'm just so confused what you're taking consciousness to even be. What is the description of the trait called consciousness, since that's the second criteria of your conduct in which you are applying as a property of the zygote?
Consciousness is the ability to have a unique experience and the ability to think about it in terms of within your own mind. That's what we would call, that's what I'm going to define consciousness as in the terms of this conversation. What you have done, again, and I've watched you do this now 4 times, so this is fantastic. You have literally ran away from the fact, if a person's genetic, as I'm going to restate this again for the record, if a person's genetic code, which contains their consciousness, it contains the way they think.
It doesn't contain their consciousness. That claim's false.
Dean, okay. Well then,
it contains the ability to develop the biological preconditions for consciousness.
So wait a minute. So the biological, so the neurons in a human being, the way that a human being's brain's neurons fire is not also contained within its genetic code at the moment of conception.
Yeah, neurons are not contained in your genetic code at the moment of conception. That is an empirical claim, one of science. How could a unicellular organism have more than one cell insofar as distinguishing another individual cell as a neuron?
First of all, it's not unicellular, first of all, because as soon as an egg becomes a conceived zygote, it begins to rapidly multiply, which is where an infant comes from, Dean. So that's a cute skirt around science there.
I agree that it begins to rapidly multiply, but the first stage of human development is defined by a unicellular human organism the moment after conception occurs.
Dean, if you're just going to continue to overtalk and not let me finish a point, but hold me to the standard that I need to shut up when you speak, then this isn't really going to be a fruitful debate.
Go ahead.
Your inability to acknowledge personhood prior to a benchmark indicates that you actually are misunderstanding what I'm claiming personhood to be. If I'm telling you that someone, if left unaltered, if left to its own devices, a fully fertilized zygote will develop into a fully functioning, fully conscious human being, aware of their consciousness, which you agreed that what makes a person is locked into their genetic code, is contained within their genetic code, which is locked in at the moment of conception. then you are skirting around my actual definition of personhood. You literally attempted to say that a human life is not innocent unless we also say that fire hydrants are innocent. But you're comparing a living organism to an inanimate object. Okay. What I'm saying is that left to its own devices, that clump of cells that is a conceived zygote will develop into a living, fully conscious and self-aware, which is really the key of one of the key determinants of what consciousness is, organism. Therefore, because it would have developed that way if left unaltered, it should be treated as a person because it is a person from the moment of conception.
All right, bro. It's time for what I call the whiteboard. Every so often, I'll pull out the whiteboard to keep track of the commitments that are being made by an interlocutor in a debate. The reason why I'm pulling out the whiteboard on you is because you've seemingly made many trivial and false commitments that are not representative of what you truly believe, such as the claim that a person is a human and that humans experiences, aka consciousness. But then when I give you very easy and simple pushback on that notion of what a person is, you then all of a sudden become very vague and very arbitrary in what you actually understand a person to be, insofar as finding a way to apply personhood to a thing when it doesn't meet the second criteria of that conjunct. And then you come up with even like more confused epistemological justification for the claim that it maybe is or isn't conscious at that point by saying that it possesses the biological genetic preconditions to develop the physical structures that will allow for the emergence of that trait in the future, to a point where I don't think that you're giving me a coherent argument. And I'm not just going to accuse you of giving me an incoherent argument. I'm going to prove it by pulling out the whiteboard. Okay. I'm going to ask you a series of questions just to clarify on a couple concepts that we've spoken about so far in this conversation. The first thing I want to understand is, what is a person? Let's explore this question, maybe not necessarily for you, but also for a lot of the people that are watching this debate. There is a lot of philosophical conversation surrounding what a person is. I think in everyday conversation, we use the word person very vaguely, but yet very frequently. I'm a person, you're a person. We know what a person is, right? But the thing is, there are particular commitments that need to be made to define a person in a way where maybe an ant's not a person, a bird's not a person, and as I would say, a fetus is not a person. But of course, our guest says otherwise. Our guest says that a fetus is a person. So let's clarify on what a person even is. What is the definition of the word person?
A living, breathing, or a living human organism. That is a person.
Fantastic. Alrighty. You've committed yourself to the view of animalism. The view of animalism is very simple. You just think that we are our biology. Let's just go ahead and take a look at a couple very obvious issues with your account of what a person is. The first issue that I'm going to point out will be derivative of a very simple hypothetical question. If Superman was real, would Superman be a person?
If Superman was real, would Superman be a person? Yes.
Is Superman a living human organism?
No. Okay. I get. He's Krypton. Dean, that's a hypothetical that doesn't matter. I just realized what you asked me.
It does matter because what it shows you.
It's a stupid question.
Listen. I'll explain to you why this is not a stupid question in the slightest.
Dude, I'm not answering that. That's just ridiculous.
You just did answer it. You said that Superman would be a person.
And I realized, wait a minute, that's foolish.
Let me explain to you why that's not foolish. I could actually demonstrate this one to you very, very well. Do you agree that it's possible something like Superman exists somewhere in the universe? Even if that possible...
No.
You think, okay, when I say possible, I mean logically possible. That it's like logically possible that non-human aliens exist somewhere in the universe.
No.
You don't think it's logically possible that aliens exist?
I just said no. How many times do I have to say no?
What's the contradiction in the existence of non-human aliens somewhere in the vast extents of our universe? I'm not saying like that I know they exist. I'm just saying that it's logically possible for them to exist.
You asked me a question. It is not possible for them to exist.
Okay, bro. Then go ahead and give the contradiction within the existence of intelligent non-human aliens somewhere in the universe.
They don't exist.
All right, bro. That's not the question I asked, nor an answer to the question that I asked.
Repeat the question.
What's the contradiction, okay, in an intelligent non-human alien that exists somewhere in the universe?
You said, what is the contradiction? How is there a contradiction if I'm saying they don't exist?
Well,
non-human
okay.
alien
Let me clarify this. You said that they can't exist. Okay.
No, I said they do not exist.
Okay. Do you think it's possible that they could exist?
Do I think that it's possible that Kryptonians could exist in the
just like some intelligent non-human alien.
No,
so it's impossible. So the existence of intelligent non-human aliens is impossible.
Non-human alien. Okay, no, non-human aliens. If by alien you mean not from Earth, then yes, that's possible.
Okay. So the existence of somebody like Superman minus the powers is possible, right?
No, not like Superman.
I just said like Superman minus the powers, just
No.
like an intelligent extraterrestrial, like Superman minus the powers.
No, not like Superman. Not even minus the powers. No. I believe that a specific kind of extraterrestrial exists that is not like.
Okay, what's the argument that it's impossible for them to exist?
There's no evidence suggesting that there's never been any evidence produced that
Wow,
suggests that non-human life with human-like intelligence or close to it exists.
Okay. So this is what we call an argument from ignorance. Just because you don't have evidence of a thing existing does not mean that it's therefore logically impossible for it to exist. Okay? Let me like explain to you what I mean by this. When I'm asking you the question, okay, is it logically possible, okay, for an intelligent non-human alien to exist somewhere in the universe? I'm not asking you, do you think they actually do exist somewhere in the universe? I'm not asking you, can you provide sufficient evidence to justify that they do exist somewhere in the universe? I'm not asking you if you know that they exist somewhere in the universe. I'm not even asking you if you believe. I'm not even asking that. I'm not even asking you if you believe that they exist somewhere in the universe. All that I'm asking you is if it is logically possible, okay, that a non-human intelligent alien could possibly exist in like one of the infinite possible worlds.
And I'm saying to that question, there is no one. What do you mean infinite possible? No, Dean. No.
Okay. So then you're saying, well, that must mean that there's a contradiction derived in the existence of intelligent non-human aliens. Why would I say that? Because in order for something to be impossible to exist, it has to be contradictory. Like an example of something that is not possible to exist would be a squared circle. A squared circle can't possibly exist because the very nature of a squared circle is contradictory due to the fact that a square has 4 sides and 4 90-degree triangles, and a circle necessarily does not have 4 sides and necessarily does not have 90-degree triangles. Logical possibility is a wildest kind of possibility. The only logically impossible things involve formal contradictions in the form of a proposition and its negation in conjunction. P and not P. So when you say that it is impossible for intelligent non-human aliens to exist, you are saying that the very nature of the existence of an intelligent non-human would necessitate a formal contradiction in the form of a proposition and its negation in conjunction. Now, what is the contradiction in the nature of the existence of an intelligent non-human animal?
I'm specifically speaking to the fact that the original example you provided, which is what I'm not going to let you run from, which is, could something like Superman, and then you changed it, Superman minus the powers exist? There is that.
Because the powers weren't relevant, dude. I was just saying that like we could envision of like a non-human alien existing that we'd consider a person.
No, not that we would consider a person, Dean. No.
Okay.
So, I grant you that non-human entities that are alien to Earth exist.
Okay. So if a hyper-intelligent non-human entity alien to Earth existed, and it looked just like us, it acted just like us, and it believed just like us, it thought just like us, it perceived just like us, okay, it abstracted just like us, okay, like Superman, for instance, would they be people?
No, because if it was foreign to Earth, it would not think like us, it would not move like us, it would not act like us. It wouldn't. What you're doing is creating a series of hypotheticals that don't actually make logical sense. They don't.
Okay,
and by the
bro.
way, I meant to say this earlier. You brought up Occam's razor.
Bro.
Go ahead.
Bro. A, those were stipulations that I made in the hypothetical. You can't fucking reject the stipulations of the hypothetical. B, you're making claims that these things are logically impossible to exist. After I described to you the thing that makes something logically impossible would be a formal contradiction, I don't think you'd be able to derive the formal contradiction in the hypothetical that I granted you. And like fucking, I don't know, C, I could just give you, I don't know, maybe something that you think is a better hypothetical. Like, just like imagine a being with some slight genetic mutation that looked, sounded, acted, and reasoned exactly like us, but didn't have Homo sapien sapien DNA. Okay, can we agree that that would be a person?
No, we cannot agree that would be a person, dude. I'm not agreeing with this.
Wait, but the only difference between you and this entity is just a slight deviation in the genetic code due to a genetic mutation that makes it not considered a Homo sapien sapien. And you're saying that that's not a person? You're so, oh my goodness. Oh my God, dude, that's a crazy bullet bite from you. That's a crazy bullet bite from you. Okay, there's a being that exists with some slight genetic mutation that looked, sounded, acted, and reasonably acted just like us, but didn't have Homo sapien sapien DNA, meaning that they are not a living human organism.
Dean, do you
You'd
realize how
say
far away
that
we
that's
have
not a
jumped-
person.
Do you realize how far away we have jumped from the original conversation? You are literally over here trying to...
That's why I made a whiteboard. We have not jumped from the conversation at all. Why have we not jumped from the conversation at all? I asked you for what your account of a person is because you're arguing that a fetus is a person from the moment of conception. Your account of what a person is a living human organism. I am now arguing with the use of absurdities and reductios that your account of what a person is just simply insufficient in describing what we actually take a person to be. And like I'd say the most recent reductio that I gave you is a really good one, because if we were to imagine a being that once again had a slight genetic mutation that looked, sounded, and acted and reasoned exactly like us, but because of that genetic mutation, they were not technically classified as a Homo sapien sapien, they would not possess the second necessary criteria of what you think a person is. They would not possess the human attribute. Therefore, under your view, this being would not be a person, and that is absurd. So I'm just trying to see if you accept or reject that for the last time, a being with a slight genetic mutation that looked, sounded, and acted and reasoned exactly like us, but didn't have Homo sapien sapien DNA is or is not a person.
No, I'm going to reject that, and I'm going to do this. I'm going to refine.
So you reject that they're a person?
I'm going to refine my definition because I see what it is that you're doing. So I'm going to actually refine my definition.
Okay, so you accept that this. So you accept that this being with a slight genetic mutation would be a person, and for that reason,
no, I do not. No, I do not.
Then why are you refining your definition of what a person is?
Because I understand where you're going to try to take this. So I'm going. So to beat you to the punch, I'm going to redefine for the last time what a human person is. Okay.
Wait, not a human person, just a person.
No. We're talking about humans. This entire conversation is about abortion.
No, we're talking about people. But if you accept if you accept that a being with a slight genetic mutation, would be a person, even though it's not a human.
We're talking about human beings. We're talking about human beings.
No, we're not. We're talking about people.
Dean, we're
talking about theories of personal identity.
Dean, did you not say you wanted to debate me on abortion? Yes or no?
Yeah, bro. But the part of that conversation about abortion necessitated a debate on personal identity.
The only people that we can kill in abortions are human beings. Those are the only people that we can kill in abortions are human beings. You can't.
Well, I mean, if you think that a human being would be a human person, that's not technically true. Dependent upon your theory of personal identity.
That is the absolute greatest crock of shit.
No, bro, that's a dude. You're using human being in the biological sense. I'm using human being in the personate sense.
That is the greatest crock.
Bro, you're just lost, bro. You're just lost. That is like the basics on like theory of philosophy of mind and personal identity. But just don't worry about it.
It's cool. It's fine. It's fine. So let's do this. I'm going to define that a human person is an individual living human organism possessing a rational nature, regardless of whether that individual can presently exercise rational thought
you just
or
begged the
consciousness.
question.
I didn't.
Yeah, bro.
I didn't.
Yeah, bro. The way that you begged the question was by pre-assuming that a person is a human by defining the term as a human person.
No, we're talking about humans because we're talking about abortion, and the only people that can get aborted are human beings. So it's not begging the question.
Okay.
Nice
so do you think that do you think that there could be like non-human people?
Non-human people?
I mean, you just said like a human person. Are there non-human people?
if we're classifying as human, that question makes no fucking sense.
Well, I think it makes a lot of sense. Okay, because at first I asked you what a person was, and you're like, oh, a person is X, Y, and Z. But now after I've given you a bunch of pushback on your definition of the word person, now you're revising it to be a human person. Okay, so I'm just asking you, do you think that there could possibly exist non-human people?
Because I'm going to make the conscious choice to be extremely specific with the words that I'm using. And if we're talking about abortion, Dean, who else can we as humans abort?
Who else can we as humans abort? Bro, listen, I'm not trying to suggest that we could abort anything but anything but a fetus. Okay.
Okay, then so what are we talking about?
But that doesn't seem to be relevant.
What are we talking about, Dean?
Well, I'll tell you what we're talking about, and I'm just going to repeat the last thing I said because that was a very irrelevant objection, if you even consider an objection. My point here is very clear, okay? If you understand that being human does not equal being a person, okay? Like, take, for instance, a permanently comatose human that will never have consciousness ever again. I wouldn't consider. I would say that the person has died in that circumstance.
Again, which means they possess. No, that's bullshit. Because if you said again, if they can't have it again, that means they had it at one point, which means they're still a person, brain dead or not. If we can still, if they still have biological functions, based around if you said again, that means they had it at one point.
So if you've ever, so you would say in order to be a person, you have to first have consciousness at any point. But even if you lack it now, you're still a person.
That is not what because what you're.
I mean, you just said that they're a person because at one point in the past they had consciousness. Has a fetus at one point in the past had consciousness? No.
Dean, if I were to agree with what you just said, which is you're trying to have a gotcha moment, again, my initial definition of a person was a fertilized, a conceived zygote that had a genetic code locked in from the moment of conception.
Wrong.
That if left unaltered, would develop by the human biology and develop by definition also.
Wait, so I'm not a person? Because I'm not a human zygote that, if left unaltered, will one day be conscious?
Dean, you were left unaltered. You are conscious.
Okay, but you just told me that the definition of what a person is a human zygote that, if left unaltered, will at one point be conscious in the future. Okay, I am not a human zygote that, if left unaltered, will at one point in the future be conscious.
I am restating my initial definition.
Okay. Well, then you say that the only people that exist are zygotes. You see the moment that it's no longer a zygote, it's no longer a person. Yes, you would, bro, because the first two words. Yes, because the first two words of your definition of what a person is human zygote.
Dean, nobody said that.
You did. I'll roll back the VOD. Check this out, bro. The
first definition that I gave, I did not say that the only people are conceived zygotes. If that's the shit that you want to take and clip, then have fucking at it.
But I mean, I just asked you to define person, and your first two words were human zygote.
I just.
Okay, bro.
You know what? Okay, this is not getting anywhere. Clearly,
right,
obviously.
All right, bro. Sorry, bro.
So let's try this again. I'm going to set a couple of presuppositional premises. Are we discussing abortion?
Well, actually, right now we happen to be discussing theories of personal identity, which could apply to many more things than abortion. But the practical implementation of our discourse surrounding personal identities seems to be concerning the normative, salience of identity as it would relate to the wrongness or the lack thereof of killing a fetus in utero. So yeah.
So are we discussing abortion?
Well, I'll just repeat it. No, actually, right now we're discussing theories of personal identity, which could be applied to many more schools of thoughts and relevant outside of the context of abortion. But we happen to be engaging. No, that's technically false. Right now, we're not discussing abortion. We're discussing theories of personal identity relevant to abortion because we first need to be able to determine if the fetus is or is not a subject / is or is not a fetus is not a person. Okay, but to be clear, to be super extra very clear, we happen to be specifically discussing theories of personal identity. But the reason why we're discussing theories of personal identity are because they're relevant to the wrongness of abortion.
So the central topic that we're discussing is abortion. And the only people, the only organism, the only person, the only entity that we can abort are human fetuses. That's in terms of the confines of this discussion. Right?
So what does this object? What that statement, what does it object from what I've said?
What I'm saying is that I'm going to offer a much more precise definition of what a human person is.
Okay, well, I'm more concerned with just what the word person means.
Well, I'm more concerned with the subject matter of human person because that's the only thing that we're discussing right now.
Oh, okay. So like if Superman was real, he would be like. So you're saying that if Superman was real, he'd be like a Kryptonian person.
I am saying that the conversation that I am having is concerning human being and people. I am not going to engage in a conversation about Kryptonians.
Okay, well, I just want to be clear about what you think a person is, and then you just seem to be okay. I'll tell you what you're doing. I'll tell you what you're doing, and I'm telling you why I'm calling it out. Okay, so this whole time we've been having a conversation concerning what a person is to see if a fetus is or is not a person, as it would relate to a conversation surrounding discourse on the morality of abortion. Okay, and you've attempted to give 4 different accounts of what a person is. The first account of what a person was failed. The second account of what a person was failed. The third account of what a person was failed.
None of them failed. They failed by whose logic, Dean? Yours?
Failed, I mean, you accepted that it failed because earlier,
I didn't accept shit. That's a lie. I didn't accept that it failed. Like, you're just lying at this point. You're lying to your teeth.
Bro. So the first account of the word person that you gave, as you stated less than 5 minutes ago, was a human zygote that, if left to its natural discourse, will at one day have announced conscious experiences. Obviously, that account, your first account of what a person is, clearly fails because that account of what a person is would implicate me as a non-person due to the fact that I am not.
No, it doesn't implicate you as a non-person.
The reason why it does is because I'm not a human zygote. If a person is a human zygote with future capabilities.
If the entire definition is a human zygote that will eventually develop X, Y, and Z, and you obviously are sitting here talking on the damn microphone, you've obviously developed the X, Y, and Z that make you a fully functioning person. I don't know how you can be this fucking intellectually obtuse.
Sure, because the first 2 words of your first definition of the word person advocate for the
this fucking debate.
I'll explain to you why it's not stupid.
Dean, if you want to sit here and have
I'll tell you why I'm right.
Debate,
I'll tell you why I'm right.
You're not right, Dean. I'm going to say this to you. You're not right. You're engaging in the most beautiful semantic bullshit I've heard in like 20 days, in a month and a half. Like I understand now. I literally understand what Z and the rest of them are talking about.
No.
You engage in this semantic bullshit.
No, not Z.
Well, I mean, she's a friend of mine. What's wrong with Z? The fact that you are literally trying to skirt around the definition of what a human person is when we're talking about abortion, which is the termination of life of a human fetus, is fucking hilarious.
Okay, bro. Listen, bro. I'll explain to you why you're wrong. I would recommend taking a deep breath, taking a lap real quick. You try to get personal there for a moment just because I have issues with the definition of a term you're using. Okay, I don't think that there's really any good reason to try to get personal over the definition because they're attempting to critique the definitions of the words that you're using. Seem a little bit upset.
No,
Take
I'm
a
not
lap.
personal. I'm not upset, Dean. I'm just saying that I'm understanding what
you're upset. Or you want to be like, listen, I tried to issue a critique of the first definition of the word person that you gave. And then in response, you're like, bro, I understand why all these other people don't like you. Okay, cool, bro.
No.
Thank you.
I didn't say
Thank you for getting personal, bro. Listen, I'm just trying to engage in good faith dialectic concerning the reasons why the definitions of the terms that you're attempting to define are insufficient and explaining a genuine and reasonable account of reality. So let me explain to you why the first definition of the term for the
in terms of the way that you debate. I don't care about whether they like you or not. They literally told me, and that Z's not the only one, of how you debate. You debate semantically. That's all I'm talking about.
Yeah, semantics are really important. So anyways, I'm going to explain to you why your first definition of the word person failed. Because your first definition of the word person was roughly, correct me if I'm wrong, a human zygote that, if left to its natural discourse, will at one day develop consciousness. Correct?
Correct.
Do you accept that the first 2 words of your definition of the word person were human zygote?
No, I don't. Yes, those are the first 2. That's not my complete sentence.
That, if left alone, would one day develop consciousness. Okay, I'm going to ask you one very simple question. I want a very simple response. Is it true or is it false that I am a human zygote that, if one day left alone, would develop consciousness? Is it true or is it false?
That question is wait, what?
Is it true? Let me rephrase. Is it true or is it false that I am a human zygote that, if left alone, will one day have consciousness?
No, because you were left alone.
Is it just true or is it false?
No, because you were left alone. You said if. You said, is it true that I am a human zygote that, if left alone?
Okay, so that is false, right?
The way you phrase that statement is false.
Okay, do you agree that the way I phrased that statement was your definition of the word person?
No, because you're using it in applying to yourself when you have literally... Dean,
what?
Again, you are using the definition and applying it to a finished job. You are not a conceived zygote. Still, you have already finished developing, have you not?
All right, we're doing it again. Okay, person, this was your first definition. Person equals human zygote that, if left alone, will one day have consciousness. Okay. Do you accept that this was your first definition of the word person?
That if left alone, one day have consciousness, and yes.
Is it true or false that Dean is a All right, is this true or false? Is it true or false that Dean is a human zygote that
Again, the way you have
consciousness?
written that is false.
Okay, so
I
that's
need
false.
you to understand what you're doing, because the answer to the question of if, there's no if you were left alone. You were left alone. You
Okay,
did develop.
fantastic.
You do have consciousness.
Okay, so Dean does not equal human zygote that left alone.
I swear to God, I swear to God, you have one more time to do this, and I will just walk away from this debate.
Yeah, we're almost there.
You did not. You were left alone. You did develop consciousness. Therefore, you are a person.
Okay. Transitive law of logic. A equals B, and B equals C. We'll do without that. Okay. Check this out. Here are the two derivative facts from this first page of discourse. The first definition of the word person that you gave was a human zygote that, if left alone, will one day have consciousness. You then agreed that it is false that Dean is a human zygote that, if left alone, will one day have consciousness. What does this mean? Dean
Because
is not.
You were not. There was no if to that.
A human. One moment. Just let me finish.
No, I'm not going to stop. No, I'm not going to let you finish.
Why are you
There is
interrupting
no
me,
if to
bro?
that.
You're horrified of the
Because
response.
there is no.
You're horrified of the response,
You
bro.
were left.
You're horrified of the response. You're horrified of the critique, dude.
Not horrified of the critique. You're literally
bro.
not. You said semantics matter, bro. You said semantics matter, right?
Yeah, bro. Semantics matter. Now stop interrupting me so I can
so
finish
why don't
speaking.
you change the if? So why don't you change the if to was? Change that. If semantics matter, change that if to was, Dean. Because Dean is a human zygote that was left alone and did develop consciousness.
Wait, Dean is a human zygote?
You were a human zygote that
Wait,
was left alone.
Dean was a human zygote. Okay, perfect. Okay.
Good job. Good job. You're following along.
So I'm gonna. So you blundered because
I
your
didn't
criterion seemingly excludes adults as it exists under this definition. Because
it doesn't.
In order for, oh my god, hi bro, I'm gonna demonstrate to you why you're wrong. If you could listen for 5 seconds, but we're gonna need to allow him a moment to laugh.
Oh, this is great. Oh, I got tears coming out of my fucking eyes. No, this is funny. Oh, shit. Oh, go ahead. Come on, D. Come on.
Hi bro, just let me know when you're collected.
Come on. Oh, I'm collected as hell. Please. Come on.
Hi bro, sounds good. So the reason why your first account of what a person is insufficient is as follows. You define the word person as a human zygote that, if left alone, will one day have a consciousness. You then accepted that it's false that Dean is a human zygote that, if left alone, will one day have consciousness. This means that Dean is not equal to a human zygote that, if left alone, will one day have consciousness. Yet a person is equal to a human zygote that, if left alone, will one day have consciousness. What this means is that, therefore, Dean is not equal to a person. Now, just moments ago, you had me change a couple words in this question. You said, if you have me change if to was, okay, and then Dean is a human zygote. Well, Dean is a being that at one point or is a human zygote. Okay, we'd have to change a couple. We'd have to change a couple criteria there. Okay, in that question in order for it to be true, meaning that we'd have to change a couple criteria in your definition of the word person in order for it to be true. But as it stands, with this definition of what a person is, a human zygote that, if left alone, will one day have consciousness, Dean is not a person because Dean is not a human zygote that, if left alone, will one day have consciousness. I've therefore falsified your first account of what a person is, as long as you think Dean is a person.
You did not falsify it
Yeah,
because
the
again,
falsification
you
is
did develop,
that it yielded
you
a
did
contradiction.
develop into a person. Dean, okay, have it your way.
Here's the contradiction. So here's the P. Dean is a person, and here's the not P. Dean is not a person. Okay. The
Dean,
conclusion that Dean is a
again,
person is being
Again,
yielded
what you are
with-
doing,
Okay.
what you are doing is refusing to change what I said. And this whiteboard bullshit that you're doing does nothing to refute the fact that a person starts off as a human zygote. And if that human zygote is left unaltered.
You've already changed your
let me finish.
definition.
Dean, I haven't changed anything.
Yeah, bro.
I was actually going to try to change it, but you, for whatever reason, don't want to allow me to do that because I was just going to make it even more precise to prove to you how stupid your position is. However,
Here are the new words that you added into your definition of the word person. You've already changed it. You already added starts off as a, meaning that you've already amended your definition of the word person.
Dean, oh my Lord Jesus. Okay. So, what is the point of the whiteboard? What are you trying to prove here?
I'm trying to prove that the account for what you gave, insofar as what a person is insufficient in explaining what a person actually is.
Okay, so now I figured that. So when I attempted to then, for the umpteenth time, restate a definition, why would you not allow me to restate the definition?
Yeah. Why don't you do that?
A human person is an individual living human organism possessing a rational nature, regardless of whether or not that individual possesses consciousness or the ability to exercise it.
Okay. So we've just completely gotten rid of the whole zygote clause. Dude, you are lucky. You are so fucking lucky that you got rid of that zygote clause, because I was about to give you the craziest counter argument ever.
You weren't gonna give me shit.
Want to fucking bet?
But some semantic bullshit. That was what.
Want to
that was where
fucking
you-
bet? All right, bro.
bet.
Then I'm gonna give you some shit. Let's put $10 on the line, okay, Austin?
What's the premise?
That I could give you possibly like the best counter argument ever against a definition of the word person that includes is a human zygote or at one point in the past was a human zygote.
That you could give me the best, or well, who would judge that the argument was the best argument ever? That's a subjective definition, Dean.
All right,
So,
bro.
no, you
No
wouldn't be
bad.
able to actually.
All right. Well, I mean, the counter argument's simple. If I clone myself, I guess the clone of myself wouldn't be a person since it was never a human zygote. That's a pretty good counter argument. That's a pretty good counter argument. That's fire.
It's still a person. It possesses your genetic code.
Even though it was never a human zygote, so your definition starts off as a human zygote was false. That's a good one.
It's still not, because it's still a human. It just proceeded from you. It'd be the equivalent-
But your definition of the word person included started off as a human zygote, but my clone never started.
Technically speaking, the clone did start off as a human zygote because it came directly from you. So that just proves how stupid that is.
Wait, would the clone possess the same numerical identity to me?
If it's a clone,
Would the clone possess the same numerical identity to me?
Dean, if it's a clone of you exactly, then genetically, yes, it would.
Okay, so it would possess the same numerical identity to me. So I would be literally equal to my clone. So I could be in two different locations at once.
Wait, what is numerical identity? Or what do you mean by numerical identity?
Just X equals X.
Then no, not. But it would possess the same genetic identity.
Okay, all right. So what is genetic identity? What the hell?
It would possess the same genetic code you do if it's a clone, Dean.
Okay, yeah, it would possess the same genetic code that I do, but this doesn't mean that at any point in the past it was ever a human zygote. Like a human zygote is defined.
No, but it would still be but it would still be a person because it originated from you, who at one point was a human zygote. So if it proceeded from you, it'd be the equivalent of you having. It'd be the equivalent of me saying that my son is a person because at one point I was a person. So is he. I created him. With his help of his mother, granted, but it'd be the same. It's the same premise. If you cloned yourself, you were still a person.
Okay, bro. Listen, Austin, I think that you're really lost on that. The point is that your first account of what a person would be to start off as a human zygote. And of course, it would be false that a clone of myself would start off as a human zygote, because we're just assuming copy and paste all the cells that currently constitute my body into like another, time, into another location in space. Obviously, they wouldn't have started off as a human zygote. But I'm curious, what did your friend text you as the most recently revised definition of what a person is?
No one texted me anything, Dean.
Yeah, sorry, Austin, I don't believe you. You started by defining a person as a human plus consciousness, and then you went on to define a person as a human zygote that if left alone will one day be conscious, and now you're defining a person as a human with a rational soul. I do think that you had a friend text you, the human with a rational soul.
I'm on my phone, Dean, and if someone would have texted me, you'd have saw me go into the teacup mode. I have my computer in front of me, but I'm not even actually using it right now because I'm at the hotel. I can see the chat GPT in your eyes, however. I can see the chat GPT screen in your eyeballs.
Unfortunately, I have similar debates to this self every single night. But anyways.
I'm sure you do.
Okay.
I'm sure you do.
So I have two questions. So you said a person is a human being with a rational soul?
With a what?
With a rational soul?
I didn't say. I never said rational soul. Dean. Now you're just putting words in people's mouth.
Did you say rational nature?
It is a human being is a yes. I said with a rational nature. Yes.
Okay.
Or
What's a rational nature?
A nature that can properly that can identify right from wrong.
Okay. What's a nature?
What do you mean? What is a nature?
I mean, you just said that a rational nature is a nature that can identify right from wrong. So I just want to know, what is a thing doing the identifying between right and wrong? Because you said the nature is a thing doing the identifying.
The conscience.
Nature is the conscious that can do the identify. So in other words, okay. So you said that a person is. So you said that a person is a human being with a rational nature, and then a rational nature is a nature that can do identifying between right and wrong. And then you said that nature is consciousness. So in other words, a rational nature would be a consciousness that can do identifying between right and wrong. And in other words, your definition of what a person is would be a human being with a consciousness that can do identifying between right and wrong. And if a person is a human being with a consciousness that can do identifying before right and wrong, well then fetuses definitely aren't people, neither are newborns.
That's inherently untrue because, again, going back to the first definition that I gave, which is if left unaltered, they would develop a rational nature that could identify and distinguish right from wrong under normal conditions.
What fucking definition do you want to go with, man? Do you want to go with your first definition? Do you want to go with your second definition? Do you want to go with your third, your fourth, your fifth, or your sixth? I mean, dude, you've swapped your fucking definition of what you think a person is legitimately 7 times in the last hour and 20 minutes. In the last hour and 20 minutes, you have swapped your definition of what a person is. 7 fucking times.
You have fucking tap danced around running from the fact that a conceived zygote, if left unaltered, would develop biology and consciousness, which would make them a person. You ran from that because you want to run from the reality of it is you want to run from acknowledging the fact that there is a God that created the universe, that sustains it, and that knows human beings before they're created.
Goodness. Okay. I've absolutely not tap danced or evaded your point that a human zygote, if left untouched, would have a valuable future like ours, and therefore it would be a person. And I could actually prove it. I could prove that is not. Listen, I could literally prove that is a point that I haven't evaded. Would you like the proof?
The people in your own chat would like the proof. They literally saying that you.
Cool, bro. Cool, bro. So I just want to clarify. The allegation is that I have tap danced around the point that a human zygote, if left to its own devices, would have a valuable future, and thereby it would make it a person. That's the point that you're accusing me of tap dancing around.
No.
Okay, revise the point.
You're also running from the fact that one of the initial statements I made.
Wait, but so you don't reject that that's one of the points that I'm running from because I'm also running from another point? But then you say, no, that's not the point that you're running from? Bro, you can't say that's not the point that I'm running from by being no, and then say you're also running from this other point because the word also implies that I'm running from both fucking things. Okay, anyways, also, bro, you're telling me I'm tap dancing around the point. Fuck a tap dance. You're doing the Texas two-step into a different definition of what the word person is every 5.5 minutes. And that's on average, okay? Because you did the fucking Texas two-step in sub 2 minutes from definition 6 to definition 7. Just to clarify. He left. Oh, no. My God. What a conversation that was. That was a slaughter, bro. That was a slaughter. I feel bad. No, that was actually unfair. That was actually unfair. I feel bad. I feel bad. I feel so bad. I'm so sorry, Austin. That was bad, bro. That was bad. That was such a slaughter that I'm close to feeling bad. Boy. Wow. Okay. Let's go over a handful of the points made. Let's break it down. Austin makes a claim that a zygote's a person. Dean says what's a person. Austin says a person is human biology, or matter, plus consciousness. And Dean's like, oh, hey, Austin, a zygote wouldn't be a person because it doesn't have consciousness. Then he's like, no, it would be a person because God had future knowledge of them possessing consciousness in the future. Okay. I proved that point wrong, too. I proved that point wrong by saying, I have a buddy. His name is Bob. He's an atheist. He's never going to believe in God. Does God know that Bob will go to hell? He says yes. I do know that Bob will go to hell. God does know that Bob will go to hell. Does that mean that Bob is in hell right now? No. Okay, that defeated his second point. Because just because God knows that they will have consciousness in the future doesn't mean that they are conscious now, meaning that they still don't meet the second necessary condition of the conjunct to justify personhood. Okay, so then he revises his definition of what a person is. Then he says, a person is a human zygote that if left alone will one day have consciousness. Okay, we go through the fact that Dean is not a human zygote that if left alone will one day have consciousness. Therefore, Dean is not a person. Okay, so then he just completely fucking scrapes that argument. And then he goes on to say, plus like about 1 billion other revisions that I just can't remember. Then he goes on to say that a person is a human being with a rational nature. And then I'm like, what's a rational nature? Okay. Then he's like, a rational nature, okay, would be a nature that can determine right from wrong. Already a blunder. Because what do you mean a nature is going to determine right from wrong? That doesn't make too much sense. So then I ask him what a nature is. And then he's like, a nature is consciousness. Okay, so in other words, a rational nature is a consciousness that can determine right from wrong. And because his definition of the word person was a human with a rational nature, we just revised the definition to be a human with consciousness that can determine right from wrong. Oh, but this was like the worst blunder of like the entire conversation I had with Austin. Why was this the worst blunder? Because this actually pushed personhood even further down the line. Under his first definition of personhood, the fetus would be a person at like 20 through 24 weeks. Under his last definition of personhood, a newborn wouldn't even be a person because a newborn can't determine right from wrong. And then he left. And now, of course, we can't forget his blunder when he said that it's logically impossible that a non-human intelligent alien would exist because logical possibility is a wildest type of possibility where logical impossibility can only be grounded within a formal contradiction, P and not P. He could not produce the contradiction for the impossibility of an intelligent non-human alien existing. Therefore, he couldn't justify the claim that that was impossible. Okay, you also have his blunder in the clones case because his like fifth revision of what a person was would be at one point being a human zygote and then having / at one day having consciousness. This clone was never at one point a zygote, therefore they wouldn't be a person. We had a couple other blunders too. But honestly, there's just so many blunders in that debate, I can't name them all. I couldn't possibly name them all. That was crazy. Wow. That was good. Alrighty. Dang. I'm gonna have to watch this back later. Alrighty, wow. Sorry, I just needed a moment to decompress there. Let me know what y'all's thoughts were in the comment section down below. Let me know who you guys think won. That was Austin. I don't think he's gonna like me much anymore. I don't think he's gonna like me much anymore, dude. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think he's gonna like me much at all. I think that's kind of he's gonna be a big Dean hater now. Oh my fucking god! I have a huge donation, I think, over on Super Chat. Huge shout out to Big Foe for the $500 donation on Super Chat. God damn, Big Foe. Thank you so much for the love and support. That is absolutely ridiculous. Thank you so much for the love. I want to see 5,000 Big Foe W's down below. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much for the love and support. Please show some love to Big Foe in that comment section. That is ridiculous. Thank you so much for the love and support. I really appreciate you. Huge shout out to Big Foe. Oh my God. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As well as Waffle with the $10 who says, that dude was insane even granting all those definitions. Just because a zygote forms doesn't mean that a child will make it to full term. Yeah, so he'd actually say that some zygotes aren't people. Interesting. Would he therefore say if we know that it's not going to make it to full term that it's okay to kill it now? Ooh. That would have been a good question for him, but he ran. On Venmo, thank you, Doug, for the $10. I appreciate you. David with the $5. Daisy with the $10 as well, who says, seems like splashing in the bathtub is a very popular subject these days. True. London, thank you for the $10 for the whiteboard. As well as Luke, thank you for the $5. And Sarah with the $15 says, love listening to your debates. Thank you so much. And Angel, thank you for the $10. And Daniel, thank you for the $10. I'll have to check that out. And then Dolores, Dolores, thank you for the $87 donation. Let's get 800 Dolores W's down below. Who says, fuck Donald Trump. Enough said. Fuck Donald Trump. FDT Dolores. Thank you so much for the love and support. I want to get 800 Dolores W's down below. That is so kind of you. Jordan, thank you for the $10 shout out. Friend Han. Spencer, thank you for the $10. This is my right account, and I'll keep that in mind. And then Joseph, thank you for the $50 who sent this an hour ago before we started debating that last guest who says, yes, Anthony gets to come out and play. Bro, dude, for real, Joseph. Let me know how you enjoyed that debate. Thank you for the love. And then Jokey with the $50 on Super Chat says, hey, Dean, I have a question. Do you have an eidetic/photographic memory? I find the way you retain knowledge to be absolutely insane. I was just wondering. I do. I have a very, very strong photographic memory. Always have. I remember like doing like map tests in high school, particularly in one class. The final was to draw the world, every country, every major river, every ocean, and then to name every country and then to name its capital. And I didn't do a lot of like studying. I was a bad kid in high school. So in 24 hours before this test, I just memorized it all. And then I ended up getting the best grade in the class. Thanks to my photographic memory. That was a good experience. SJ, thank you for the $20. Who says, for dealing with exhausting Austin. Hey, that's a good one, SJ. Thank you for the $20. Rhinestone, thank you for the $10. And Linda, I appreciate you for the $10 as well. As well as Rhinestone, thank you for the $25. Who says, please ask why God kills so many fetuses if he knows and loves us before conception. A large portion of abortions would miscarry anyway from Chris. So true. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Yeah, like why did he cause miscarriages to be the case if he loves us and knows us from conception? That's actually not a bad question. It's actually not a bad question at all. Alrighty, folks. We are all caught up. I am not going to lie. It is time to end the stream. We're over 4 hours and I am tired. Especially after that last debate with Austin. That was funny as fuck, though. Oh, my God. All right. That's it for me for the night. Make sure to hit that follow button on your way out, folks. Make sure to drop a sub on YouTube. I'll see you all tomorrow. I'll be back better than ever. That's it from me for the night. Peace, love, good night, and goodbye.